Doesn't that just give you goosebumps watching Born Warrior? Obviously, Jennifer O'Donnell going tonight for a double up with the brother, the other Kobe. Plenty to be looking forward to with the Boylesports Irish Derby Final. We've got the Michael Fortune Memorial Plate. We've also got some great racing over at Monmore as well. And joining me in the studio tonight is Dave Clark. Evening, Dave.
Good evening. What a night, yeah. Place where a night where dreams are realised in Irish Derby Final night. Biggest night of the year in Ireland, biggest night of the year in Dublin. I'm sure there'll be a bumper crowd, plenty of people watching at home as well, and hopefully we can find a few winners along the way.
Certainly are, fingers crossed. And right, tonight's action for you then, obviously we'll be starting at Monmore at 6:17. That finishes at 9:47. Shelbourne Park obviously kicking off a little bit later at 7:20, and we are staying on till 10:30. There's a brilliant race to close the show with that we can't miss. Trap challenge for tonight, it is the red jacket that is just justifying favouritism. Plenty of bigger prices elsewhere. Quite like trap 3 actually at a good value of 7-1. Monmore stats for you. The hot traps are traps 5 and 2 at 19%, trap 6 at 17. Hot dogs in the 9.32 and a down badger is 4 from 7. The 7.44 fearsome Munster is 3 from 11. And in the 9.18 Puma Kelly is 2 from 6. 37% for favourites from January till now. Monmore trainers, Faraday, Curtin and Hunt, all on the hot list. Not a lot between them. Langford, Cowdrill and Jenkins all looking to improve tonight. Shelbourne stats for you then. The hot boxes are trap 1 at 25% and trap 4 at 21. Hot dogs in the 10.16 Glory Baz is 5 from 6. The 9.24, the other Kobe, 3 from 6 in the big final. And in the 10.16 Anna Bailey, it's 2 from 6. A little bit better there, 41% for the favourites. Shelbourne trainers for you, Duncan, Guilfoyle and Buggy, all storming away, 67%. Now do get in touch with us tonight. Plenty to be discussing. Give us your bets for the evening. Dave is on the email, rpgtv@racingpost.com. I'm on the Twitter at RPGreyhounds. And make sure you check out our YouTube channel, especially when we go off air. Plenty to be seeing on there. Now we have, as we said, some brilliant racing tonight, and one thing that I know you all want to hear is what Dave's best bets are for the evening. So hit us with them, Dave. What's your nap?
Right, okay. Shamelessly, I'm going for a skinny one as the nap. Kullavani Hoffa, dog who finished 4th in the Irish Derby semi-final last week. I think he did last year as well. Flat-footed start. I thought we showed plenty to the corner. He drops in class tonight. I think he can get the job done. I'm going to take a chance at Monmore in the 9.32 trap 1. Pumba Jake to tuck in behind the pace and stay on strongly. Went over the 6-bend trip. I'm not sure really got home last time, but dropping back in distance, drops in class, I think can assert late. I'm going to take on Race with P-Win, the 6.48 at Monmore. Couple of decent chances last 2 up, so I'm not convinced is the most straightforward one to take on there. Didn't really have much of a clue in the trap challenge. Took a chance with the trap 2.
Fair enough. I'm going to be more at Monmore for mine. I'm napping in the 8.43 trap 4 BT's Diva. Now she's a very strong 33 kilo bit. She's one that has to do it the hard way though. Come from behind, very flat-footed out the boxes. But I really like the makeup of a draw in the race. The inside 3 look like they're going to be fighting for each other's ground, and trap 5 does move wide at times, so I think she should have a nice clear run. Fingers crossed, straight through the middle. My next best is in the 8.03, trap 5, Ballinakil Tom. Now he's been off for a while with an injury. He's been making a steady comeback. He's had the 4 races back. He's really been threatening to win. He's knocked on the door a couple of times. It is an A7. He was running in an A4 previous to that time off, so I'm kind of hoping he's going to go that one bit better tonight. My lay's in the 7.07 at Monmore. Trap 2, Roxhill Meadow, is an A6 that she's going in. Now she's got plenty of early pace, but she's very short off the last bend and will be leaving herself vulnerable. There's a lot of stamina in the dogs behind, so I think she might run the risk of being caught. And I am with trap 3 for the challenge, so it was a nice bit of value at 7-1. So we do have the 6.17 coming up at Monmore, but obviously our highlight of the evening is the Boylesports Irish Derby Final at 9.24. Dave, what's your initial thoughts here?
Well, I think it's a very open race. The other Kobe looking to emulate his little brother, Born Warrior from last year. Going to need to be on his toes here. I think 1 and 2, if breaking level, could easily come together. But he smashed out in the semi-final, but 28.15 on the board. If he smashes out again, he's going to be very, very hard to beat. If you're looking for a dog to frame up, it's unoriginal. He's second in the market, but Ben's Teddy comes home better than anything else, I think, here. He certainly moves down the back as well as anything else. Massive middle and a big finishing kick. I think the white jacket's going to be there or thereabouts. Lots of people talking about the chances of Bocco's Crystal. Probably drawn wider than she'd like. You'd like to think she'd have the legs of 3 and 4 to the corner. And if 1 and 2 do come together, then although she's stranded out in 5, the track might just open up for her and there'll be oceans of racing room for her to run into. 6 has got the draw out wide, but I am going to go with the other Kobe. Much rests on the start. I think if you see a flash of blue out the boxes like we saw 7 days ago, I think you're going to see the same result. And if he puts 28.15, 28.10 on the board, that will be that.
Very exciting final. It's one of those, it's wide open, could go a few different ways. We will be finding out in a few hours. Now, the Irish Greyhound Owners and Breeders Association had a little competition earlier on with the children to see who they thought would win the big final. And Hogsy here has the details.
Well, hats off to the Irish Greyhound Owners and Breeders Federation, looking to attract the greyhound follower of the future. 266 kids involved in a derby competition, nominated greyhounds, which they followed throughout the competition. They were invited to pen pictures and send photos in, cheering on their charges ahead of semi-final night. And those children that had runners qualified for the semi-finals invited to Shelbourne Park on Saturday night to cheer them on. Here's a snapshot of those who took part and enjoyed themselves on Saturday night and cheering on their runners, the likes of kind of Annie Hoffen, Da. Things didn't quite work out for those guys, but of course semi-final night, it's all about qualification, and they had plenty of fun. It was real family time, party time at Shelbourne Park, but the big question was who would manage to qualify for final night. They assembled in high up in the stand at Shelbourne Park last Saturday night for semi-final. Had an absolute ball as well, as you can hear. So cheering on their semi-finalists, hoping they'll be invited back for the final. Of course, those that had runners that did make the €125,000 final invited back and ready to enjoy themselves and cheer their runners on once again. What a fantastic initiative from the Irish Greyhound Owners and Breeders Federation.
Great to see that, and the kids getting really excited. And that's kind of what it's all about, isn't it, Dave? A real family atmosphere, having the kids in and hearing the cheers. You just can't help but get excited for them. Yeah, just,
you know, someone thinking outside the box and involvement there. And, yeah, fantastic. You know, it's a sport for all ages, greyhound racing. So brilliant work by all involved.
Just mentioning that, had a tweet from West Country Greyhound Kennel. They sent some brilliant little pictures to go with it, saying that they've had Harry and his little cousin out walking this afternoon. He's fallen in love with Jack and all the dogs. He'll be watching RP Greyhounds for the first time later and can't wait to cheer all the dogs home for the Irish Derby Final. So evening, Harry, and hope you're enjoying, and let us know what you're going with in the final. But we do have the Monmore, first at Monmore coming up, 6:17 and 8:10, and there's some good sweepstakes going on tonight. So Lawrence Jones Memorial Sweepstakes, LOL, as he was known to a lot of the trainers. Sadly, he did pass away, and Chris Jones, one of the trainers on Monmore, and his mum Linda Jones have been doing this every year since 2012. Until COVID hit, and then it's been the first year it's back on. So it's great to see it all going off, and we have a JCK that is our favourite currently at 13-8 in Track 1. I think we can actually show you an early viewing of JCK, and this is back on the 26th of August. She's about 11 weeks out of season though, Dave, so she's still coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, bred to be a strong sort by St Leger champion Aero Majestic. Recently dropped in class, as you say, you know, given that season date of 16th of June, likely to come forward with every outing. And this was a step forward, you know, just looking on the race card, 30-13, 29-89 and a 29-76 here. Just sort of jogging round on the inside. Not blessed with early, doesn't see out the trip mega strong. I thought looked plenty short enough here. I thought Winterfield Trev in 2, another greyhound who was recently dropped in class, another one bred to stay this at least by Kinloch Bray. I thought just had enough about him early on to take the rail away from her at the corner. We'll keep a straight line up. Got to miss good start though. It was an interesting runner for Ian Langford, only 3 starts in. Daughter of a former Irish Derby champion. Good news, Pat Guilford in 2017, I think it was. 468 sectional in a requalification trial after a real rough ride second time up. So this one, April 22, a baby, still learning what the game's all about. I thought would be interesting if there was any money around for 3, which there is. 6 is into 5, 7 to 1 on Betfair. But I'm just going to side with Winterfield Trev. But we start with a moderate affair, given what is on the menu tonight, I think it's fair to say.
We're just warming up, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're going to ease into it. So I think Good Star's quite an interesting one, as you're saying, Dave, for Ian. I mean, only an April 22 pup, a real baby, only having her 4th career start as well today. Had no luck in, a 3rd career start. It says 3 on the cards, but she has actually only had a couple of A10s at Monmore, but she had no luck in either of those. She then had a trial on the 23rd of August, which it was a 2-dog trial, but pretty much a solo for her. She won by a distance, led from start to finish. I like just seeing a pup, once they've got on the bunny, sort of keen them back up again. It might just be a little bit of a confidence boost. Track 4, Relentless Jane as well, a bit of a price. I thought looked interesting with a breaking in season soon. They can throw in a good run, would be one to just be a bit wary of. But Bravos as well in Track 5. Some big prices to be had. Had a full season off, which isn't what normally quite common in greyhound racing. You normally see them have sort of the first month, but to have the full sort of 4 months off, not often that we see that.
Not at this level, to be fair, but Pat Curtin's a top trainer. Him and Liz are a top team, and they've obviously given her plenty of time. She sort of qualified back in a similar weight to which she was when she left the track, really. So they've obviously just taken their time, and again, looking on the race card, those ex-season trials, 30-14, 30-43, and then a massive step forward, 29-87, which is kind of on par with these. So an interesting runner in 5. I mean, I hate 5 as a box to break from, and she has trialled back in 5, 3 and then 4. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 5 miss the up here. Only 2 wins from 23 starts.
You've said that before, haven't you?
I'll say
track
it
5 at Monmore. You do not like it.
Every single time.
Any other track or just Monmore?
Just at Monmore, really. I mean, I watch a lot of open racing and seen a hell of a lot of open racing around Monmore. You just see middle seeds going from 3, 4 to 5, or a wide seed going from 6 to 5, and they just tend to miss it half a beat. So yeah, I'd have to really fancy one. If it's got to be off the front out of 5 at Monmore.
Fair enough, always worth making note of then.
I say it every single time I'm on the show. If Monmore's on, I'm guaranteed to say it at some stage.
Never your trap challenge then when Monmore's on?
No, never.
Oh, it is JCK that's still hanging firm, 13-8 favourite. Winterfield Trev, not a million miles behind though. I thought, same as you though, Dave, can put a little bit of a line through his last run. He is usually quicker to go than that 4:57 sectional that he clocked. Sort of normally a couple of lengths quicker than that, but his times are consistent. And if you look at his stats, I mean, 7 wins and 12 seconds. He's certainly generally there or thereabouts. Great to hear from Gary on Twitter. He's with Trap 6, Music Glideway in the big final, and also from Virgil O'Brien, who sent a lovely little video with his tweet with their retired greyhound, Tommy's Tales, saying he's settled in for a night of top-class greyhound racing. Hashtag National Greyhound Week.
Need to hear from people clutching anti-post tickets at massive, massive price. If you're on each way, you've already copped the place part. Given the makeup of our final, I'd imagine if there is anyone out there, probably on at a big price as well, because a few of the dogs lining up were big prices at the start. You've already copped the each way if you've played each way, so you're kind of free rolling tonight. So 550 yards for a shot at the dosh.
Let us know what you're with. First is underway at Monmore, so let's head over there for the action.
With the Lawrence Jones Memorial A10 Kennel Sweepstakes, Heat 1. First two go through, hares at the traps, they're off, and 2 broke well along with 6, then comes 5, 1, 3 and 4, and they go to the first bend, and 2's out in front, Winterfield Trev, being chased by Norduff Mandalay, and then comes JCK Bravos, and these are followed by Good Star and the back marker, Relentless Jane. Round the second last bend, Winterfield Trev's gone clear, 5 lengths up on JCK, who just shades Norduff Mandalay with close up Good Star, but off the final bend, this is all over bar the shouting. Winterfield Trev wins in style. 2 the winner, very tight for second, 3 and 1.
It is Winterfield Trev for Chris Jones, owner and trainer, and it's great to see one of Chris's kicking off in style with this being his dad's memorial sweepstakes start. And to be honest, he's made very easy work of this, Dave. Came out a lot better than what we saw last week, but he has got the early toe, and once he hits the front, doesn't let anything near him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of question marks over some of these, returning on and off the track, returning from seasonal rest. Both 1 and 2 were, or have dropped in class recently. Winterfield Trev popped out prior to this race, only 7 wins from 67 starts, but the writing was on the wall at the first bend here. Unless one of these were going to come forward in a huge amount, it was a question of how far, and Winterfield Trev, who wouldn't be a stopper really over this trip at this level, has absolutely pulverised them. And inside boxes dominate. 1 for the trap challenge. We're 1 from 1. Yeah, I'll be out the door now. 100% record on Derby final night. Thanks very much.
Is Winterfield Trev your winner? Close between JCK and Good Star. We will get confirmation of that, but after this short break.
I can look at 12 horses and the form all at once. Come on. The app is my paddock.
Once the race starts, we don't bother with cheers in our house.
When the race is on, I try to remain calm. If it's possible to love a 4-legged beast and a wee tiny man sitting on top of it, then I love you!
Boost your racing odds at ladbrokes.com.
Betfred presents
Yes!
Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
The final stop of these championships.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary.
That's not bad at all.
We believe every sport should be epic.
Berlin.
So whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, with a huge night of racing underway, it seems only fair that we introduce you to the third member of our team tonight.
For the 6 sets of Derby connections, tonight is like no other night. And for the 6 finalists themselves, they've won 66 races combined, over €85,000 worth in prize money. But they've got one thing in common: they've never won an Irish Derby. Ian Fortune, that changes tonight.
Yeah, it should. We're here for that very reason. 6 wonderful finalists, very open, competitive final. And when people say open and competitive, they normally mean, oh, it's not great. But I think it's a proper Derby final. I think it's it's one where we won't know what's going to win until basically across the line, because there's a bit of everything there. We've got early speed, we've got back straight pace, we've got good draws, bad draws, we've got a couple of big finishers. And there's nothing like a Derby when there's a big finisher. If Ben's Teddy arrives at the scene at that third bend, say the stands will nearly be lifted off the roof would nearly be lifted off the stands.
Let's give them all their 60 seconds of fame. Let's talk in trap order. Well Met, he's in one. How crucial is it that he's inside the Kobe?
It's crucial that he's inside all his rivals and that he gets to the front. That's where his success lies or falls. If he doesn't lead, he doesn't win. Simple as that. The thing is that if he does lead, he's notoriously hard to pass. It's a great story for the Joneses to have a Derby finalist after our surprise a couple of years ago. Again, he is very well drawn, he has his chance, but others can go faster than him, and I feel others will go faster than him tonight.
Other Kobe's in the blue. Does he need to do something similar than he did 2 weeks ago?
The mere presence of Well Met is the issue for him. If he gets their front, he is every bit as fast, if not strong, or faster than most of his rivals down the back straight. It's a bit of a float home rather than a powering home, but he doesn't often get picked up. So I think if he's going to win, he's going to need to explode the lids and get across Well Met. Half a length isn't going to be good enough because he won't drive the corner. Well Met will.
For Ben's Teddy, how crucial is it that he avoids early trouble and gets on the rail as soon as possible?
He can come from 4 lengths behind. He can't come from 8 lengths behind. He's drawn in 3, where the best thing he could do is just come away reasonably well, slip in behind the inside duo, and then just hope for that clear passage to the third bend. If he gets it at that third bend, as I said, the noise levels will certainly rise. I think he'll be the dog for money.
It's a long time since Trap 4 won Razzle Dazzle George. 365 has that against her, and also the fact she's probably going to have to come from last to first if she's to win the Derby.
Yeah, she's 33-1 for a reason. She'd be a great story. Obviously, Scott Phelan only has a Australian licence a year and a half. She is the one that probably needs help from others. But if it does arrive, she's not exactly what you call a slow coach. She's classy enough to win a heat of the Oaks. She's won over 750 yards in brilliant times. She's run very well through the Derby. She has to win a heat, but the same could be said for Tom's the Best, and he won a Derby.
Bocco's Crystal, the second of the bitches. What does she need to do or need to happen to win tonight?
She needs to ping out. If she gets a start, she has every chance. Obviously, it'd certainly aid her if the inside duo clashed and she could get a clear run at the corner. She must hold Music Glide away. But I think there's every chance of all those things happening. As I've said in the paper today, she's my selection. But again, I'm very much depending on her hitting the lids and getting to the front. I think that's her only real chance of victory.
Trap 6 has been a sort of a favourable box in recent derbies. Music Glide away, the fastest of the semi-final winners, is in 6.
He is, and the key to his success over the last 2 weeks has been his trapping. He's improved his trapping considerably. They ran him in a 5.75-yard stake here a while ago, got real confidence from that, but his trapping was still sluggish. That was much improved over the last 2 weeks. Just the big question is big, noisy night, loud, boisterous. There's going to be really ramped up as the hare's coming up behind the boxes. Will the trapping from last week be there, or will it be the trapping from a few weeks previous?
Already there's a great buzz here. The sun is shining. Atmosphere-wise, very few sporting events in Ireland touch tonight.
It's very unique. You go to an All-Ireland final, or you go to a Six Nations match, or you go to an Irish international, and half the people are there just for the spectacle. This is Derby final night. It's €25 a ticket. The vast majority of people here are doggy people, and you can hear that in the crowd. When a dog hits the front, you hear a roar normally. Here, when the dog hits the front, there's not quite the roar, but if the right dog turns second or third, then you hear the roar. They know what's happening. They don't go too early. Expect a different atmosphere here than you'd normally get in a busy Saturday night. This is a proper greyhound crowd.
You're in the crow's nest. The 6 finalists pretty much like the back of your hand. You got to say it as you see it, but have you any lines tucked up your sleeve if something was to happen?
No, I tend not to. I think you only sort of stumble over your own words if you do, and you're trying to force them into somewhere. As Roy Walker used to say in Catchphrase, say what you see.
Last two questions. They might give us the same answer. First of all, what's the fastest dog in tonight's final?
Ben's Teddy is probably the fastest dog, but that's purely from the second bend home. In terms of overall pace, I think the 32.07 that Boccos Crystal has for 600 yards would be the standout. Although the other Kobe did the 29.15 run in the quarterfinals, like that's stunning. That's amongst the top 15 best runs ever. The same could be said for the Boccos Crystal run over 600 yards. I think in terms of pure unadulterated pace, they're probably the three. But Music Glideway is certainly going the right way, and he's the least experienced and youngest finalist.
Final question: what wins the Derby?
Well, I'm not changing my mind now. I've did 4,500 words this morning for Greyhound Racing Ireland. We did a few yesterday for the Racing Post. We've done a few during the week. And we've stuck with Boccos Crystal. You know what they say, Rob? Never change your mind.
Never change your mind. What a race, what a night. And it's all live, as you can expect, on Racing Post Greyhound TV.
It certainly is, and you just can't wait for that final. But there's plenty of good racing to come before and after then. It's a real show-stopping card. We do have the next, not a million miles away though, at Monmore, the 6:33, following on from the Lawrence Jones Memorial Sweepstakes. This is the second heat, and we've got Drum Do It Anna in track 5. Bit of a namesake, and I'm not actually going with this one, Dave, but is it one that's caught your eye?
Yeah, definitely on the radar. I made the sort of three runners here: Drum Do It Sasha, Y-View Chick, and Drum Do It Anna. But I sided with the inside runner here, Drum Do It Sasha, who was led and picked up by Skyfall Babs. Rewired in 2 here. Very hit and miss at the boxes. Will leave plenty of room up the inside here. And I thought if Drum Do It Sasha can pop out like she did last week, April 20, 85 starts. There is no secrets from the grader at Monmore, but another one who recently dropped from A9 into A10, and I think can go one better than last week.
Well, touching on that run that you're referring to, we can actually give you guys at home a look at that. This was Drum Do It Sasha running last time out on the 28th of August. You've obviously got Rewired as well in this in trap 3, but eyes really were drawn to Drum Do It Sasha with that blistering early pace to just get picked up by Skyfall Babs though.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Rewired took a step inside out of 3 there, but I don't think he'd do the same out of 2. If he was to fly out like he does every now and again, then it'd be race on. Because I thought he showed plenty of pace up, but there was a good sort of 3, 4, 5 lengths between them at the corner, and I thought if Drum Do It Sasha can pop out, boss the inside again. You know, she wasn't really coming back to them. I just thought Skyfall Babs run well to fetch her in. She did a 29.72, but she's got much quicker on her card, and on the skin, I thought she would be a tough nut to crack tonight. So I've got to be with Drum Do It Sasha to make all.
Oh, I'm with you there. I like her ideal draw on the inside. Obviously, Rewired tends to be a bit more flat-footed out the boxes. Should have plenty of racing room on the inside. And just looking at the sectional, she should really be leading these up. She did obviously go close on that occasion, and her times have been really consistent in the last 3 outings. They've been quickening up slightly, and I didn't think this was really the hardest A10 ask of her. But Drum Do It Anna just drifting slightly out to 2-1 now. I mean, could be anything for Ian Langford. I mean, he's just had the 3 qualifying trials, has found time on her splits and her overall times with each one of those trials. But I'm always a little bit wary about going with a youngster on debut.
Well, money talks, right, in this sort of situation. Very interesting kennel to look at tonight, the Langford kennel. They've got quite a few dogs coming back onto the card, or debutants in this case, and 1 or 2 of them were backed on the early prices as well. So yeah, we'll touch on them a little bit, like Oakfield, the Oakfield Stayer.
Later on.
Yeah, there was money for her around the outside. She's at Oakfield Magic in the 9.18 at Monmore. Very, very good over the 7.12 at Toaster, kept good company. He's having his first start since the 9th of July, and he's had a sprint trial, a 4-bend trial, and then a 6-bend trial, and he goes straight into an S1 and wasn't unbacked on the early. So an interesting run a little bit later on. Emails. Dean Gibbons, evening all. Irish Derby's been superb. It's always great to see the best dogs but I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed with the makeup of the card tonight. There's no marathon and only one stayers race. Greyhound racing has so much to offer on the big nights. It should be a showcase for it all. I have to say, when a newcomer to the sport sees 6 dogs jumping hurdles under the lights for the first time, they always find it enthralling. Or you hear the comments in a marathon, how many times are they going around in this race? Moan over for now. Regards, Dean. Well, they don't have hurdling racing at all now in Ireland, and staying races are few and far between. So perhaps we're lucky just to see one. I think
I know for the last, especially the last couple of years, it's been a bit of a struggle for them to fill, hasn't it? And we do keep seeing the same dogs and bitches involved, but they're just a lot.
I will say, like, although they're running 4 bends, there is like a 525, a 550, there's a 600 tonight as well, and there's a sprint. So although it's 4 bends, they are mixing up a little bit. So
you think you can't put the races on, can you, if you haven't got the dogs to fill them, I guess. But
absolutely.
Still a stunning card. It's definitely one of the races. I love a marathon race or a very strong staying race, but yeah, unfortunately, isn't one of those on the Shelbourne card. We do have a few S1s at Monmore later on. Some tricky ones to try and work our way through. Money still coming for Drum Do It Sasha into 7-4 now from 9-4.
They're following me in, aren't they? Because I'm 100%.
That's it.
Well, they're following me in. Sean Gibbons, it wasn't to be for Sean in the opener. His next best was JCK in the opener at Monmore, the 6:17. But his nap goes a little bit later on in the 9:48 at Shelbourne Park. Trap 1. Balladabona Una, and he fancies red in the trap challenge. So best of luck to you, Sean.
Good luck with those, Sean. Certainly looks a good thing later on, Balladabona Una. But they're all in for our second race at Monmore, so let's go over to Keith Hewitt.
Race 2, the 6:33, the Lawrence Jones Memorial A10 Kennel Sweepstakes, Heat 2. Hares behind the traps. They're off, and 6 stumbled badly. He's lost all chance. 4 and 1 got best away. Then comes 2, 3 and 5. At the first bend, 1 rails into the lead. Drum Do It Sasha by a length and a half to Rewired in second. Then comes a Drum Do It Anna, and these are chased by Whitefield Chick. They're clear. Round the second last bend, and Rewired has took over near and quickly gone 2 to 3 lengths clear from Drum Do It Sasha, Drum Do It Anna, and then comes Whiteview Chick. But up towards the line, 2's not for catching. 2 the winner, 5 second, 1 third, 2, 5 and 1.
And it is Rewired for Pat Curtin, who owns and trains the Blue Jacket there, who's done it nicely. Drum Do It Sasha coming away well. Voltage Blaze completely misjudging the boxes there, but Rewired had a nice bit of weight taken off him as well recently, and just seems to have quickened up as that weight's come off.
Yeah, this was a really good effort from Rewired. Actually, I thought caught the eye in defeat behind Skyfall Babs, staying on and turned a lot closer at this point. I hope everything's all right with Winterfield Boo. Sort of turned handy, just went backwards. Was absolutely friendless on Betfair, matched at 90, and I think I'm not even sure beat 6 home even after that start. But Rewired, come forward, turn handy, and the writing was on the wall at the third bend really there, and has done it well. And another one for the Trap Challenge.
It certainly is. Drum Do It Anna as well, doing well on debut, coming second. Now, we've got so much going off across the water, so let's head back to Rob over at Shelbourne.
Well, it's been a wonderful Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby so far, and one of the main reasons for that is because of Michael Dempsey. And Michael, we're nearly there, and let's hope we're as lucky as we've been so far.
Yeah, hopefully, Robbie. It's a great night. Weather is fantastic, so that's in our favour anyway, thank God. And track is looking wild, grounds are looking wild, so everything is on track. So hopefully we'll have a good night. We
had the perfect appetizer last night with a sensational first round of the Juvenile Derby.
Yeah, the time Juvenile Derby, it's hot. The laddie that he could have been in the final here tonight, and he ran very, very well last night, beating a very good dog. There's some very classy pups in that competition, and that'll go now next Saturday night, and that's hot. That's a hot stake now. So the future is looking bright for some of these young dogs.
Yeah, final of course on Racing Post Greyhound TV. Yeah. Supporting card tonight before we look at the big one. You've got all the big names, and there's only the one non-runner.
Yeah, they're all here. We've one non-runner with a late withdrawal there this evening, so unfortunately we've nothing there to go in at the minute, unless someone brings something by a chance. But look, it's a good card. There's races over all distances, and sure the top dogs are here. They're dogs that are in Nottingham during the week are back, and hopefully everything will go well.
Big race itself. It's as wide open derby as I can remember, but then we probably say that most years.
It is, yeah. It's a real race, isn't it?
Yeah.
And everyone has a chance. And it's a very tight race. And sure, look, may the best dog win now at this stage, I suppose. They've all done very well to get there. 156 started, 6 left. So it's great to be there, to have the trap in it. And so who knows now?
Yeah. Most years you've managed to call it right when I've asked you. What are you thinking?
This year's tighter now than I remember. I like 5. I like Boylesports Crystal. I thought she was fantastic here last year in Derby Final. And so I suppose if I had to pick one, I might go with her. But saying that, look, they would be all popular winners, and they're all well capable. So, but I just had a sneaky feeling. I think I like Boylesports Crystal.
Yeah, well, we've had a good start with the sunshine. Let's hope it continues.
Yeah, hopefully, Rob. Yeah, thanks very much.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses.
What are you doing?
Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
And here's today's favourite, number 4, First to Feel Rain. And you can see why, Gina.
He hasn't got the most attractive head, but he has an impressive turn of foot for his size.
He must be 20 hands at least. He has moved stables a lot.
Just loves the big occasion.
Featurette stud, Gina?
Not sure, Matt. Unlikely to be wanted for breeding. Worthy favourite, Matt?
Definitely the favourite, Gina.
Don't feel like a punter, feel like a favourite with great offers on the Paddy Power app.
Want betting on the horses to be anything but flat? With an app that impresses every time out. You're on. Want to watch live streaming of races in the UK, Ireland and around the globe? And get a chance to win even bigger with 3 Uniboosts every day on any horses you want. Unibet. You're on.
Well, a huge night of anticipation here at Shelbourne Park Irish Derby Final night. We're one of the richest men in Shelbourne, probably Dublin, and Ted Hegarty. Ted, what a night we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, weather is beautiful and I hope we get a huge crowd and great racing, in fairness. It's a brilliant card.
As always, you're quick off the mark. You've got betting available on the big one. What's the book looking like?
Well, I'm after having a lot of money on number 3 at 4-1.
Right.
I don't particularly fancy him now. There's no point. I wouldn't back him for myself, but I think he'll come. I think they'll back him here at 3-1. I don't think I'll have to go any bigger than 3s. But I think it's a wide open final. I can read the race because number 1 and number 2, 2 early pace dogs. If they come together, it's a different kettle of fish. The bottom perfectly drawn. On last week's run, he has to have a massive chance. The 5 bitch has to have a massive chance. Bin Steady, where's he going to get a run from? If he gets a run, he can win it. But I thought it was I just bet for a miracle.
A lot of people are in the same boat as you. 4 or 5 different scenarios could happen here tonight.
Yes, I give up trying to read the race. I can't figure it out. So I just decided to bet it up and let the punters decide. I'll keep going if they come for something at a ridiculous price. But I just back Bin Steady, thinking that the punters are going to punt him. And I think I won't have to go. I don't think I'll have to go bigger than 3 to lay.
Okay, there's 11 other races to read. What are the standout bets?
I thought the first race, I thought the top bitch was an absolute. I thought she was a good thing. She was 4 to 5 evens. I thought she was a good thing. And I fancy an outsider. in the sprint. I fancy Trap
against Road Exile.
Yes, I fancy the 3 dog. On the Shelbourne running, I think he's a big chance. He was a big price today at 7 and 8. I think he'll run a big race.
And a little bit later on, will you take on Ballindabula, Ed?
Yes, I will. I actually fancy. I take him on at 5 to 4, 6 to 4. I fancy the 2 dog has a big chance in it, and so has the Ballymac a big chance. I think it's a brilliant card now, brilliant racing, and we'll hope for the best.
Yeah, well, let's hope the best dog wins the Derby.
Yes, and hope they all come home sound anyway, and hope my biggest winner in the book will win it.
Go on, Ted.
I certainly hope the best dog wins the Derby. So let's give you guys a little bit of a viewing at home. We're going to start with Well Met. We're going to show you his performance from the third round. He's running in heat number 7, and Ian Fortune is going to commentate over it.
Racing, good start by 3, the other Colby, 4, Well Met going up well also. It's Well Met and the other Colby onto the corner, the other Colby and Well Met. It's Well Met takes the bend. Now 2 Clonaduke in a slipstream into the back straight. Well Met, 2 Clonaduke and 3. The other Colby charging up the inside, but still 3. Well Met to the third bend. The other Colby, can he get through? No, he can't. Clonaduke comes back for more in second, but it's Well Met off the final turn from 2 Clonaduke. The other Colby, Well Met to the line will score. Well Met does it. Second is 3, the other Colby, and 5. Dramatadano may have grabbed third. It's tight for third spot. Clonaduke in the spot of bother perhaps. The winning time 29.62.
That was Well Met there from track 4. Obviously gets the red jackets in the final. Now, I think the draw is going to be a big help to him here, though, David. He loves being on the inside. He knows how to drive that first bend, and he's quite a jealous dog. If he gets his head in front, he'll not want to give his lead away.
No, yeah, I mean, if you're playing around the favourite here, the other Kobe, the last thing you want to see is a flash of red out the boxes here, because he'll be a big presence on the inside, and I think they could be looking for each other's ground early on.
Certainly could. So let's have a look at the other Kobe. We're going to go back to the semi-final last week where he was running from trap 2. Obviously gets trap 2 again tonight and is trying to follow in his brother's footsteps, Born Warrior, from last year's Derby win.
Racing, good start by 5, Rahamofo 2, the other Colby took a flyer, the laddie Daz on the inside, Kulavani Hoffa charges up the outside, but it's 2, the other Colby leads into the back from 3, Bocco's Crystal, the laddie Dad, Kulavani Hoffa down the back straight, Ben's Teddy makes a forward move, but the other Colby, a brother to the 2022 winner, Born Warrior leads from 3, Bocco's Crystal, Kulavani Hoffa showing great pace to go third, but he's under pressure and up to the line, the other Colby will score, Ben's Teddy charging through into the Derby final in second, and 3, Bocco's Crystal runs a blinder to qualify in third. The laddie Dad, Kulavani Hoffa are out, but the winner in fine style, the other Colby, in 29.58.
The other Kobe there winning his semi-final. I was a bit surprised, to be honest, Dave, at the time. 29.58 with that sort of run. I was sort of expecting about 20 spots quicker.
Yeah, he's capable of better, isn't he? But a lot of the clock watchers at Shelbourne Park say he's very good to the third bend. And, you know, if he's in front, it's going to take a real good one to catch him. But that might just be the strong running Ben's Teddy, who's next in the market.
Yeah, it certainly is. We will be bringing you the other runners and a couple of their performances throughout the evening, but we do have our next sweepstake heat at Monmore. Another A10, this 6:48, and you've got your leg going in this, I believe, have you, Dave?
Yeah, I watched race with PB last 2 up, sent off 11-4 and 5-4 favourite in this class, having dropped from an A9, finishing second prior to that, which was a fair effort as well. So looked as if was given a chance, but I thought kind of loomed large as they turned for home, and the effort petered out a little bit really. And then the 15th of August, 2 starts back, finished really well, didn't really get on with it after the line. Now he's bred to be very good. High Butt, who was a 2-time English Derby finalist, Ballymac Muscular, I think won the Brighton Bell. She was very, very good for Kim Billingham. So a homebred, but I'm not convinced that he wants to get on with it.
The thing is, he gives so much away at the start, doesn't he? And with there being quite a bit of pace in this as well, elsewhere he could have too much work to do. He is surrounded by a lot of lightly experienced youngsters. He's going to have to break free. You've got traps 1, 2 and 4. They're all looking to secure their first win. They're all really yet to get the hang of trapping as well. But the thing is with pups, or young dogs anyway, that can happen at any point, can't it? And you're just waiting for that penny to drop with them. I mean, the money is coming for race with Pee-wee. So he did go favourite last time. Might end up being the case today. Sean's fiddle as well into 13.
I don't fancy that either, to be fair. Like I would, if a bookmaker on course, you'd look at this race and just try and fill up the book with 3 and 4 here, because Sean's Fiddle, I watched 2 starts back, hit the front. I'm not convinced that he wants to get on with it either. I thought this would be a really muddling race. You've got Drum Do It Stella on the inside here, who probably wouldn't win off a 10-metre start. I couldn't really have her on my mind. Chance Me Salah in 2's an interesting runner, but I think you'd want to see maybe her bossing the inside here. But she's likely raced 0 from 4, 3 and 4 we've mentioned. 5's only 2 wins from 24 starts, but would be a runner. I think it's got leadability claims here. The negative would, of course, be that she's in trap 5. And then you end up with China Guy around the outside, who was turned over in a 4-runner race at 8 to 11 last time. I never, ever get Vicky Lee dogs, right? The market usually gives you a little bit of a clue. If they're weak in the market, they tend to get turned over, is what I find. This one's very weak. I'm still going to foolishly go with China Guy, just because I don't fancy 3 and 4, but absolutely anything could happen here. The only thing I think is guaranteed is that 1 won't be winning.
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, still only 7.5 weeks out of what I imagine is going to be her first season as well. And their first season can normally take them a little bit longer to get out of.
Not a good advertisement for the industry show here as well, because she's 14 and you can have 50 on Betfair. So Drum Do It Stella, rather weak in the betting, but not the case 3 and 4. Market leaders very strong. I'm, despite the drift, going to go with 6. I just don't think 3 and 4 want to win.
Oh, I'm with you as well. Fingers crossed for China Guy for us too. So let's find out with Keith.
6:48, the Lawrence Jones Memorial A10 Kennel Sweepstakes, Heat 3. Hare's well on its way to the traps. They're off. 3 was slow to stride, the others broke level. 4 shows early pace to lead from 1, 2, 5 and 6 across the track. 3's outpaced. At the quarter market, Sean's Fiddle out in front with a 3-length lead from Telemoney Rapid, and then comes Drum Do It Stella. These are followed by, on the outside, China Guy, and on the inside, Chance Me Salah. But round the second last bend, Sean's Fiddle about 4 or 5 lengths clear from Telemoney Rapid. Then comes China Guy, who's staying on, but going to the line. 4's not. Can't go. They can't catch it. Beyond recall. 6 up for second in a photo with.
Yes, it's Sean's Fiddle for Richie Taberner, who's managed to finally get on the score sheet on the 6th time of asking for this greyhound. Just turned 2 as well, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, September 21, only 5 races. You know, it's very early to sort of question dogs' attitude, but I didn't like what I see on the 11th of August. The fact here is that Sean's Fiddle didn't see another dog. You know, he was probably enjoying it, bowling along out in front. Been a while since qualification trials that has got on the bunny, and yeah, probably put a fair time on the board there and has run right. So you know, you don't want to see dogs go too long without winning. 0 from 5 coming into this, opens his account. Just hope everything's all right with race for Pee-wee at the corner.
Fingers crossed. Now let's head back to Rob, where he's been catching up with Sarah Kinsella.
Right, well, it's Derby Final night. Sarah Kinsella from the sponsors. We're finally here, and you've brought the sun with you as well.
I have, yeah. I'm telling you, when the sun is shining, it's going to be a good night. It's brilliant watching all the racegoers come through the doors and the stand filling up. I'm here since about 4 o'clock, and there was people even over there at that stage getting their seats for the night. Looking forward to having a few drinks, a few bets. But who are we going to see claim that €125,000 win, Rob? I have no idea. It's wide open. I know it's easy to say that, but it is one of the widest open affairs I've seen in recent years. I have to pick one, and I'm going with Well Met, because as soon as I pulled his name out of the draw and I got trap 1, I thought that's him, because he broke so well in the semis. I know he had an awful competition with Music Light Away, and the 2 of them were in front. Forget about the rest, and I think he'll do that again tonight. I don't think the crowd or the noise or anything like that will faze him. I think he'll pop out, he'll make all. I don't think he'll win easy, because there's too much pace in this. You've Ben's Teddy, you've Bocco's Crystal, the other Kobe. I mean, there's just so much talent in there. Go through the prices with Boylesports. Well Met is 5 to 1. We have the other Kobe as the 9 to 4 favourite from trap 2. Ben's Teddy in 3 is 3-1. Has been supported, Rob, but there's no surprise there. 365 are 33-1 outsider, but it wouldn't be a shock if even she was to win it. I mean, she'd need a lot of luck, but she'll be there or thereabouts, and I think it will be a blanket finish tonight. Trap 5, Bocco's Crystal is 9-2, and Music Glideway is 4-1. It's a terrific. The prices just tell you how competitive this is. You know, in recent years we've seen the likes of Susie Sapphire Born, where they were short, weren't they? And they were well supported. But even the other Kobe, yes, he is the favourite, but it's Ben's Teddy who's getting all the support. I think it's going to be a terrific night. The supporting card is tremendous in its own right. The Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate. I fancy Balnabola Una as well tonight. I fancy, there's another dog there running. I got... The lads were telling me on the way in that there was money coming for the Hanover Phantom in the 750. He ran last week, and it was only a 4-dog race, I think, but I think he's a great chance, and he'll be a terrific price in that race as well. So anyone watching at home, look, it's been an emotional journey for me, Rob. It's actually sad for me to announce this is actually my last night with Boylesports. Tonight, this is my last derby. It's been an incredible 5 years. I'd like to thank John Boyle as well for all of his help, and my former boss Leon Blanche, because I suppose without his support I wouldn't be in the position I am today. He gave me the freedom, he trusted me to do a good job, and I think I gave it everything.
Absolutely. Well, you've already given us a bit of breaking news tonight. Job well done, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Betfred presents
Yes!
Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
At William Hill, we get the value of football, the value of the players, the value of the win.
It's nothing can happen. You need more goals.
The value of your bet. This season, we're giving you our best value ever with William Hill's Epic Value. So, whether it's Acca Freedom, 3 or 4, or Epic Odds, we've got you covered. Real value, week in, week out. It's who you play with. William Hill.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, the collectibles guru, and I'm super excited to be here on Sporty Stuff TV every Sunday night at 10 p.m. to share with you my 30 years knowledge and expertise in the world of amazing collectibles. We've got a brand new show for you every week, crammed full of unmissable memorabilia, featuring some of the biggest names in sport and showbiz. So don't miss it. Collectibles Guru every Sunday night at 10 p.m, exclusively here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to RPG TV, where our night's racing is well underway, and obviously our star of the show will be the Irish Derby Final at 9:24. Now we can show you Ben's Teddy next, who is in who's going to be running from Trap 1 on this occasion in the quarterfinal, in the fourth round quarterfinals in heat number 2, going off the 2-1 favourite on this occasion, and really see how strong a dog he is on this occasion.
Off and racing, good start by Ben's Teddy, leads in the early yards, wasn't expecting that. 4 goes up fast, Bucko's Crystal and 6 Clonbrine Treat in the outside, but it's Bucko's Crystal leads him into the back. From in second, Ben's Teddy and 6 Clonbrine Treaty. It's 4 Bucko's Crystal. She's a hell of a task in her hands because Ben's Teddy is desperately close. He's a powerhouse onto the third bend, and Ben's Teddy strikes the front. From in second, 4 Bucko's Crystal. 5 Droopy's Nice One switching wide when flying. Up the line though, it's Ben's Teddy will get there. From 4 Bucko's Crystal, and wonderfully fast, finishing 3.65 in third. She's got through 4 Scott Phelan, but it's all about Ben's Teddy up front. Winner number 100 for Pat Buckley of the year, and what a way to do it. In 29.39, Ben's Teddy into the semi-final draw.
And what a time that was. That was on a 3:59 split. I mean, even if he doesn't trap out like that, Dave, you're always going to be keeping one eye on him, aren't you? Just with how strong he finishes.
Yeah, a real monster sort of third bend onwards, hits the line hard, put a good time on the board there, given that it's sort of coming off the speed, and whatever's in front here, it's unlikely to be Ben's Teddy. You know, connections will be looking, where's the 3? Because we know he's going to be coming at us. So yeah, he's, for me, is the dog to sort of frame up in your forecast and tri-cast in this final. Gets a clear run, you know, and a slice of luck along the way. You know, he's going to be very hard to beat. Yeah,
certainly is. Was a bit of 5-1 at the beginning of the week. That's been nibbled away into 7-2. But yeah, it could be game over if he gets into that decent position early doors. He's got some lovely track craft, and certainly one to be keeping on side of. Now we've got 365 up next. Obviously the real outsider at 40-1, but this lady's got a lovely little story for herself and the syndicates, and obviously Scott Phelan, and we can actually take a look at 365 in the first round, where she was actually finishing second here, runner-up.
And off, and a good start by 4 Ballyhimmock and Rex, 1-3-6-5, but Ballyhimmock and Rex gets loose into the opening turn and opens up by 3.5 lengths, 1-3-6-5 in second, a big finisher, 3 Fate Point Angry next, then comes 2 Our Mystery, Clonbrine Ollie and Glide Away Alfie, but out front it's Ballyhimmock and Rex. He's on by 4, 3-6-5, trying her best to bridge the gap, so 2-3 Fate Point Angry, but 4 Ballyhimmock and Rex, the champion 550 winner, clear off the final turn, is coming back to them, but he scores in fine style. Second is 1-3-6-5 and 3 Fate Point Angry. The winning time 29.33.
As you can see with her price, she's going to be needing a little bit of luck to help her in the final tonight, but she's very deserving of her place nonetheless. She's an honest runner, but not the most ideal draw for her.
No, I mean, it's a fantastic story, isn't it? I mean, the price sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? Because the market would suggest, barring 365, it's actually a really competitive race. She'll need luck along the way, but you know, best of luck to them. They probably feel like they've won the Derby, getting to the final in itself. So I'm sure they've enjoyed the week. So as I say, it's a fantastic story. And who knows, stranger things have happened.
They certainly have. Next up is track 5, Bucko's Crystal. We're going to show you her run in the third round, running from heat 4, and she was in that same box tonight, trap 4 on this occasion, and what a performance this was.
Off, and a good start by trap 4 in the middle. Bucko's Crystal, 6 Coolavani Hoffa challenging, but it's Bucko's Crystal on the corner from 6 Coolavani Hoffa, 1-7 Beach. We have a race in our hands. It's Bucko's Crystal, Coolavani Hoffa now charging up the outside. 1-7 Beach draws closer, but to the third bend it's 4 Bucko's Crystal. Here comes 6 Coolavani Hoffa, nip and tuck. Bucko's Crystal, Coolavani Hoffa, 1 back and third, 7 Beach, but Bucko's Crystal repels Hoffa off the final turn. A shock in the cards. Bucko's Crystal gets there from in second, 6 Coolavani Hoffa and 7 Beach back in third. The winning time 29.45. That is a turn up for the books, but a brilliant display all the same by Bucko's Crystal.
We heard Ian Fortune say at the top of the show that Bucko's Crystal is actually his selection for the final, and to be honest, even though she's seeded rails though, Dave, I think that the drawing 5 will actually really suit her.
Yeah, it might help her out the boxes. I think the last time there was a Bucko's Greyhound in the Irish Derby Final, a certain Lenson Bucko did the business. So yeah, a Bev Lockhead, a lovely lady. They put a hell of a lot into the into the sport. We wish them well. A lot of shrewd money around for Bocco's Crystal all week. A lot of people telling me that, 1 and 2 are going to come together. 5's got the legs of 3 and 4. She does it right at the boxes, as she showed there. She beat Kulavani Hoffa, who was the anti-post favourite and a worthy one at that. That was no fluke. She's certainly capable.
Certainly is. And our last one is Music Glide Away in Trap 6, the only wide seed for the final, and we're going to show you his performance from last week in the semis.
Racing, good start by one well met on the outside 6. Music Glide Away took an absolute flyer, and Music Glide Away will lead to the corner tonight. One well met in second, then comes 2, 3, 6, 5 and 3, 7 Beach. But up front and Music Glide Away, he leads by 3 lengths to one well met. 3, 6, 5 is in qualifying position in third, but up front and it's Music Glide Away for the Pension Plan Syndicate, and Pat Guilfoyle on his way to a Derby final. So too is well met and 3, 6, 5. But Music Glide Away flashed from traps, 29.32, a brilliant run and a great night to produce a career best run. What a start to this evening's proceedings.
As Ian says, definitely his strongest performance so far. He's got his perfect draw. His trapping really seems to have stepped forward, but he has to clear Bocco's Crystal on his inside.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the draw, hasn't he? As much as Bocco's Crystal, if she doesn't flash out, she will naturally take a step inside. And I think the draw is good, but he'll need to do what he did in the semi-final anyway, which kind of makes the draw redundant anyway. I think he's probably relying on 5 not getting across and 1 and 2 coming together. And if he explodes from the boxes again, he was fastest last week. He'll be a tough nut to crack out wide.
Certainly will. Music Glide Away there, who lines up our Derby final. Now we have race number 4 at Monmore. This is carrying on with the sweepstakes for Lawrence Jones, and we're now starting with some A6s for you. And one that we can show you at home is Katunda Teddy, going back to his most recent run on the 23rd of August, and a real veteran of the track here, Dave, having his 116th race.
Yeah, so he's out the trip really, really well. Tends to just keep a wide course, look after himself out wide, which you can see is sort of 4 deep, still 3 deep at the second bend, and then starts to shift down the back. Arrives in really good form. Vastly experienced, as you say, 116 races. Is damn stayed. I Am's a model. I think she won over the 8 bend trip at Crayford. September 18, as I say, no secrets from the grader, but you can't fault the dog. He's in great form, and I think he's a player maybe for your full cast and tri-cast out wide. Bell Mullet Brandy's an interesting runner. I looked at this race. I spent quite a bit of time on this race because I thought 2, 3 and 4 would all lead down and probably get in each other's way. And then I was looking for something off the speed. Now, Katunda Teddy, I felt the grader might just have his number now. Find me a dog that's won 100 races that can win 3 graded races in a row. You'd like to think the racing office would kind of latch on after the second win. So perhaps outgraded. I do think the race could be run to suit for 6, but I did prefer 1, unless there was money around for Bell Mullet Brandy, who's not completely friendless. He's been running well. Probably should have won more races than he has. 6 wins from 52, more second places than wins. So I'm just going to side with the top here to tuck in, and I think get them late.
Well, that's exactly what I'm hoping happens, because my lay's going in trap 2. Rocks Hill Meadow here. She's got plenty of early pace about her, but she is going to be a bit vulnerable off the last bend, and you are always going to be looking sort of over her shoulder and what's close behind. And I mean, Swift Pele is more than likely going to be last going around the first bend. He's always slow off the mark, but just like you say, Dave, hoping to tuck in, sit behind on the rail, and then just come with that late charge. I mean, he has been in great form, and he's never really been beaten far recently when he finished 3rd last week. It was only beaten a length, and had a couple of nice wins before that over the 4 and the 6 bends. That's another thing I like to see. Bella Mullet Brandy had that recent spin around Henlow. Is that something you make note of when you're looking to pick out dogs?
Listen, a Vicky Lee, you couldn't guess where they're going to run their dogs next. To be honest with you, they turn up absolutely everywhere. They had a couple of runners at big prices down at Crayford this morning. The switch wouldn't do an experienced dog any harm. You know, you can turn them on. You know, dogs can go stale, running round and round and round the same track week after week after week. So that away day, yeah, could certainly work into Bell Mullet Brandy's favour here, and you know, he could come alive. That might be sort of the logic in doing that. I mean, he definitely wasn't making up the numbers in that race at Henlow. The SP tells you that, and he wasn't beaten far, which is why I thought it'd be some sort of runner if there was any money behind him. He's a 6-1 chance on Betfair. I just sided with Swift Pele up the inside because I just thought would be in the right place at the right time at the corner. You know, 2 and 3 and 4 perhaps will definitely have the legs of 1. And it could just happen at the turn and 1 could tuck in here. But 2 looks really short. I mean, 3's definitely not the dog that he was. He was very, very good. I think he kept open class company at one stage. And he had electric early pace. And if 2 doesn't hit the hole, you know, 3 might not be the force of old, but he's still got a little bit about him early and could certainly bustle him up. So I'll make you right being against 2, particularly at the price. Looks very, very short. 2.58 on Betfair. That 11-8 is going nowhere. It might even harden up and wouldn't be for me at that sort of price. But it would be another one for the Trap Challenge.
Silver lining for you.
Such a good start.
There is support for the...
I've backed 1. I've backed 1 win and place. Yeah, I think 1's got a great make-up here on the rail.
Well, we'll soon see what happens as last couple are loaded in for 7.07. With Pele at 11-4. Roxhill Meadow though at 6-4. Starter's happy, gives the all clear. So let's go over to Keith.
Race 4, the 7.07, the Lawrence Jones Memorial A6 Kennel Sweepstakes Heat 1. First 2 again go through to next Saturday night's final. They're off, and a level break, and 4 and 3 show early pace from 2 and 6. Then comes 5 and 1. At the first bend, it's Adele's John Joe out in front, being chased by Grange View Lily on the outside of Roxhill Meadow. Then comes 5, 6. And round the second last bend, it's still Adele's John Joe out in front, just over a length in front of Roxhill Meadow, who's switching to the outside. Bell Mullet Brandy's coming over the run, and so is Swift Belly. And 1 and 5 go on together. 1 beat 5 in a photo, probably 6 third.
Swift Pele doing it in his usual style. Last at the first bend.
No, that is not usual style. We sat here, watched this race, and hand on heart, I've seen Swift Pele run. I thought the dog had gone wrong at the corner.
Having you on day.
Because I thought, hit the rail. If you just watch, just brushes the rail a little bit there for me. Yeah, just
clips his back end against it, doesn't he?
And then really dropped out. I think might have even dropped out a camera shot. And I was like, oh, I hope everything's okay. The dog's won the race.
It's come from a different postcode, hasn't he?
Unbelievable. You could switch on and think, another 5-dog race at Monmore. The winner's still not in shot. What an incredible performance. We knew that Adele's John Joe and Roxhill Meadow were going to slow up come the latter stages, but incredible. Absolutely incredible. You got the Irish Derby Final tonight at Shelbourne Park, which is bringing you the whole card, some of the fastest dogs on the planet. There go some to beat that performance in terms of excitement there, because that was an incredible run.
Certainly was. Brilliant performance from Swift Pele there for Brian Thompson. Now we're going to head back over to Shelbourne to catch up with Rob, and you might just recognise who he's hanging out with.
Right, well, we're all looking forward to a huge night here at Shelbourne Park, and a few familiar faces we've caught up with, none other than our own Darryl Williams. Darryl, great to see you.
It's wonderful to be here, Rob, isn't it? Irish Derby, it's been too long for me. It's been too long since I came last.
You're wearing the right colours, which is a good start. The sun is shining. Already there seems to be a great atmosphere here.
I think we walked in about 5:30 and we had a lovely meal. I recommend it for anyone who's coming casually. An hour later, place is filling up, isn't it? And it'll get busier and busier, of course. And why not? This is one of the nights of the year, isn't it?
Fantastic card, brilliant supporting card. I've talked to many about tonight's big race, and they really don't know what's going to happen. What do you think?
I probably don't know what's going to happen either, as much as anybody else. But if you're asking me to nail my colours, I'll go with Music Glide Away, just because I think last week gave us an indication this dog was hitting form just at the right time. Look, there are a million ways of talking about this race, who's going to get the break, who's not going to get the break, but I'm taking the view the Greyhound, who is in the best form coming into the final, might be the one to play, but of course I could be hugely wrong.
We don't know what's going to happen in the Derby, but we do know what's going to happen maybe just before 9 or 10 o'clock, because I believe Ian Fortune is going to take a break for a race or two and let you sit in.
This is all down to my son Ashley, who has had good communication with Ian over the last few months. He actually filmed him calling the English Derby for, I think, for the TikTok for Racing Post Greyhound TV. And so without me knowing, he's put it up to Ian that my dad would love to call a race tonight. And obviously when Ian came back and said that's possible, you know, but on your bucket list or whatever, you know, tick it off. Absolutely. I couldn't say no. So yes, the rumours are true. I'm going to call one of the races, but not obviously one of the big races a bit later on. Well,
listen, that's great to hear. It's great to see you, and enjoy your night.
Thank you very much, Robin. It's a pleasure to be here.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. Every month we have over 20,000 boosts. Every day we power up the odds on hundreds of bets with Bet Boost. We give you the option to increase your winnings with our incredible winnings boost. And just when you think you can't get better odds, we unleash a super boost. Check out our boosts and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Want to build a bet you want? In seconds, you're on. Combine shots, corners, cards, and more. Plus, with our Bet Builder rackers, combine bet builders across games in football, basketball, and NFL. And place popular bet builders in just one tap. Get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on.
Right, well, we're at the dream team of Des and Mary Gilbert as we come up to the opening race. A night that favourites could dominate. And guys, you've got the first favourite of the night in Rathdown Molly.
Yes, Molly's a decent type of bitch, yeah. She looks the part. Everything's right. She's good.
Mary, she's in one. Are you hopeful?
Very hopeful. She was a bit unlucky last week, although now she got trouble at the first bend, but she ran a good race. So fingers crossed now she'll get round that corner tonight and make a good account of herself.
Are you expecting her to lead?
Oh yeah, I think she will lead tonight. Even if she missed her break, she still can get around. She loves the rails. We were in trap 3 in Dundalk, and that was her first run back here last week. So she loves the rails.
And tonight could be a night, with the sun shining for front runners.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Hope so. Yeah, hope
Fingers
so,
crossed. I think we had a winner last night, so I think my luck might be coming back.
Kennel's in form. These are coming to the Derby a long time. What a night. The sun is shining. There's a great buzz here. You've great Derby memories, no doubt.
Some of the best memories ever, Derby. I've been coming here since about 1970 at least, or maybe before that. I remember them all, really. A lot of the Derbies. Pat Curtin had a great night. Poor Pat when we were here with Pat Shelbourne Aston. We won't forget that one in a hurry.
Yeah, 2008. Mary, you said you're feeling lucky. What do you fancy tonight?
What do I fancy tonight? Well, I'm hoping for Rathdown Molly now, number one. In the Derby, I don't mind who wins it. I know everybody in it. I wish them all the very best of luck. Yeah. Everybody, it's a great achievement to get to the final of the Derby for any of them, and they're all our friends. We know everybody, and good luck to them all. We'll cheer whoever's in front or behind. We'll cheer them all.
Yeah. And Des,
I'm something similar. 2 inside dogs hold the key to the race. If they get a clean run and around, they'll go well. But the 5 is not it's an open derby, a real open derby. Pat Buckley's dog is very fast. I liked him from last year, believe it or not. I said to Pat one night, that's a very, very fast dog. He lacks a bit of... And 365, sure, they're great friends of us, the Bournes and that. You had a whole lot of them. Paddy melded a whole lot.
Well, let's hope Molly wins the first, and that means your job's done then for the night.
Molly wins the first, that'll suit us.
And we'll have a good time then.
We'll have a good time anyway.
Enjoy your night.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right,
Des and Marie then. Marie on parade with Rathdown Molly. Very warm order, 8 to 15 in trap 1. I mean, I couldn't get away from her at all, Dave, could you?
No, inside draw. I didn't think she'd be this skinny. I'm definitely going to put 6 up for the forecast here. Press unlock around the outside. Bred to be good, is good, got the draw, can stay on past beaten rivals. And yeah, I'm going to be 1/6 in the opener down at Dublin.
Fair enough. Press unlock there. Little sister to undulation. I mean, had the recent slight step up in trip, makes the drop back tonight, which I do like to see. But Rathdown Molly is the one that we're going to show you on last time out on August the 26th, running from trap 3 here.
Yeah, you can just see taking a step inside there. I don't think the switch to red's going to be a hindrance. In fact, the 225 short run to the corner, I think being inside is favourable. And we might get half a clue about the track tonight at Shelbourne Park. What sort of time gets put on the board? You would genuinely expect a Derby Final track to be quite lively and favour the front runner. So it will give us a clue. I know 1 or 2 people have mentioned that in recent weeks the track's tended to perhaps slow down as the meeting's gone on. So perhaps something to look out for. But I didn't think the red would be this skinny. But if she does it right at the boxes, I think she's going to be very hard to beat. I wouldn't be getting stuck in at 1 to 2. I'd be having a very small play on 1 to beat 6.
Yeah, I mean, she's a classy sort. She's been flying around Dundalk recently, been in great form, and obviously made that Sprint Cup final there, where unfortunately she just got a lot of trouble at the first bend, and that was her race over, really. Track 1 definitely going to play to her advantage tonight. Can see her dominating this race really from the get-go, and hopefully making light work of it. But you do have to look elsewhere. I thought Fire Time as well would be a value one to be thrown in for forecasts, and Tricast does stay on well, but she prefers trap 1 here. But she didn't handle trap 3 too badly in an open at Dundalk when that was a fortnight ago. Showed a nice little bit of track craft there, so might be one to just keep a little bit of an eye on. There's a bit of support for your forecast there, Dave, in Press Unlock, and I guess it does have probably one of the better draws in the race as well.
Yeah, for sure. Should have the outside all to herself out wide here, and yeah, as you've mentioned, very, very well bred salt as well. We're around the outside, and yeah, going to be my danger to the top, if you like. Yeah, that Pastana unlock there is brilliant. You know what a brilliant bit she was on the track unlock, just all pace and power and stamina, and she looks as if she's certainly passed it on to Press Unlock, who, you know, it's a tough trip to stay well, and because you're in with speed here, and you're in the 525 generally because you're a speedy salt. You know, we'll see the Derby over the 550 a little bit later on, which is obviously 25 yards back. The start's crucial. I think if 6 latches onto them, it's going to take an act of God to keep her out the frame, but she just needs to mind herself around the corner and just hang on to the pace, and then that stamina can kick in and she can stay on past beaten rivals. But yeah, they're going in boxes for the biggest night of the year in Irish Greyhound racing.
Oh, and it is still all about Rathdown Molly, 2-1 on. She's got a real classy sort, run up in the Gold Cup final in February here, and did also make the National Puppy Final over the same course and distance in December. But we will soon find out what happens for our first at Shelbourne. So let's go over to Ian.
Here in the red jacket, Rathdown Molly. And there is the bell. The runners for the opener in 1, Rathdown Molly. 2 is Droopy's Ailsa. 3, Ballymacsona. 4, Breeders Wood. 5 is Fire Time. And 6 is Press Unlock. The hare coming up behind Traps. And off they go, and a good start by one. Rathdown Molly, 6 on the outside. Press and lock in behind runners 2. Droopy's Elsa, but out front, and it is 1. Rathdown Molly, she's into a 5-length advantage over second spot, Trap 5. That is Fire Time, back in third is 6, Press and Lock, but up front, and it is Trap 1 that leads. Rathdown Molly, here comes 5, Fire Time with a rattle, and it's on the final bend. Rathdown Molly, 5, Fire Time is really putting it up to her, to the line. Fire Time, Rathdown Molly, Fire Time wins the opener from 1, Rathdown Molly. The winning time, 28-23. What a run to pick up Rathdown Molly. What a way to start proceedings here tonight at Shelbourne Park.
Well, that's it. That was Fire Time that managed to pick up Rathdown Molly there. We will be bringing you a replay, but after our next at Monmore, where we do have the 7:24, only about 3 minutes away, and El Prez Wolf in Trap 6 is your 11-8 favourite. I thought he'd been running well, Dave. He's had an extra kilo on him though, but his times have always been consistent around the low 29-second marker. He's been quite unlucky to not win recently, and I thought he could maybe go that bit better tonight.
The money's down.
The money's down.
Yeah, that's quite notable for me here. And good draw around the outside. Greenhill lucky, very hit and miss at the boxes, been off the card. And then the same applies to Some Occasion. And all of a sudden here, you know, 6, who's a strong tracker over this trip, I thought could be in a real handy pitch at the second turn here and be hard to beat. So, yeah, I've got to be with the stripes here. The money is down, very strong, 2.56 on Betfair.
Yeah, both with El Perez Wolf then in the studio. So, yeah, Some Occasion I thought was an interesting one. I mean, obviously lightly raced, only had the 7 starts, only just turned 2, is yet to get on the score sheet, but has been staying on strongly in his races, but just hasn't been able to get the knack of trapping really yet. But we have seen it already happen tonight. The youngster really on at Monmore.
What would you make of that, the weight going on? You know, we're looking at El Prez Wolf, 4th of July, best recent personal time of 28.91. In fact, not dipped inside 29 seconds since that run, and is up a kilo since then, and all 5 recent runs have been at least 0.8 up.
Yeah, it's an odd one. Normally when a dog has weight taken off, that's when I tend to sit up a little bit more. But it depends on the dog. We used to have a couple that ran better with extra weight on, but you would look at the fact that he did his best recent time a kilo lighter. It would be interesting to see what times he'd do if he had that kilo off. With the way he's been running, he's been there or thereabouts, but you never know. With that extra bit of weight off, it could make all the difference. That extra 20 spots off would make this, I think,
I'm not seeing the weight sheet for tonight, but I can tell you he's now 2.28 on Betfair. So he's carrying the weight of money. If you want to talk weight, that's for sure.
Yeah, traps 2 and 5, I thought as well, would be interesting to watch. They're both returning from a spell off with injury. I mean, Builders King would really need to improve on that 29.44, but Greenhill lucky, I thought, doing that 29.32. He could come on from that trial. It looked a bit promising enough, but you do normally like to watch that initial run back before going with them.
Yeah, unless there's a real strong move. Evens now, El Prez Wolf. Right, do get in touch with us via Twitter and email. Big Pete has been on. Great show. Great to have Shelbourne on. Well met for me in the final. Trap Challenge, Trap 2. My pick, Sarah Kinsella, very emotional announcing the last derby. She and Boylesports have done a great job. Rob only said she brought the good weather and then got a 2-minute reply. She could talk the hind leg off a donkey. As they say, good luck wherever she goes next. And good luck to everyone involved. Tonight, I'll echo that. If every bookmaker had a PR person like Sarah Kinsella, we'd be in a better place, that's for sure.
Certainly will. Let's see what happens with Key.
It's Kennel Sweepstakes Heat 2. Hares at the traps. They're off. 4 was slow away. 5 just leads from 2, 3 and 6 across the track. Then comes 1 in the slow starting 4. Round the first bend, and it's 5 Greenhill Lucky. bust a length up on El Prez Wolf, who's coming to challenge. On the rails is Rough and Common. These are followed by Builder's King, and the back markers are Some Occasion on the inside of Cooley Woo Woo. At the 3/4, it's 1 being challenged by 6 who goes wide, then comes 5. Rough and Common from El Prez Wolf, and Rough and Common's got the measure of El Prez Wolf. Won the winner, 6 second, 3 third, 1 6 and 3.
And it is Rough and Common for King Billingham that has managed to land the spoils there. Some Occasion sort of coming splayed-legged out the boxes as he skidded out, so hopefully he'll be able to find his trapping boot soon. And Greenhill Lucky actually got off to a great start, and I thought El Prez Wolf was in a handy position, but did just give a bit away at the bends.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, anyone who's got involved in the gamble there, I think has had every chance. The Jolly went off even money favour in the end, but fair play to the winner, Rough and Common, who run well last time up. Recently dropped A5 into A6, and I thought it was very gutsy in game.
Yeah, just really sticking to that inside rail. You're always going to be able to gain a couple of lengths in hand there. But yeah, interesting run from El Prez Wolf in second. Cooley Woo Woo looks like held on for third. Now we owe you a replay from the first race at Shelbourne, where we were all thinking Rathdown Molly was good.
Yeah. And is it a plus, you know, you can lead the other Kobe to the bend because you beat him obviously in the third round?
It happened once, doesn't mean it'll happen again. We're taking absolutely nothing for granted. We'll just play it as it goes. I'm just hoping he gets a clear run to the bend. If he gets around the bend in front, if he's beaten from there, at least we know he got the run he can to the bend. But yeah, hopefully he'll ping it and get the bend in front, and then it'll lead for a lot of cheering down the back straight.
Yeah. You said it's a long week. Have you enjoyed the week?
I have, yeah. It has been a long week. There hasn't been much sleep all week, but I haven't found the fatigue just yet. I'd probably just collapse tomorrow or something. But yeah, we're just trying to cherish the moments as much as we can.
And have you wondered what might happen if he crosses the line in front?
Haven't really even imagined it yet, but I'd probably be, hopefully if he's 3 lengths in front coming down the back straight, I might start picturing it at that stage. But it's just, we don't really dare to think about that. But yeah, we're dreaming all the same. But whatever happens. It's just great to be here, and it's brilliant being here.
Well, it's been a great derby. You've been a great part of the derby, and let's hope you get your roar tonight.
Hopefully, yeah, but I have a good support coming tonight, so I hope the roof will be lifted tonight when he comes out of the lids in front, and yeah, just hoping he has done us proud at this stage. Like any owner that gets a dog, let alone into a derby, but to a derby final is a winner. Like, so at this stage, it's anything from 1 to 6 we're winners at this stage, so it's just great being here and we're relishing the opportunity.
John Jones, the trainer of Well Met, and you can't help but feel nervous for him, can you, Dave? When you're watching him there, and when they were interviewing him on the Derby lunch, he was the journey he must have been going on this week. Just an absolute bag of nerves, but so exciting for him.
Yeah, a real likeable camp. I think that the gang behind Well Met and also 365, and I think they're probably the two for the neutrals to latch on to, you know, and there's stories behind every dog, you know, and connections rightly, you know, get emotional. It's a big occasion, and I always feel whether it was an English derby, Irish derby, Scottish derby, whatever, it was like winning a competition, winning a Cat 1, winning a big competition, just getting to the final, because what were there, 156 greyhounds, we've had 55 races now, and there's just one, and there's 6 left standing. Yeah. So to be still in there is incredible. So it should mean a lot to these people, because if it doesn't, they're in the wrong game. Yeah,
it certainly is. And we'll feel good kennels to keep an eye on now. Let's head back to Rob and see who he's picked up now.
Right, we're going to look at our second race of the night in Derby Final night. We're with Robert Gleeson. Rob, big night hopefully awaits you. And you've got Optic Chico running in our second race.
Yeah, he ran well in the first 2 rounds of the Derby, and he got knocked out when we ran him in the plate, but he got a bit of the cough in the plate, and he's probably running a bit flat at the minute, but the race that he's in, he's probably dropping a grade, so we'll be hoping he'd be thereabouts.
Yeah. If the real Optic Chico turns up, you'd be hoping he'd go close anyway.
He should be going close. Yeah, if he comes back to his first round, but he'll need to be coming back to his first round, but if he does, he should be bang right there, yeah.
Now you've got Corberg Prince, the old boy, in the open sprint. Great to see him here.
Yeah, he's been a great servant, so, and his owner Paul is over. He's a few runners in the card, so, but he's been a good servant now. He's not as good as what he was, but he's still in good form and he's well drawn. He likes the inside, so we'll be hoping he'll win the first 3 anyway.
Yeah, and in saying that, it was only a few months ago he done the clock up in Lifford when we were there.
He did, yeah. He likes to be on the inside. He was in 1 that night, but no, he's still, if you give him a try, he's still an 1870 dog. But a race can be a different story.
And then a little bit later, we've got Carrick Fergie, who runs in the open 525.
Yeah, very fast dog. No luck since Kilkenny. He got the cough before the Derby and things just didn't go away, and then he got knocked out of the first round of the Derby, and then he was in the plate and he picked up a little thing again, but he's badly drawn now in 4 tonight. He'd want to be in close to the race, but we're just hoping he needs a race because he's heading to Cork for the Lords, so we're just hoping he'd come through tonight alright and we get him ready for Cork then.
Now all top trainers are looking for the next superstar, and you might have 2 after last night, Droopy's Mandolin and Droopy's Flightline.
Yeah, they're 2 comrades, our Droopy's Curio. So far so good. We won't get too big yet, but they're doing everything right. They're unbeaten and the early pace and the stay, so hopefully they just stay sound now. That's the holy all of it.
Yeah, it's Derby Final night. It's 10 years on since your greatest night. What do you think of tonight's big race?
I think it's wide open.
We've heard that once or twice.
Yeah, but I think the race could be set up for the 3 dog, Pat Buckley's dog. I just have a feeling he's a very fast dog and he'll be finishing, you know what I mean, he's coming home in shocking times. But I just think if he gets in behind the dogs 1 and 2, they'll have to be looking in the wing mirrors, come around the last bend.
Yeah, and there's a couple of sets of connections who've never been here. Pat hasn't won it in 15 years. It's really the race everyone wants to win.
Oh, that's where we're in the games. It's like the horse race and the Epsom Derby or Irish Derby. This is it. And if you're not in it, you know what I mean, this is what we're in. But I'm in it to win the Derby, and that's all that matters to me anyway.
Yeah. Well, we're looking for a winner tonight. Of the 3 we talked about, what might have the best chance?
I'd say Optic Chico. Yeah, keep faith in him.
Robert Gleeson there has Optic Chico going in trap 5 and put a real flashy performance in that Derby first round, which was off the back of him finishing runner-up in the Champion Plate final as well. Is he one for you, Dave? Are you going elsewhere?
I mean, Optic Chico was the dog I think was went into the semi-finals of the Plate last week as the anti-post jolly. Massive all-round speed. Probably just lacks a yard of top class early pace in here, but I felt that 3 and 4 might step inside here and 5 just might get a run around the outside, but it's a hell of a race. I mean, the fact it's only, what we on race 2 on the card at Shelbourne Park, you know, given any sort of Saturday night, this would be one of the top races on the card, so it just shows you the calibre of dog on show. Boylesports Gift is very, very classy. It would be remiss of us to not mention the owner of Boylesports Gift, who's obviously a big supporter of Irish Greyhound racing, and it would be quite fitting for John Ball to have a winner on the biggest night of them all. But I think 5 can just get a run round the corner here. I don't expect to see him bombing into the turn leading, but if he's anywhere near him at the second bend, I think he's going to be very hard to beat.
One that we can show you at home is Deadly Showtime. This is running on the first round of the Irish Derby in trap 1 on this occasion. Yeah,
I mean, switches to 4, which I don't think is going to be ideal for Deadly Showtime, but a very classy, very, very experienced tracker as well, who's been there, done it, you know, dined at the top table, and who's to say, you know, couldn't sort of flash out and do some running here as well, and it's a good one to come from behind Deadly Showtime should Carol Ram's bottoms charge get on the skin. So the draw's not ideal. I mean, 3's got a little bit of speed as well. Sean Conway's Lotto other news. thought might be a hindrance to Deadly Showtime on the run to the corner.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of expecting Deadly Showtime to show that burst of early pace, but as we've seen, we will be trying to cut in at the first, and I just thought with a few big lads on his inside, and that's where I'm hoping Lotto Other News is going to barge his way through. I mean, he's such a keen runner, especially when he does have his head in front. Strike It Sid in track 1 at a massive price, did put an absolute storm over running last week, but that did look a far easier ask than this. Sogna in Grande in trap 6, I mean, has some nice A1 form round Limerick and Tralee. I mean, he won his first open round here on the 22nd of July, but pretty much since then his times and sectionals have just slowed down ever so slightly, so it'd be interesting if he can pull that form back around. But it is Optic Chico that has remained strong at 5-4.
Will it be Chico time? Right. Emails. Joseph, I'm predicting that the other Kobe will do the business in the Irish Derby final. They will get home safely, and a good night had by all involved. Do get in touch with us. Also comment on our YouTube live stream as well. I'll be checking out some of the comments on there shortly. Do get in touch with us if you are joining us via YouTube.
Evening again to West Country Greyhound Kennels. They've sent a picture in of Harry and his cousin, saying it was a bit earlier on, saying they've been picking dogs as they parade, and they were 2 from 2 early on. So if he wins again in the next race, I'll be using him for tips in the future. 2 very cheeky little chappies sat on the sofa enjoying the greyhound racing. That's what it's all about. Great to hear from you guys. Please keep getting in touch, but we are about to find out what happens for our second race with Ian Fortune.
The runners for the second here tonight: 1 Strike It Sid, 2 Boylesports Gift, and 3 a lot of other news. 4 Deadly Showtime, 5 Optic Chico, 6 is Sonia in Grande. The hare coming up behind traps. Off, and a good start by 5 Optic Chico, challenged now by 6 Sonia in Grande, and 3 lot of other news, but at 6 Sonia in Grande goes round in front from 4 Deadly Showtime. 5 Optic Chico's back in third, but up front, and it is 6 Sonia in Grande, clear by 3.5, 4 lengths now. 2 in second, 4 Deadly Showtime. Optic Chico's motoring into second, but still 6 Sonia in Grande. 5 Optic Chico trying to close the gap, but Sonia in Grande will lead to the line for Jack Kennelly and the Swedish House Party Syndicate. Second was 5 Optic Chico, a gap to the rest. The winning time 29.41. A tremendous run by the winner, Sonia in Grande.
29.41, a career best for Sonia in Grande over this trip, and a great run from Optic Chico in behind after that trouble at the first bend, but no getting away from the stripes here, Dave.
No, yeah, as I mentioned, Optic Chico just lacking a yard of that top quality early speed, because after that break, would have been a real handful. But fair play to 6, who zipped to the turn, was very, very brave, and has held off a classy sort who's had a good run, a real good run at him from halfway there, but never for me really looked like getting there. And young Jack, top handler, I think they've got Beeper's Lariat to run a little bit later on as well. I think it's got a big player I fancy strongly. They're on the board on the biggest night.
And well done to Jack there with Sonia in Grande. Optic Chico back in second. Now over to Monmore, where we've got our 7.44, and Fabulous Heather and Winterfield Jet just leading the market for here. I'm actually going to be with a bit of value with Chubby's May in trap 3. I mean, I know she's got rails comments, but she does look a little bit more of a middle runner for me. She does come straight out of trap 3 when she's ran from it before. She's only got the 4 races here. Did manage to bag her first win last week, and I thought just looked like she was staying on that bit stronger and really starting to sharpen up on her trapping. Still think she's got some more improvement to come, so I'm going to be with a bit of value in 3. Where are you going, Dave?
There was quite a bit of money around for 2 on the early prices. Fabulous Heather, who's not got a great strike rate, only 5 wins from 34. I favoured 6 around the outside. And now Fearsome Munster is a serial misbreaker for Gary Smith in the orange jacket. Has been in good form, won 2 of his last 4, and he'd be quite a strong tracker, but I felt his presence in 5 and Flower Pot Pete taking a step inside from 4 would just open up the track here to Winterfield Jet, who I don't like playing skinny ones in sort of A5 below, regardless of which track it is. But this one has got leading claims. You know, he's got the pace. He's quickest on the clock in recent times, and I just thought if he does it right at the boxes, he'd be clearing away at the second turn as they straighten up and can build that unassailable lead. But I thought 2 was the interesting runner. I mean, I'm not exactly reinventing the wheel here, am I? 13-8 and 15-8, but I thought they were the 2 to focus on. And if you wanted to sort of play around them, I'd be 6/2 rather than 2/6.
Fair enough. Winterfield Jet then for Dave, and myself with Chubby's May. Thought Miss Sovereign would be an interesting one to watch. Did have the first win last week since February, and sometimes when we've seen it before, haven't we, Dave? When they've managed to get back on the bunny, all they need is that bit of a clear run, and it can sort of reinvigorate them a little bit. Yeah,
I like latching on to dogs who have been over 6 bends, drop back into 4 bends, even if they don't get home, and particularly if they've been on the bunny. You know, you can see dogs running over 4 bends, step up in trip, get off the front, and they might get picked up, but they've been on the bunny. You know, these dogs are probably strong running salts, looking for racing room throughout over 4 bends, and it can dent confidence, and they can go a bit stale, and switching them up, giving them a sight of the hair, can certainly switch them on. So that's something to look out for here. It's not really been the case for Winterfield Jet of late. You know, he's got the early to lead. He's definitely got the early to lead in this race, but he's not been on the bunny for a while, so I'm just hoping he can make the bend here unscathed, because I think his ability's hidden a little bit on recent form because he's not been able to dominate early on.
It'd be nice for another winner for Chris Jones, with it being his dad's memorial night tonight. We'll see what happens with this A6.
Race 6, the 7:44, the Lawrence Jones Memorial A6 Kennel Sweepstakes, Heat 3. Hares behind the traps. They're off. 5 was slow to stride, 2's fast up, and 2 leads from 1, 3 and 6 across the track. Then comes 4 and 5 at the first bend. 2 being pressed all the time on the far side, and 3 Chubby's Mice come through to take it up at halfway from Flower Pot Pete. On the rails is Miss Sovereign, and these are chased by the 2 wide runners, Winterfield Jet and Fearsome Munster. Past the 3/4, it's Chubby's Mice by a length to Miss Sovereign. Off the final bend, 3 just in front of 1. 3's got there from 1. Tight for 3rd, possibly trap 6.
It's Chubby's May that has managed to land her 2nd win on the 5th time of asking, and after that win last week, just seems to have done the world of good. She's really come forward, not even trapped out as well as what she normally does, but certainly looks a lot stronger coming home now, Dave.
Yeah, there was no pace in this race at all here. Fabulous Heather, who's quite a strong bitch, has banged out, and she just not got the legs of them to the turn. And 1 and 3 have rushed up, flanked her. She's been squeezed out. And yeah, Chubby's May, great shout from yourself, Anna, there. And yeah, looks full of confidence down the back once getting to the front, and had to really battle hard just to get to the front at that 2nd turn. And looks a nice bitch here. She's made all out of 1. You know, the racing office have asked a lot of her here because they've put her up in class. They've stepped her out to 3, which she has been in before, but got beat, and she's done the business. So, yeah, nice performance there for owner trainer Richie Taberner.
Yeah, certainly it looks one to follow over the coming weeks. Now, we're off for a quick break, but either side of that break, we're going to be treating you to a little bit of Rob Catterson.
Right, well, we're looking forward to the Irish Greyhound Derby, and 12 months on after Born Warrior won, we're with Jennifer O'Donnell again, and Jennifer, his full brother, the other Kobe, must have an equally as good chance.
Look, he's got a great chance tonight, but he must break on terms, or if not, take an absolute flyer, because he is all about early speed and he'll have to make the bend. And look, if he makes the bend, he has a chance. Every dog in the race, if you run it 5 different ways, they all have an equal chance. It's a very wide open final.
How is he all week?
He's in great form all week, so he is. We've had no issues with him. He's just kept to his routine, and he's been very happy in himself.
Does he have to do what he did a couple of weeks ago and do those flying splits?
Look, everything has to go right. We're at the final stage now, so he is going to have to take a flyer, and hopefully the track looks to be running very well now tonight, so hopefully the good ground will allow him to do those splits if he does take a flyer and lead. But he has to clear trap 1 when he does come out, so it's going to be a tricky race.
Absolutely. Have you enjoyed the week?
We've enjoyed the week. It's been busy, but no, like last year, it's been a great build-up and it's been great excitement to have him in the final.
5 trainers have won back-to-back derbies, including your dad. If you could do that, it'd be some achievement.
Look, we're not here about writing history. We're here just to have one more race. And look, whatever happens, it's a great achievement to be here. To win, it would be an even bigger achievement, but we're just delighted to be here.
Well, let's hope you can do back-to-back with his full brother.
Thank you very much.
At William Hill, we get the value of football, the value of the players, the value of the win.
It's nothing can happen. You need more goals.
The value of your bet. This season, we're giving you our best value ever with William Hill's Epic Value. So, whether it's Acca Freedom, 3 or 4, or Epic Odds, we've got you covered. Real value, week in, week out.
It's epic!
It's who you play with. William Hill.
I can look at 12 horses and the form all at once. Come on. The app is my paddock.
Once the race starts, we don't bother with cheers in our house.
When the race is on, I try to remain calm.
If it's possible to love a four-legged beast and a wee tiny man sitting on top of it, then I love you!
Boost your racing odds at ladbrokes.com.
Betfred presents Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
Right, well, we'll continue our look to the Irish Greyhound Derby Final. We've got Pat Buckley. Pat, obviously great to see you with the Derby Finals. Before we talk Derby, let's look at your other runners tonight. Let's start with Bobsleigh Drain. Great to see her win on Monday night in Nottingham.
Yeah, she's as tough as nails. Took her over to Nottingham just to give her another change around. She's well drawn in 600. She's in good form and she's ready to go.
Yeah, and the 600 looks ideal.
Yeah, she'd say 600 no bother, you know. So I mean, she does things her way, and she's tough.
Okay, back to sprinting with Road Exile.
Yeah, I put him in the sprint. Just thought it was a better race for him, and he's in good shape too.
You've got a great chance in the Michael Fortune plate with Ballinabula Una.
Yeah, she's lacking the yard of early pace now, but like she's well drew in one is where she wants to be, Rob. So we're hopeful.
Papadora in good form.
He's a good form, and he's got an outsider's chance in 5. He's probably better than his card suggests, so he would have a squeak. Hot race now, another holiday in 1, but if he popped out tonight, you never know.
And it's a hot race to finish off, and you've maybe got the dog to beat Ballinabula despite what happened on Monday.
Yeah, it didn't happen for him on Monday. He broke pretty good on Monday, went down to the bend and sent to run off the bend and just didn't get into the race. But listen, he's back here tonight, so he likes it here, so hope for the best.
Yeah, good trip, long run to the bend, good track, everything's in his favour.
Yeah, listen, if he gets it right, he's great, and if he misses it, he's a different animal, so we're just hoping for the best.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't. Let's talk about Ben's, Teddy, because you've had high hopes of this lad all year. What an achievement to get to an Irish Derby Final with him.
Yeah, listen, he's a lovely dog, does things right, he's very straightforward to train. He's just a good, honest dog and does things right.
We obviously chatted before the Derby, and you wanted to get as many runs into him. The more runs, the better he is.
Yeah, he'd only one sprint coming into the Derby, and that was actually here, and that's all he had. He 2 gallops, 1 sprint. He picked up an injury in the first round of the Project, so I just took my time with him. Now he had plenty of walking and swimming, but he's coming out from round to round, I feel, and he'll need the gaps to open. He hasn't got the early pace down to the corner.
A lot of great dogs win derbies because of their track craft. He's going to need that tonight.
he's going to need everything that he possesses tonight to win. But like that's what makes it such a great Derby final.
You're a great trainer. You're a great judge. Can he do it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's never been better.
And it's hard to believe you haven't won one since College Causeway. It would be amazing if you could do it for you, Emma, James, the whole team.
Yeah, we finished second 3 times in it, and we were touched off it. Sing Along Sally was beat by Susie Sapphire, and then Run Happy was beat by Linson Buck on the line. So, well, we know this fellow will stay anyway. He won't be falling on his backside coming off the less.
Well, there's a lot of people rooting for you, so the best of luck.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks very much.
Pat Buckley there, looking very calm and collected, but you would if you had the team he has tonight at Shelbourne. And obviously we have Ballinaball Ed running in the 10:30. We will be showing that. We pushed the darts back to make sure we can show you that brilliant race to finish up on. It be absolute sacrilege.
And we won't get the violin out just yet. Buckley, Pat mentioned it. Pat's a top man. Mentioned a couple of these dogs touched off in finals, but they are a kennel that have been there, done it. A rare trainer to have landed the Triple Crown, although Shawfield's not open anymore, winning Scottish derbies, English derbies, and of course Irish derbies. And he's got the great man's got another one in the final there, and Ben's Teddy going to be a real handful.
Certainly is. He has Bobsleigh Dream running in this, and we can actually show you Bobsleigh Dream going back a couple of weeks to the 12th of August, a couple of starts back, when she was last in winning ways, and it was going to be obviously in her Irish Derby round. And yeah, it was a good performance. It's just what you come to expect from this girl, to be honest, though, isn't it?
Yeah, she won at Nottingham on Monday as well, which for me is always going to be a negative. There's a few dogs, Clona Duke, Ballinaball Red a little bit later on, that have gone from running in Ireland over to Nottingham. Obviously the hare and the traps opening in a different position. Then back to Shelbourne Park. Now, these are all experienced dogs. They've been to Shelbourne Park a million times, but it would still be a slight negative to me. It could knock them out of sync just slightly, but she's classy. She'll need to tread carefully early on. I'm really strong on undulation here around the outside. Yet to race over the 600, but as a brilliant draw. She is a middle, but on the outside of 5 Raiders, and I think her main danger is Bobsleigh Dream stranded in 3, who's not guaranteed to get a run around the turn. If we can get a start out 6 and cut loose, Undulation, who run really, really well, lit up the early rounds of the English Derby at Toaster, can show her class here. And yeah, I fancy her to make all.
Yeah, it certainly was an exciting one to follow when she hit the scene as a pup, doing that 29.20 in her puppy derby heat at Toaster. But then she was away from the track for the majority of the start of the year. We did see her return for our derby, but unfortunately was knocked out in the 3rd round. But yeah, Bobsleigh Dream for me, I know even 11 to 10 now. I mean, she's just a bitch I've always thoroughly enjoyed watching, and we do have that little bit of footage we can now bring you back from the 12th of August.
Yeah, I mean, she is classy. She's won 2 Irish Classics. She won the Cesarewitch, I think she won the Cesarewitch at Mullingar from a tricky draw. So she can get across, and from halfway, second bend to third bend, she absolutely flies. And if she gets to the rail early, it's going to be really, really hard for any of these to beat her. I'm going with 6, but we need to get off the front, and I feel like we really need her to get tangled up early on here. And, you know, if she does flash out, she's the sort of bitch that would give the clock a shake rather than, you know, terms of questioning whether she can get beat or not. She'll be racing against the clock. But, yeah, this is a great race, brilliant race. And she's one of the top trackers in Ireland. She's already accrued over €60,000 in prize money. She is a dual classic winner. She's perhaps not as draw dependent as she was when she started out her career, but you'd still favour her towards the inside. She's going to make her way to the rail at some point, and if you're taking 11 to 10, can she get across to the rail at some point? If she can, she'll win. If she can't, then it might be the likes of Undulation who'll be out wide, out of trouble, and hopefully out clear and gone.
Yeah, bobsleigh dream for myself. I like what you say there. She's, especially early on in her career, she was pretty draw dependent, wasn't she? She had every time seemed to get traps 3 and 4, but she seems to have really matured nicely. She's learned how to handle it a little bit better now, and she is one of those that can ping out, and I think it'd be a case of game over. But we also have seen her many a time slow off the mark and then make it look very easy to work her way through the field. Do have Monmore betting at the bottom of the screen for our 8:03 that will be just 4 minutes after this race. A couple of others just to mention, obviously Gaytime Hugo is another one that you know is going to appreciate that sort of extra little bit further in this trip. I mean, he's still relatively lightly raced for his age, but he's already made a Conor Nanning Kirby final. His trapping can just be a little bit inconsistent for me, though, still, I think.
Yeah, this is a great race. It really is. I mean, Ballymac Whisper, runner-up in the Laurels. If she was drawn towards the insider, you'd be thinking, well, I mean, hold on a minute. If she makes the bend, she's going to make these go. You know, she won the Kingdom Derby. Real classy, real classy. They stepped her up in trip. It wasn't to be. But she's got an engine, you know, and as I say, if she was pitched on the inside and she could hold the rail, again, you know, they're going to be struggling to hold her. You know, she's 8, not 7-2, 4-1 because of the draw.
Yeah,
so,
100%.
yeah, the money comes for Undulation. Bobsleigh Dream still solid enough on Betfair, around about the 6-4 mark. Undulation hovering around 2-1. They're a mile clear of everything else in the betting. Gaytime Hugo up on the inside. Perhaps the dog to Boss Matters on the inside here for Graham Hollander. You just know he's going to strike at some point tonight.
Well, we'll soon find out what happens. So let's go over to Ian.
Well, there is the bell. The runners in 1, Barefoot Supremo, 2, Gaytime Hugo, 3, Bobsleigh Dream, 4, Millridge Bryce, 5, Ballymac Whisper, 6 is Undulation. Hair up behind Traps. Racing, good start by Trap 3, Bobsleigh Dream, 6 Undulation on the outside challenges, but it's Bobsleigh Dream from 6 Undulation, then comes 2 Gaytime Hugo, but up front and Bobsleigh Dream is on by a length and a half to 6 Undulation, Gaytime Hugo, but out front and Bobsleigh Dream, the powerhouse, is on by 2 lengths, Gaytime Hugo really putting it up to her, 6 Undulation back in third, but Bobsleigh Dream continues to lead, Undulation now on the inside challenging again, it's 3 Bobsleigh Dream, Gaytime Hugo, Undulation. What a contest! Gaytime Hugo and Bobsleigh Dream. Oh, that is desperately tight on the line. Gaytime Hugo's on the right side, Bobsleigh Dream on the far side, and Undulation just behind them. I think we're going to the judge, folks. The winning time, 13:209. A serious run, whatever has got there.
Certainly is. It does look like Gaytime Hugo
Steady.
has that outside
I'm not sure that's on the line. Steady. Just steady.
If he's got up, though, and managed to pull in Bobsleigh Dream...
I thought 2 had got there, but Ian has sat firmly on the fence, which tells me it's really tight. I did favour 2. Do you know, I mean, we'll talk back on that shortly, but it was suggested to me not too long ago that perhaps she kids a little bit out in front, Bobsleigh Dream. Because you wouldn't really expect her to be getting fetched in because she's all class, but hell of a run from Gaytime Hugo, whatever's happened there. And I told you that man Holland would strike at some point, didn't I? It might well have been our last race, but it's tight.
Huge run from Gaytime Hugo. We will get confirmation and look back at the replay after our next at Monmore, where we've got an A7 just a couple of minutes away. My next best is going in trap 5. I managed to get a bit of 13-8 about him this morning, and I was kind of hoping that price was going to hang firm a little bit, but doesn't seem to be the case. He's just one of these. He's been off with an injury. He's been making a steady comeback. He hasn't been beaten by far at all in his last few outings, and just thought he could go that one better. He was A4 prior to this time off, so you'd expect him to be picking up an A7, but yeah, that 11-8 is now...
That 13-8 you took.
13-8 is long gone.
Listen, your account's going to be in trouble. Don't worry about what happens here. Taking 13-8 and they're going off odds on. Yeah, but a big chance around the outside. Banner Kill Tom, as you say, knocking on the door and clear claims here. Looks as if is going to be able to negate the massive negative. Two negatives make a positive. Of being in track 5.
Yeah.
I just thought could outgun them to the turn here. So shamelessly, I'm going to be with you, Anna, here. The orange jacket, I think, can make all the Racing Post next best.
Does certainly look that way. Got confirmation there on the bottom of the screen that it was Gaytime Hugo that managed to rein in Bobsleigh Dream to take the victory at a nice price of 6-1. You did mention him, didn't you, Dave, actually?
That's a hell of a run, though, and it, to be fair. It's, people will have their own opinions about Bobsleigh Dream. Listen, you can't run down a two-time Irish Classic winner. She's classy. I'd rather more, heap praise on the winner there, because that was a hell of a run from Gaytime Hugo, and the bitch undulation around the outside as well. She's done some running as well. She'd never been over the 600, and I thought she ran with credit out wide. It's just a shame. There's not regular races over the 600, because it's a hell of a trip, isn't it? Long run to the turn. And they just burn up the petrol, don't they? Down the back and coming home as well. Real test of a greyhound. One of the best races I ever saw was Sparta Maestro against Ballymac-Esky. Hell of a race over the 600.
Let's see what happens in this A7 at Monmore.
The 803 race 7 is an A7 with trap 6 vacant. Well back favourite trap 5 Ballynakill Tom. They're off. And 4 and 5 get best of the break. 3 and 1 show early pace. Then comes 2 round the first bend. 1, 3, 5. 4 gets pushed wide, and 2 the back marker. Onto the far side, and Ballynakill Tom, the gamble's gone clear from Cross Crees Maria. Then comes New Start Girl on the inside of Memory Token, and the back marker's Jaguar Isla. But running round to the 3/4, 5 Ballynakill Tom in splendid isolation. The battle's on for the places, and 5's going to win easily. Take 3 over 4 in the photo second.
Here's Ballynakill Tom for Alan Jenkins. It has won that in fine style. Certainly looks back to that sort of A4 form, and I can't imagine he's I don't think he'll even go up 1 grade for that, Dave.
There you go. Despite the awkward leaving of the boxes from track 5, which will do that to dogs, I'll tell you. If the race car comment doesn't read 1 well, then they should have another go here, because he's absolutely ripped him apart down the back. It was brave at the turn to get across, caused a little bit of bother coming across them, but yeah, recently dropped in class, and that really did tell. Hit the front and just ran away from them in good style there. So Ballynakill Tom on the board for Alan Jenkins.
Yeah, great to see Ballynakill Tom back to winning ways, and I'm sure
13-8, I gobbled that up early.
Long gone. Right, we do owe you a replay from that brilliant race over at Shelbourne, where we actually saw Gaytime Hugo winning nicely at a price of 6-1, and a bit of a surprise, to be honest, when Bobsleigh Dream trapped out as well as she did, but just kind of reiterates that thought of her being maybe a little bit of a kidder off the front. Might be a better bitch to miss the kick even and do a lot of running from behind.
Yeah, that was what was kind of suggested to me, and come with that withering late run and pick up the pieces. But fair animals chasing her, it has to be said. Gaytime Hugo, who I would have really wanted to see off the front, to be fair, but really moved nicely down the back 2 to 3. Flanked by classy performers in Bobsleigh Dream in 3 and Undulation in 6, and really put it down late on here. 22nd start, 5th win, a hell of a run, and the big crowd at Shelbourne Park treated to an absolute thriller there, which you tend to see so often over the 600.
Yeah, you do. As you can see there, Gaytime Hugo winning at 6-1. Second was Bobsleigh Dream, the 6-5 favourite. Third, Undulation at 13-8. Now let's go back to Shelbourne and catch up with Rob.
Right, we're going to have a look at the 4th race. It's the Open Sprint, and it's a big night for the Cronins. We're with Mikey Cronin. Mikey, you've got Champ Skippy in the Open Sprint.
Yeah, we've Skippy in Trap 4 in the Sprint. Tis a nice sprint. Road Exile is in 5 just outside him. He's a very fast dog. He was unlucky now to go out in the semi-finals of the Bar 1. But look, we'll be looking. He hasn't won around the track, but he's run very, very well.
So we'll be looking for him to break and lead and see what he can do after that.
Because he just hasn't been hitting the lids. The night he hits the lids is probably the night he does a good run.
Yeah, look, he's serious raw pace. Like, he's shown great gear into the bend, great gear down the back, just not putting it all together with the braking. So look, fingers crossed he comes out tonight. We can see what he does.
Well, you got a leading fancy in the consolation. Finally hit the crossbar obviously a couple of times in the Derby. How is Trinity Junior?
Yeah, look, he's in great form. He's in trap 2 in the consolation, and he's in great form, and it's great to be there. He was very unlucky to go out in the semi-finals. He drew 4 and there was a bang railer on 5, and so when traps went up, 3 came out, 5 went in, and we went out. So that's the way it went. And as it goes tonight, as it transpires, the dog that put us out in 5 is in 3 again tonight on our outside. But sure, we'll be looking for a better result than last week.
Yeah.
So we'll be fingers crossed for that.
And a better break, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, and then we talk about, we're still calling him Kildare. A lot of people know him obviously as his new name, Mr. Shelm. How is he?
Yeah, look, he's in great form. Like, he's ran really well, and he was unlucky to go out in the quarterfinals. He just checked down the back here. Hoffa checked him, and just couldn't get back into it after that. They were doing great clocks in front of him, like, and he lost nothing in defeat. But we gave him a little layoff, and he's back now, so he's fresh. And it is a great race he's in, like. So we just be hoping for him to break. He's great gears down the back, and he stays well this year as well. So.
And of course, this night last year, he managed to win the plate.
Yeah, he actually went through the plate unbeaten last year. So, yeah, great dog. He's been a great servant. Like, he won the plate 29.30 here. I think it was 40 spots faster than the Derby. 20 spots faster than the Derby. It was 29.50 that night.
You have him back. Will you hold on to him?
Yeah, look, sure, we'll go get over tonight first, and we'll see where we go after that.
Okay. Must ask you about the Derby. You know, it's a wide open Derby. What do you think?
Yeah, look, it's a great Derby, like, and any of them could win it. Like, it's great to see Scott Field in the final, Lawrence Jones. I know they had a dog in it, our surprise a couple of years back, and he was withdrawn. I think he was injured coming up to the final, and that would be disappointing. So look, any of them, the 6 of them win it. Like, it's a good Derby final, and it's great to be in it. Derby final is a great thing to be in.
Great to hear from all the connections over at Shelbourne, looking like a brilliant night so far, and had a few surprises along the way. And in this 8:14 now, we do have a warm order in Road Exile, and this dog has actually been quite a frustrating one for me, Dave. I made him my nap a couple of starts back, shamelessly at 11 to 10. Had a clear run, no excuses. He was just outclassed on that occasion by Ballinakilov, who put a huge run in. Week after, made him Malay.
Oh.
Silly mistake, very silly mistake. So I'm going to go again with him today.
Oh, I was going to go with 5. I might have to change now.
But this is my last chance. Last chance saloon with him. But he's a greyhound that has got so much ability. And to say, I mean, you look at his racing, 10 wins from 16 starts. He is a very classy sort. He's proven himself strongly around here and round Limerick. He really smashes out the boxes. My only worry is Chelm Skippy in trap 4. Now, I don't quite understand why he's been seeded a middle runner, as he does go very wide at the bends, and if Road Exile's on his outside, Chelm Skippy really takes off round them and could scupper his chances.
Got some pace for. Last time up, walked from the boxes and absolutely flew to the corner. Yet to win, got to be up there with the fastest dogs yet to win a race in both England and Ireland. I'm with 5, but if 4 breaks level, I don't see how 5 gets round Chelm Skippy. And our man, Rob Catterson, is a very fair judge, and he has an uncanny knack of interviewing connections before their dog does the business. I don't think he's the type of chap that just turns up and makes it up as he goes along, is our Rob. So I'd say he probably fancies a fair run out of Chelm Skippy as just as I, which read into that as you will. I'm still going to go with 5, but it's not a strong pick for me, and now we know the Bok Anna's on. It's probably even more of a negative. But yeah, class act, real class act. Good little race this. Much will rest on the start. Again, we don't have too many top class races over the 350 yards, but it's quite a lot of Dundalk form to go on here, and some real good animals on show. You know, if you can give the clock a shake at Dundalk like some of these have, you can run. And I think 5's a worthy jolly, but I mean 8 to 11 was crazy short. Our thought would maybe be kind of 5 to 4, and you take your chance on, you know, if he does it right at the boxes, he'll be hard to beat. But we've heard from Pat Buckley, who's got a good team of dogs out tonight. One of the big guns turned over, Bobsleigh Dream, but this lad can really
First of our quarter-finals.
Can really run. The only I watched this, and the only thing, I mean, listen, he's exploded from the boxes, but 1, 2 and 3 have all absolutely walked out, so the track was just there for him to run into. But yeah, real classy sort. Got bags and bags of pace, and I'll give a mention to the chap that owns him as well, Robert Caldwell, who puts a hell of a lot into the game. I think he owns a lot of the dogs at the Nevin Kennel, as well as 1 or 2 dogs over in Ireland. So best of luck to him. 10 wins from 16 starts coming into this. Worthy favourite. Little bit on the skinny side for me. Maybe if you fancy 1 or 2 dogs a little bit later on, this could be the start of your multiple.
It would be interesting to see if he can smash out, like we have seen from him, a little bit of support for Blackstone Bobby, which I found a little bit of a surprise, just because he hasn't raced for over a month now. And I always think with sprinters, I like to see them racing a little bit more often.
Yeah, I mean, the trainer would know the time of day, and these dogs that are off, you kind of would like to think that they'd be aimed at this race. You know, this is not a competition. Everyone knew there was going to be kind of a €2,000 one-off 350. You know, that is the target. Get your dog ready for that. So time off the card wouldn't be too much of a concern for me. Hell of a race.
Certainly is. Road XL, your 10 to 11 favourite though, as the last ones are just going in for this amazing sprint. So after the starters check them, we're going to hand you over to Ian Fortune.
Sprint contest here tonight on Derby Final. In 1 we have Kilgrenny Blake, 2 Corbrack Prince, 3 Blackstone Bobby, 4 Chum Skippy, 5 Road Exile, 6 Stefan's Joker, the hare. Coming up behind Traps now. Off and a good start by Trap 5. Road Exile leads into the opening turn from in second spot on the outside. 6 Stefan's Joker, but it's Road Exile. The favourite leads on the bend. Stefan's Joker moves second. Traffic in behind. 4 is Balk, Chum Skippy, and it's Road Exile, the favourite up the home straight. Galloping on, wins in fine style for Richard Caldwell and Pat Buckley. Second was 6, Stefan's Joker. The winning time is rapid, 18:49. Road Exile wins as a favourite should.
Oh, 18:49, that is some performance. And even though it was a little bit messy behind at the bend there, Dave, there was never going to be any catching this dog.
No, listen, he's probably out-trapped him by half a length, and we knew he was electric to the corner. So you can just see him, he's showing his class, showing his pace to the turn. There's 5 in a line in behind there. Something had to give. 2 and 3 squeezed out. 6 has come right over to the rail on the crown of the bend there and just squeezed Chelm Skippy out, and then all of a sudden it really was a race against the clock, and a very, very impressive performance there from Road Exile. Some sort of tonic, if you like, for Pat Buckley, who's just seen one of his stars chinned on the line, Bobsleigh Dream, back to winning ways for Team Buckley, and still leading chances to come a little bit later on, including 3 in the big one.
Yeah, certainly was. Road Exile there having his 11th career win on his 17th start. A very progressive youngster. Now we're going to head back over to Shelbourne and catch up with Rob.
Right, well, we're looking forward to the big one, the Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby. And if there was a prize for the best dressed owner, Scott Phelan, I think he'd already be in the winner's enclosure.
Ah, yeah, you have to dress up for these occasions. It's not very often you'd get here, so look, we said we'll dress up and enjoy the night.
It's obviously been tough going having her ready every week. Everyone wants to know, how is she?
She's in great form this week. This is probably the most straightforward week we've had with her. She was sick there for the last 2 rounds. Not sick now, but just a little under the weather. Not herself really. Now this week she's bouncing, so we're hoping now she's at her best tonight and she'll surely run her race.
And it's not uncommon for a greyhound not to win during the derby, to get to a final and do the business on the night where it matters.
No, there's plenty of dogs that have done it before. look, she's there with her chance, and we're more hopeful, more than confident, really. But look, you never know. It's a final, and anything can happen.
And as you said, every week you feel like you're winning every week just by qualifying.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're coming every week thinking this is the night now. We'll bow out. But she's surprising us every week. She keeps coming out and doing her thing. She's a lovely style of running, and we've lost word. The aim tonight, we were expecting to be up here running a 750 and hoping to win that, and that was the plan. Throw her into the Derby, go a few rounds, get a bit of fitness under her belt, and throw her into the 750. We never expected this, so we're over the moon.
And the Points of Highness Syndicate, you've got great mileage in the last week alone. How are the nerves with the owners?
Grand, yeah, we're not as nervous this week as we were the last 2 weeks. I think it was more or less getting here was the main thing, and now we're here, we're going to enjoy it, and there's not very often we'll get here, so look, we're going to enjoy it. That's the main thing tonight.
And you're a young bunch of lads, obviously to win the Derby would be extraordinary, but the winning purse isn't bad either.
No, it probably won't be seen. I don't know who's going to be feeding the dogs if she wins. I definitely won't anyway, but look, it is what it is. It'll be great for our kennels. We've a small kennel there. We'd be a lot of work to be able to put into it and do it up the way we want it. But it's a massive purse. Even tonight, we're guaranteed a nice purse tonight, so we'll put it back into her and we'll split it up 3 ways, and that'll be the way it goes.
And there's a lot of young people trying to get into the game. Watching you and seeing what you've done in less than 2 years must give a lot of people looking in great encouragement.
It has to, yeah. Sure. We were here. This time last year. We were sitting there not knowing what was going on. We had heard she was in season. I actually ranted at everyone here last year. She'd win the Oaks with a few pints of me, as you do. But look, everyone knows now. They're looking at me with her. People in Newbridge were saying it last night. He goes, if you can do it, anyone can do it, and that's the way it is. Like, I've only a small number of dogs, and by no means a top trainer. Just got lucky with the dog, and that's what it takes. Luck and hard work, really. Yeah.
Well, a little bit later on, you might be a Derby winning trainer.
Who knows? Be great.
Great to hear there, and it really does just add to the Derby field, doesn't it? All the stories behind each of the finalists. There's Road Exile on the podium there, proud as punch for all the connections. Emma just sorting her hair out, of course. But yeah, what a brilliant performance from Road Exile. No wonder, smiles all around, Dave.
Yeah, listen, there's nothing like having a winner on Derby Final night. I've owned a runner, but I've never got close to winning a race. Smashing run from a top sprinter there, Road Exile, brilliant.
Brilliant is. You need to get a screenshot of Emma there, looking proud as punch, of course, as you would. Certainly with that performance, a stunning kennel, and fingers crossed for a few more winners for them tonight. But we do have the 8:23 at Monmore coming up in 4 minutes' time, and a couple of joint favourites in Tully Murray Lyric in Trap 4 and Grab My Shades in Trap 5, both 9 to 4. Now, are either of these floating your boat, Dave?
No, I'm going with the top here. Swift Goddess, tuck in and pounce late. I think we can sit in behind Tally Ho Freddy and assert in the latter stages. And I'm not alone, 6s into 9 to 2.
Oh, a good bit of support force with Goddess for Kim Billingham. I'm going to be at the other end. I'm going to be with the other bookend here. Pure Panina in Trap 6, taking a bit of a chance with her. One that we've spoke about before, about we like to see dogs and bitches sort of change from the 4 bends to the 6 bends. She's certainly one of them, frequently changed over the trips. And
listen, she ran in a sprint at Toaster once.
Yeah. she's versatile, we'll give her that. She did win an A6 and an A5 back in July. She just needs to avoid trouble really with Grab My Shades, who I thought Grab My Shades is another interesting one. It's got a nice bit of A1 form round Romford. Was with Gemma Evans, I believe. Has obviously had the change of kennels, the change of scenery. Could just be a case of might need a few runs to get the hang of Monmore. It's obviously a very different style of track.
Yeah, very weak in the bettings. Opened up 7 to 4. You can have 11 to 2 on Betfair if you like. So if your bookmaker doesn't offer best odds guaranteed, which has to be said, quite a few of them don't now. And you're not playing Betfair, you must watch the Betfair market, because if you take 9 to 4 about Grab My Shades, he's going to return a lot bigger than 9 to 4, I can assure you of that, and they go out to 5 to 2 already. And these market moves will mirror what happens on Betfair. So if you are just punting the prices, you'll see that graphic there, 4 to 1, 11 to 4, 6, 5 to 2, 5 to 2, 5. And then the next graphic that scrolls round will be the Betfair exchange market. And that is, if you like, the true market in some people's eyes, but it will certainly have an impact on what those prices are doing. And you can see 6.6, which equates to just one click over 11 to 2. That 5 to 2 is going to grow and grow and grow. So do be mindful of that.
A little bit more support for Swift Goddess. Tally Ho Freddy as well in trap 2 into 11 to 4. He's a real sort of veteran of the track. He's had 115 races. They've all been at Monmore as well. Did go close last time out in an A6. Was the 9 to 4 favourite on that occasion and did do a 29.10, one of his smarter times really. So could be an interesting one. 11 to 4 into 5 to 2.
Mention that this is an A6, but it's also a race titled the National Greyhound Week Trophy, which it is here in the UK. Lots of, every track up and down the country doing their bit. We've actually got our very own intrepid roving reporter tonight, Jason Barrisford, who is at Hove. Won't be bringing you any of that content tonight, but a big night at Hove. We'll be bringing you some of that tomorrow and next week as well. Just explaining what National Greyhound Week is about, how it's come about, what it means and what it could mean in the future.
Yeah, always brilliant to hear. Now let's see what happens in this A6 for Keith Hewitt.
Race 8, the 823 and A6. This is the National Greyhound Week Trophy. Hares behind the traps. They're off. 4 and 2 were slow to stride. 5's fast out. 4's recovering well. Then comes 3, 1, 2 and 6 at the first bend. And 5 clears the field. Grab My Shades. Goes down the back. Just over a length in front of Swift Goddess. Then comes Tunnamurray Lyric. These are followed by Blue Gold, Tally-O Freddy and Purpanina. Round the second last bend and Swift Goddess has struck the front. Past the 3/4. A length and a half up on Grab My Shades. And then comes Tunnamurray Lyric. But up towards the line, 1's running on well. 1 the winner, 5 seconds, 6 up for third, 1, 5 and 6.
And it is Swift Goddess for Kim Billingham and all the connections that done it nicely, held that good inside pitch going into the first bend, very confident, and we know she certainly stays on strong. So once she was in a handy position, Dave, she wasn't going to be for catching.
Chances massively boosted by Tally Ho Freddy, completely walking from the boxes. She's taken a step off. Swift Goddess is daughter of Eden the Kid, but down the back the right was on the wall, as you mentioned. Grab My Shades, ex-Romford, up against a strong 480 dog. There was only going to be one winner at this stage, and 5 lifted off at the turn, and 1's railed nicely, saved ground on the inside, full of running, and has won really well there. Good strike rate as well, 10 wins, 44 starts. You wouldn't mind one that wins 1 in 4 on the graded. So yeah, well done to Swift Goddess, all those involved, including trainer Kim Billingham.
Certainly is. And we're now going to quickly head back to Shelbourne, where we've got Rob.
Right, the big night action continues here at Shelbourne. We're with Shane Dowling. Big night last night, Shane. Let's look forward before we look back, and let's chat about Ballymac-Katie. She must have a great chance in the Open 750.
She's a good chance, Rob, but I suppose the thing about it is she's probably going to have to pass 5 of them to win, which isn't ideal. She's in great form. She's a great bitch. I think that her future will probably be over further even again. But look, it's what's on offer tonight, and she's in super form, no excuses. But look, it's not going to be easy.
You say further, might we see her in the UK at some stage?
I'd say so, hopefully, if things go to plan and her season stays right, you know. So we'll see when the time comes.
Okay, Ballymac Pete, what do you think of him? He's in 3.
Yeah, she's a very nice bitch. She's a little bit erratic in boxes, and she's mad for the rails. That's probably her Achilles heel. If she did happen to lead, she'd have a small chance. She'd probably have to hope for a little bit of crowding in behind. Look, she's a good honest bitch. She is what she is, but secret to her is to lead.
Ballymac Run?
Yeah, very good bitch. Probably tad unlucky to go out here in the quarter final in super form as well. No excuses, is well in herself.
And then we come to Ballymac Marino, arguably the race of the night outside the big one. Everything seemed to be going according to plan in the Derby the night it went wrong.
Yeah, look, that's Greyhound racing. He's a very exciting dog. Like you said, it is the race of the night. Again, the secret is if you can get clear and get loose early. He's a very fast dog, but there'll be no room for error in that race. It's tip-top, but he's well in himself as well. We're happy with him.
You're happy with him anyway?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look back to last night, because obviously last week, it was tough going with the laddie da. 6 days later, and he's probably put in one of the best performances by a pup here at Shelbourne.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance. You could forgive him for missing his break, because I suppose he's been the last 6 times he's been out of the 550 trap, so it was his first time switching back. I just thought he was going to qualify coming off the second bend. I said he's gone second, now it's lovely, but what he did after that was phenomenal. Look, he's a very exciting dog. We know that he was favoured for the Derby here last week. Things didn't go right. There was a bit of movement in the traps. He missed his break and made the wrong decision off the second bend, and that's greyhound racing. But look, we all know what he's like and what kind of a dog he is, and I think he further enhanced his reputation last night.
Yeah, and it'd be great to get to a juvenile derby with him.
Look, it's early days again, but he has the class to do it if things go right along the way.
OK, now many reckon you have next year's derby winner in the laddie da. Let's talk about tonight. You were there with Ballymac Matt. What a night that was. What do you make of tonight's big race?
It's wide open. I think it's a very, very, very competitive field. You could make cases for them all. The weather is beautiful here tonight. I just feel that if something could get clear early, I have a sneaking suspicion for the other Kobe. If he gets loose. If not, I think Ben Steady could pick up the piece. He's a very fast dog. 5 and 6 are, look, they're all super greyhounds. It'd be a great story for greyhounds if 365 could do the business. I think Bocco's Crystal could be a slight hindrance for Music Lideway on the outside, and I just have a slight suspicion for the other Kobe. But look, I'm here to enjoy it, and I really don't mind who wins it.
Well, listen, best of luck tonight, and well done last night.
Thanks, Rob. Cheers.
Always great to hear from that Kennel. We've got our 8:32 now, 750 yards, 686 metres. A very exciting race where I like the look of Ballymac Katie in this, Dave. Are you with me, or are you else?
I am. I can't really make out the seeding of Droopy's Nice One. Very, very quick bitch. Not sure Rouse is the order of the day, and there's a lot of money for the top purely on the draw. One's not proven over the trip, but has been given every opportunity to get off the front here. Was beaten by Droopy's Nice One. They raced in traps 1 and 5 respectively last time. Doesn't look like a railer to me, and the top's got a draw, but I'm with you, I like 5.
Right, we can actually show you guys at home Hanover Phantom, who's got trap 3 today. Had trap 1 on this occasion, and this was on his most recent outing as well, over the 750 yards. And it was a cracking performance, to be honest, at a more than decent price of 9-1.
Yeah, run really well in the Conquer Cullen, finished runner-up on that occasion. I just really hate the draw, Hanover Phantom. I mean, a class act, and his chance rests on banging out and getting across 1 and 2, because I think 2 will lift off, whether it be on the run to the turn or at the bend. 1 will have to lead. If 1 doesn't get the run early and 2 then does lift off, then this race is all over the place, and then I'd be no offers Ballymac Katie, because as Shane mentioned there, this would probably be on the sharp side for her now. You know, the race card tells you 750 yards, 686 metres. She looks everything like 850 metres plus. She looks like a marathon bitch. And she's obviously little sister to Ballymac Taylor, who is already making waves over here for Mark Wallace and looks a star marathon performer herself. I think this will get messy at the turn. And I think 5 will be the one to pick up the pieces. Jack Tavern Bella deserves a mention. No Joy at Nottingham, but I think reached the quarterfinals, semi-finals of the Derby. Real class act over 4 and 6 bends. I think she'd have to bang out here and just cut loose out wide. As good as she is, I think she needs to get first run on Ballymac Katie, who's really, really poorly drawn, but dropping out, missing the break, being slow away, might not be the worst thing here in a race that could get messy.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're hoping for. Droopy's Nice One, as you touched on, really odd seeding. I mean, if you watched her last week when she ran from trap 5, stepped right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the whole world would probably be having a meltdown maybe if this one was trained by Liz and Radwick there. But she's not. Mert Lee is a great trainer. We've seen him feature in lots of the big finals here, and they've gone for the inside. Maybe it'll work in their favour, and Droopy's Nice One will bang out and make all, just like she did last time. But she's up in trip. I've got to be with the one known factor here, and that is Ballymac Katie is going to be absolutely motoring home and miss the break, let the trouble in, shoe at the turn and pick up the pieces is how I see it.
In case of how far. Well, we'll see what happens shortly. So let's hand you over to Shelbourne.
And so 1.5 laps of the track ahead of them. The runners for this 750-yard contest. 1 Hookham in 2. Droopy's Nice One. 3 Hanover Phantom. 4 McNeil. 5 Ballymac Katie. And 6 is Jack Tavern Bella. The hare well on the way now for this 5th contest. And racing, and a good start by 6. Jack Tavern Bell on the outside will lead to the bend. Now 3. Hanover Phantom going through in 2nd spot and leading. It's Hanover Phantom from in 2nd. 6. Jack Tavern Bella. Then comes 4. McNeil. A further gap to 1. Hookham and 2. Droopy's Nice One and 5. Ballymac Katie's at the tail. She'll need to fly. It's Hanover Phantom into the back straight. Leads by 3 to in 2nd spot. 6. Jack Tavern Bella. 4. McNeil makes a forward move. But still 3. Hanover Phantom is setting a strong gallop in 2nd spot. 4 McNeil. Here comes Ballymac Katie on the inside off the final turn. Hanover Phantom, McNeil. Here comes Katie on the inside, and Ballymac Katie gets there. What a finish, what a bitch. 2nd is desperately tight between 4 McNeil and 3 Hanover Phantom, who set a searching gallop, but the crowd were quiet until Katie struck the front. She wins in 41-24.
Never in doubt, Dave. Never in doubt.
I'm not sure about that, Anna, but wow.
What a performance. I mean, Hanover Phantom, bless him, has run his absolute heart out. Obviously a dog in such good form. Droopy's Nice One doing as we'd expect, taking a very wide course, and luckily they've managed to sort of string themselves out a little bit, but where Ballymac Katie is here, she's managed to get to that inside rail. She's a clever bitch, and he knew it was just a case of abiding a time.
This is incredible. You know, bearing in mind this bitch could probably go around again as well. That's how well she stays. There's nothing quite like it in ground racing, whether it be over 4 bends, you know, the likes of Westmead Hawk weaving a way through and rattling home, Skurlog Champ and the like, and the likes of Ballymac Katie weaving a way through here, a good field. One or two of these were unproven over the trip. I mean, Hanover Phantom finished runner-up in the Conker Cullen, and she's gobbled them up coming home here in incredible style. Great call from Ian as well, and no doubt the punters were arms aloft. The final strides there, that was brilliant.
Yeah, certainly it was. Now we're going to quickly head back over to Shelbourne, where Rob's managed to catch up with Graham Holland.
OK, we were looking forward to the Derby Final, and a Derby Final these days wouldn't be the same without Graham Holland. And Graham, obviously you've got a Derby Finalist. Let's run through some of your other runners tonight, because we're going to start with Rural Taylor, a son of your last Derby winner, runs in the Open 525.
Yeah, look, if he ever learned to break, he'd be a very good dog, but he tends to break poorly. The only thing I could say about it is that in Trap 5 there is quite a good railer, so he is a wide runner. She might well make the race for him. If he comes out with him, he's got a good chance because of the makeup of the race as well.
OK, the Open 525, the 10th race, is the same with Clogheen Lass. If she breaks, she's a big chance?
She's a great little bitch. To be honest, the bitches race, the Open bitches race didn't fill, so she went in with the dogs. But look, she's been a great servant to us. If she breaks, again, she's very competitive. You know, like she'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, now the 11th race is mouth-watering. Well done on Monday night with Clonard Duke, and well done for bringing him back here tonight. He runs with New Import.
Yeah, that's later on tonight. You'd like to think he's probably got a very good chance in that race. New Import is not quite as experienced as him, so though he's a very nice dog. Look, it's always very difficult when you've got 2 in a race, because you don't like to fancy one above the other, but obviously Clonard Duke speaks for himself.
Yeah, obviously winning it in Nottingham means you've gone up the Trainers' Championship a little bit. Is that a goal to maybe finish in the top 6?
I don't know. We'll play it by ear, see what dogs we've got to go over. It's a lot of work, a lot of travelling, and we'll just play it by ear. It's not an easy thing to do because how far away it is sometimes, you know. Yeah.
And your last runner of the night, of course, is in the 575 Gate Time Nemo.
Yeah, well, obviously he won an English Derby. Trap 1 probably from the 575 boxes it's difficult to come out. But I think if he obviously breaks well, obviously Ballaboo leads there, he will relish the run up. But look, he's there. He's in good form. He probably needed the race at Nottingham. I think he's come on for it. So we've got half a chance here anyway. It's a good race.
Okay, let's save the best to last. Bocco's Crystal. She's been amazing.
Yeah, look, it was sort of, we weren't sure if she was going to go in the Derby because of the season, but she'd done a few good sprints, so which is a chance to run really. If she got for first few rounds, she'd improve. And look, she's done nothing wrong. She'd done nothing wrong in defeat last week. She was very lucky. I think it was the second round to qualify anyway. There was a bit of a schmozzle there by the winning line. She got up, and she was quite a tired bitch that week. So she's now come back to full fitness. She seems very well in herself. We just very pleased to be there. A Derby final is a Derby final because you don't really know how they're going to react to the war and the occasion of it. But she's got a very good temperament, so we're hoping for the best.
And we were chatting to Graham and Bev here at the lunch on Monday. They were saying if you didn't get one, you'd like 5. Would you agree?
Look, to be honest, I'm quite happy out in the middle. She's a good bitch to run her line. I just wanted to be on the outside of the other Kobe, really. It didn't really matter where it was, to a certain extent, because, you know, if she was in 3 and the other Kobe was in 4, they could be crowding each other. So we're pleased to be out there, and we'll take our chance.
And every week you've said she's got better as she's coming more out of the season. Is that the case this week?
Yeah, she's took last week's race in a stride. She seems very well in herself. Look, we hope for the best.
We chatted earlier in the year before the English Derby, and we mentioned you've won 3 Irish Derbies. You're one off the top 2 who've won 4. If you win tonight, you're at 4 with Tom Lynch and Gay McKenna. It's a fair achievement.
I don't really think of it like that, to be honest. We just push on, and if we've got the dogs, we run in the derbies. Look, it would be a great achievement for myself if we achieve that. But look, it's all about winning, and hopefully we run very well. And I don't really look at it'd be nice to make a bit of history, I must admit. But look, we're in the lap of the gods, so we'll see what happens.
Always great to hear from Graham there. And as you can see, that's Ballymac Katie on the podium with everybody involved. And what an absolute superstar, daughter of Ballymac Anton and Ballymac Merkel, only just turning 2 as well. Got a very big future ahead of her, hasn't she, Dave?
I've seen 1 or 2 people on social media suggest that we need to get it on Space Jet, Ballymac Katie, Ballymac Taylor. We can have an English leg, an Irish leg. We can do whatever you want to do. These stars need to collide. That was absolutely sensational.
Stunning performance. And following on from that 6-bend, we are now 6-bend racing at Monmore. And we can actually take a look at BT's Diva running from Trap 4 today. Trap 4 on this occasion. This was a couple of starts back, and typical slow start from BT's Diva. She's not blessed really with any early pace, but she absolutely adores this trip, Dave.
Well, yeah, don't come to me.
Well,
you've gone naptastic here, right?
Naptastic, yeah. Was 100 to 30 early doors, holding at 3s at the moment. On this occasion, she did manage to pick up Winterfield Mary and land this S1. Did it in 38.46, just by a neck. She likes to be a little bit dramatic on the home straight, but she's a stunning looking bitch. I always like the bigger bitches as well. She's 33 kilos. I mean, there's 4 dogs in this race, and she's bigger than 3 of them. All of her 10 wins have been at Monmore. Like I said, she is one that does have to do it the hard way, but she flies home. I thought there could be a little bit of trouble with the inside trio, all trying to take each other's ground, and Romantic Bogger in 5 does move wide at times. So I just like the makeup of this race for BT's Diva, and I thought would be a little bit of nice value. Are you with me?
I am, because I know that you, I mean, I'm not talking out of school here, I hope, but I know that you're on, so I'm with you. Listen, I'm with you. If you've got your money on, I'm with you. But in terms of what am I suggesting is going to win this race, I fancy Droopy's by a mile to go bingo, which he does have in the locker. He's switched back to the 480, back to the 630. That might just help him out the boxes in a race. Listen, I'd give 1 a race to the turn. 2's a little bit hit and miss at the boxes. The lead's up for grabs here. I didn't think it was beyond the realms that Beat His Diva went round in a pitch, and then in which case it would be race on. But I'm going to take a chance with 3 flashing out, and you know, this is a dog who's been in with Hollow Man, Kunoff Crow, the Grand Prix champion, Droopy's Clue, Havana Bailout, Droopy's Google. This represents a drop in class, and I think the price reflects that. But I thought could pop out and make all.
Yeah, certainly been keeping good company. I mean, Aero Aaron as well in trap 2. A little bit of support for this ground. 2's into 7-4. Did make it to the 4th round of the Derby for Richie Taberner, and he certainly is another greyhound that's full of stamina. I mean, Romeo Blade at a big price for Vicky Lee. He does have a 38.05 from this draw over this trip, but you do have to go back to October last year to find that. Winterfield Mary out in 6 on a little bit of a drift. I mean, she has had a recent spin as well round Nottingham. Did do a 42.80 there. Finished 3rd. I mean, wasn't a bad run at Nottingham, and may have just been freshened up from that.
Well, I must do some emails, Anna, because I've fallen behind. Keith Montague, what a shock with Sarah Kinsella announcing she's leaving Boylesports. Her presence in the ground community in Ireland will be missed. Wherever she goes, I'm sure she'll make a success. Dave, can I say well done to all at Oxford for their promotion last Monday's meeting, something that all tracks should be following. Trainers and vets, interviews, Q&As with a nice attendance to boot. Mr. Boopy has a lot of criticism of all his tracks, but without a doubt, the sport would be seriously on its knees without him. I'd echo that. It was a good night. Kenny Malcolm, evening David, and I think Ben's Teddy will win the Irish Derby Final. We'll stay on, pick up the pieces, see a bit of crowding. I'd like to see that Ballymac Katie take on Space Jet in a match race, but would it be Anita Pacemaker to set the race up? 2 brilliant dogs, great show as always.
There would be
a little sprinter in there. First couple of bends.
Drag him round. All right, let's find out what happens in this S1 with Keith.
Race 9, the 843, the Lawrence Jones Memorial S1 Kennel Sweepstakes, Heat 1. First through, 2 go through to next week's final. Here's at the traps. They're off. A level break round the first bend, 3-1. And 2, 6 comes through to take it up. And at the second bend, it's Winterfield Mary into the home straight for the first time, just over length in front of Romeo Blade. Then comes Aero Aaron. These are followed by Droopy's by a Mile, Beat His Diva, and the back markers Romantic Bogger. Onto the far side for the final time, and Aero Aaron serving it up to Winterfield Mary, who's now joined by Romeo Blade. Then comes Droopy's by a Mile and Beat His Diva. But between the last 2 bends, Aero Aaron's gone in splendid isolation, 4 or 5 lengths clear from the staying on Beat His Diva. The evens have it to the winner, 4 seconds, 6 third, 2, 4 and 6.
Here's Aero Aaron for Richie Taberner and the Aero Racing Syndicate that showed plenty of confidence in this S1. Real shout out for BT's Diva, ran a belter of a race after a bit of crowding early doors, and Droopy's by a Mile just coming together there round that first bend. Put a huge run in behind, but Aero Aaron, he's another one that's had to work his way forward, Dave, and we know that he's a strong staying sort. He does love it here.
Oh, listen, he got the run early on. He's another one who's been keeping good company. We knew Droopy's by a Mile was a spent force once he didn't get to the front here. And listen, we know what Beat His Diva's all about. She's had a word with the winner after the line as well. And at this point, I was like, we'll go on then, like chase your nut off and get off after Aero Aaron. But he just was too good. He's got away from her. He stole the march and he's run out a good winner. Well done to the Aero Racing Syndicate, Stuart Fallsdyke. Top man, puts a lot into the sport as an owner, sponsor and a breeder as well. So nice to see those guys with a winner and another winner on the board for Richie Taberner.
Certainly is. Another one for your Trap Challenge as well.
Listen, I wasn't going to say that, but it was noted. It was noted.
8:50 race now at Shelbourne, just 4 minutes away. We've got a very warm order in Trap 1 with Hawkfield Blue. I mean, I couldn't get away from this greyhound, to be honest. I mean, there's plenty of pace involved in this. There's a few that can do it both ways and have the stamina to match, and I just thought Hawkfield Blue, I mean, we've seen him produce a 206 split from this draw before. think he'll bring his A game again tonight. And if he can repeat anything like that 28-17 we've seen him do, I couldn't see him for catching.
Same. Yeah, I'm going to be with the top. Good sprint trial as well. Right, I'll crack on with the emails. Lovely to hear from Kevin Collier. Evening, guys. Tuning in tonight for the first time in a very long time. Great coverage for the Irish Derby. Good to see two young greyhound enthusiasts flying the flag. I'm not sure about that. I'll
take it though.
Got some greys that might dispute that, but I must say it's lovely to hear from you. Kevin worked for Harry Williams, I think, who's sadly now passed, and left the game, which I thought was a big shame, but a real top man. And it's nice that you've come back to us on such a big night, Kevin. And I hope you and the family are keeping well, mate. Raymond Thomas, Glasgow boys, enjoying a great show. Hopefully, Unibet made a massive mistake. Trap challenge, big time. 5 saver at 6-1. Okay, they've got involved in the trap challenge. We've got a trap challenge. Well, I must be in front with 2.
Last time I saw, I think you were in second, but we will flash it up on the bottom of the screen soon enough. Anymore?
Paul Stevenson, looks like it's a bookmaker's benefit night going on the results at both Monmore and Shelbourne Park. I mean, I was going to say I'm not one to blow my own trumpet, but I am. I think we've done all right.
We've done all right.
There
have been a few surprises.
We've held our own. Kevin Parisi, lovely to hear from you, Kevin. Evening, Dave and Anna. A little information for you. Out of 72 dogs running tonight at Shelbourne Park, 24 are by Droopy Sydney. That includes 3 in the final itself. Really looking forward to my Droopy Sydney Waltham Magic Pup. Clutching at straws for me and the lads. Thanks to Mark McLaughlin for the chance. Best wishes, Kevin Parisi. Kevin, a top man, and Mark McLaughlin, a top man as well, we've got to mention there. So onwards and upwards. Best of luck to you guys going forward to those youngsters. Jack Levers, evening all. Cracking card at Shelbourne Park. I want to wish everyone in the final best of luck, especially Ben's Teddy, who is out of our Brood Bitch Beach Grove Bell. He's the strongest finisher in the race. Come on, Teddy. Thanks, Jack. Well, she was a brilliant bitch. Jack, come back and tell us how Ben's Teddy ended up with Pat Buckley and not with Jack Levers, the trainer of Beach Grove Bell there. But nice to hear from you, and obviously with a vested interest, so best of luck.
They did tweet in earlier, Levers Racing, saying, come on, Ben's Teddy, with a picture of the rosette. It's a good look. A
good litter, that, as well, I think, that Beach Grove Bell litter. So, yeah, brilliant, fantastic. I'm sure they'll go again with her. Cat Paul, how on earth can we have such a poor camera angle at a top track like Shelbourne on the winning line? This is as bad as the old angle at Romford, which apparently can never be improved, except it could and was. Ruins the spectacle, sadly. Cat, it's a shame you feel that way on such a big night. I think it's been okay myself, but each to their own. The Adder, Derby final night, only one bookmaker gives you place betting on Derby and the rest. A bit of a shame. Feel your pain, quite partial to a place bet myself. Arthur's been on to have one night when someone doesn't moan about something. Is it too much to ask, or is that a moan in itself? Lol. All in good fun, Arthur. You're finding winners out there.
Last dogs are all in now for this race number 6 at Shelbourne. So let's hand you over to the track.
The hare is on the move. The Greyhounds checked over. 1 Hawkfield Blue, 2 Bonkers in Yonkers, 3 Capitan Garfio, 4 The Bold Freddy, 5 Foggy Bottom, 6 Rural Taylor. Hare approaches 525 yards. Good luck. Racing and away they go. A level start. Hawkfield Blue trying to get up the inside. Bonkers and Yonkers just held slightly into the corner to the outside. Then Capitaine Garfia in the wide. A break back then to Rural Taylor. And then to Bold Freddy on the inside. And Foggy Bottom in the fog is last as they run down towards the home turn. Hawkfield Blue leads, but only by 3 parts. Bonkers and Yonkers. They're well clear. Capitaine Garfio. Further back is Rural Taylor. Last bend coming up. Hawkfield Blue leads them in. Leads by a length. Hawkfield Blue going towards the line. It's well clear from Bonkers and Yonkers. Capitaine Garfio. 1 has beaten 2, 3 back in third. Hawkfield Blue has won in 28.00.
Great to hear Daryl's voice there commentating for that race, and what a performance from Hawkfield Blue. Great from Bonkers in Yonkers as well behind, who did win against Ballinabola Una that we're going to see later on. Was never really letting Hawkfield Blue get too far away, but just couldn't match the stamina of this.
Well, what a brilliant run from the winner there. Away and gone. Good call from Daryl. And listen, Mr. Fortune's seen a bit of fog coming down the back straight and he stepped away from the mic, but Darryl done a sterling job there. I'm not sure what the issue is. The visibility down the back is clearly not as clear as it usually is. But yeah, great performance there on the inside. Their inside box is dominating. Quick away, Rouse always led in fine style and a good time as well. Really, really good time. 28.0 for the 5.25 is shifting.
Yeah, certainly is. Hopefield Blue there, a well-deserving winner for the McGee Kennels. Now we're going to take a quick break and also hear from Rob Catterson.
The final stone of these championships. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's not bad at all. We believe every sport should be epic.
Berlin.
So whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
And here's today's favourite, number 4, First to Feel Rain. And you can see why, Gina.
He hasn't got the most attractive head, but he has an impressive turn of foot for his size.
He must be 20 hands at least.
Just loves the big occasion.
Featurette stud, Gina?
Not sure, Matt. Unlikely to be wanted for breeding. Worthy favourite, Matt?
Definitely the favourite, Gina.
Even the Irish will back this English banker.
Don't feel like a punter, feel like a favourite with great offers on the Paddy Power app.
Want betting on the horses to be anything but flat? With an app that impresses every time out. You're on. Want to watch live streaming of races in the UK, Ireland and around the globe? And get a chance to win even bigger with 3 uni boosts every day on any horses you want. Unibet. You're on.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Right, but we're looking forward to the big one once again, and we're with Pat Guilfoyle, of course, a former Derby winning trainer. Pat, first of all, Derby finalist, it's always a huge bonus to get this far.
Absolutely, yeah, it's great to get to the Derby final. It's an achievement in itself, and there's definitely an element of when you get here, it's just enjoy the occasion and hope for the best, because a lot of work and hardship and stress can go into getting that finalist, so, and enjoyment as well, of course, but getting here is a great achievement. So yeah, we're delighted to be here.
And I could see by you last week, even though you won the semi-final, you were relieved to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. The semi-finals are oftentimes more nerve-wracking than the finals, so yeah, it was a big relief, so and it's great for his connections as well. So he's loved the week, and he's like us all, he's delighted to get to the final.
How was the dog all week?
He had a lovely week, yeah, he is. He's a very relaxed type of a dog at home anyway, but he had a lovely week. We had no problems with him at all. He's 100% sound and fit and fresh and ready to go, so yeah.
He's done it, I suppose, different ways. In the first round he came from a long way back to win. Last week he flashed out and made all. Yeah. You probably need the latter tonight, do you?
Absolutely, being realistic about it, for him to have any chance tonight, he would have to repeat last week's break. And that won't be an easy thing to do, but it's because it's very hard to get around from the outside, especially dogs like, that are Kobe and Bacchus Crystal and Well Met and all those, the particularly early pace dogs. It's hard to get around them from the outside, so yeah, to have any chance, he needs a flying start.
6 has been a lucky trap in recent weeks, or recent derbies, It's just those first few seconds are going to determine a lot of things.
Yeah, we'll know our fate in the first 5 yards, to be honest. So so a flash break is definitely needed. So let's hope he can do that, and that the Derby roar and the crowd doesn't get to him too much.
Yeah, well, the hard part is getting here. Let's hope you can get the last little bit done.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's great to be here, and yeah, hopefully he'll be lucky. Yeah.
Great to hear there. And Hawkfield Blue is the greyhound on the podium with many happy connections there, and understandably a lightly raced greyhound, only having his 15th run tonight, but looking very much the pro, and got certainly a big future way ahead of him, especially if he keeps trapping out the way that he does do and getting those inside draws. Absolutely stunning performance there, and I believe a career best so far from him. Now, S1 time at Monmore. It's Heat 2 of our Lawrence Jones Memorial Kennel Sweepstakes, and I'm quite with Winterfield Boom in this, in trap 4. I mean, you've got Litter Brothers in 4 and 6. Now, even though Winterfield Boom does have the missed break comments, on the times, even on those slower sectionals, I thought he could get into a quite good position going round, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really competitive race. I think you could make a case for every single dog lining up here. Romeo Wildcat's been keeping good company over the 7.12 at Toaster, the 6.50 at Oxford. I did side with Winterfield Boom in trap 4. He's been running well over course and distance, and I thought might just tuck in off the speed here and assert kind of with a lap to go. But a very, very competitive race. One's got leading claims as well up on the inside. Really good draw. Obviously that 6.30, as we saw during the Summer Stayers Classic, can prove absolutely crucial. Short run to the corner. You know, if you can get a dog to fly out the boxes, you know, in a number of strides, they're turning left already. So being on the inside can be massive, and the top has got leading claims. But I'm going to go with 4, but I would tread very, very carefully here in this race.
Yeah,
sure.
Obviously traps 4 and 6 are litter mates to Romeo Command, half brothers to Romeo Top Gun as well. Breeding is certainly there. What a bitch Drive On Betsy has been in the breeding kennels as well. Trap 3, Funny Freddy, I thought may have a good chance at leading these up, but he is yet to win over this trip. Does end up more often than not caught round the final couple of bends, but all it could take is a little bit of traffic in behind and he could scoot clear. But it is Viva Levev, that is your 9-4 current favourite for Patricia Cowdrill. Owns and trains trap 1. Would be interesting to see he gets off the mark, gets into a good pitch on the inside. Now, still keep getting in touch with us. It's been busy on the Twitter and on the email front. Lewis Sharp has said about Spacejet versus Ballymac Katie match race. Who wouldn't want to see that? I think everybody would adore to see that. Scott Buckley said, what a run from Ballymac Katie. Lewis Sharp's been in touch saying, great to be tuning in on a big night, Dave, reminiscing over some fantastic nights with Brogan, Mannix and the rest of our former stars. It's great to see the sport still going strong and hope to get back soon.
Brilliant. Excellent. We did run a poll on Twitter. We've been running a poll on who the viewers and our Twitter users and followers thought would win tonight's feature, the Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby. Cast with votes, 38%, surprisingly, have not gone for the Jolly. They've gone for Ben's Teddy. 38%, the other Kobe 26%, 21% for Music Glide Away, and then 15% for the other 3 runners. But there you go.
Not a million miles away now, 24 minutes.
Just 40% people going for Ben's Teddy.
Have you had a bet in the final?
Between me and you, I think the other Kobe's going to drift, so I'm ready to just maybe step in and have a few quid on Betfair, because I've got a feeling that the dog's going to explode from the boxes, but it won't be a big play from me, because I think it's a fiercely competitive final. And when you think of the price some of the dogs have gone off, you know, what price was Susie Sapphire? She was quite short, I think, when she won it. So I think we could be in the realms of 3-1 the field come the off. I really do. So it's wide open, and yeah, barring the 365 runner, I think you could probably chuck a blanket over the prices if you can even do that. But yeah, I think they'll be tightly tight at the top of the market, and well, 38% people think Ben's Teddy's going to do the business. It was suggested to me earlier this week that Ben's Teddy could go off favourite. Now, I can't see that because that would be one hell of a move, but who knows?
Oh, been a bit of support for him, though, throughout the week.
Biggest 5-1, I think he was, wasn't he?
5-1 on Monday. Been
3-1 the field Derby Final, that'd be something, eh?
Would. What a wide open final it is. But they're all loaded up now for race number 10 at Monmore. S1 the grade. Favourite in track 1, Viva Levev at 2s. Starter's happy, gives the all clear, so let's hand you over to Keith.
Race 10, the 902. This is the Lawrence Jones Memorial S1 Kennel Sweepstakes Heat 2. Here's almost at the traps. They're off. A level break, and round the first bend, 2's at the head of affairs. Up there is 6, and in between them is 5. Home straight for the first time, and it's Shankle James out in front. From on the inside, Funny Freddy. On the outside, Droopy Startlet. Then comes Vive La Vive, Winterfield Boom, and the back marker Romeo Wildcat. Half it on the back for the final time, and Shankle James now being taken on by Funny Freddy with Vive La Vie close up, and then comes Droopy Startlet. But between the last two bends, Shankle James is pulling out more off the final bend. It's 2 out in front from 1 staying on well, but at the line 2 gets there by a length from 1. Close for third, 3, 6 and 5.
It's Shankle James for Alan Jenkins, who trains his greyhound and part owns it with Mr. D. Brown. Has been running more so over the 4 bends recently. He's obviously made the step back up in trip, and could see he was ever so slightly tiring in the final stages, but managed to pull enough out of the tank to get there. And a few others a bit unlucky in behind, but Shankle James really moving out wider on the straights, driving the bends, proving he's quite a difficult dog to end up passing.
Yeah, I mean, dogs doing that can be really tough to pass, because if they drift off and then come back to the rail on the bends, you know, dogs can, you know, build up pace, surge up the inside, and if you shut the door, you know, you maintain your momentum while they snatch up. I mean, I'm glad I've missed just how wide Shankle James is on the straights, having watched the videos, because I probably would have got right involved with trap 1 there, because just ran right off at the first bend, and one's run a hell of a race. Yeah, and if I'd seen 2 steering off as much as he does, I would have probably fallen in love with the draw of 1 there. But well done to Alan Jenkins, another winner on the board, and another one for the Trap Challenge.
It is. I believe Trap 2 is now just edging the lead for the Trap Challenge. Now we've got the 908 at Shelbourne, and nap time, Dave.
Yeah, it didn't take much finding, has to be said. But the reason I've gone nap with Kulavani Hoffa is I thought the price would be a little bit bigger than probably what he should be. Now, this dog was long time anti-post jolly for the Irish Derby. He got beat twice, beat by the other Kobe twice. In his semi-final, he was very flat-footed at the start, but he was my lay last week, and it was a hell of a race. I mean, it was a semi-final that could have been the final. That's how good the semi was. I thought he still shifted to the corner. He switches from 6 to 5. I don't think that will be a negative. I think it could prove to be a positive. 6 moves all right to the corner. I think 5 will definitely have the legs of 3 and 4 to the bend. And I just thought, if he can find some sort of start, his pace will just take him to the front, and then he'll, you know, put 29.30, even 29.40 off the front. I thought would account for these. This is a drop in class. He went off 2-1 in that semi-final last week because it was a red hot race, and he's hovering around evens. He's evens on Betfair. Kind of price I thought he would be, but I think he's more like a 4 or 7 poke here. I know people were suggesting that he's not quite firing on all cylinders like he was in the early parts of the Irish Derby, but does he need to? You know, and I'm not running down those. You've got a Champion Stakes winner in Trap 2 here. Trinity Junior is a class act for Peter Cronin. Got some good clocks on his card, 29.34. Big player, big player on the inside. But if these two are level as the traps open, I think 5 will go around in front, and that will be that. So didn't take much finding, and I think he is a dog that now may just split opinion. I think there'll be people looking to get after him, which is why he's evens. But I'm going to keep the faith in the Hoffa. This is a dog that was anti-post jolly for the Derby. He finished 4th in his semi-final last week. I think he finished 4th in his semi-final last year as well, which has got to be absolute heartbreak for Connections. But here they are, and this is the consolation, and I think he can bring some sort of consolation. He's not going to be anywhere near the consolation that they were after. They wanted to be in the big one, and the dog's quick enough to be in the big one, but I just think he's a bit too good for him here.
Oh, good luck with your nap, Dave. Favourite at 5 to 6. A little bit of support as well for Trinity Junior. Himself and Clonrusk Signy in Trap 3 were eliminated from their semis as well last week when Music Glideaway took the win there. Quite happy to see Clonrusk Signy obviously moved in. The dog that is going to lunge left out the boxes, but Trinity Junior, he's known for the ping breaks, isn't he? And he could get off to an absolute storm.
This is a good race. It's just not as good a race as the Derby semi-final was last week for Kullavani Hoffa, and although he got beat, he was flat-footed from the boxes. I thought he still showed a little bit to the corner, and if he can put it together out the boxes, I think we might just see something special from him.
Well, they're all in now for race number 7, so let's go over to Ian Fortune.
About to be sent underway. And there is the bell. The runners 1, Milridge Levy, 2, Trinity Junior, 3, Clonrusk Sydney, 4, Dramana Dano, 5, Kullavani Hoffa, and 6 is Tommy Hewitt. The hare coming up behind traps. All eyes on Hoffa. And racing, and a good start by Trap 1 up the inside. Milridge Levy. Hoffa took a bump or a stumble, and it's 2. Trinity Junior leads on the corner. From in second spot, 1, Milridge Levy, and 4, Dramana Dano. Then comes 6, Tommy Hewitt. But out front, and Trinity Junior is racing on. The Champion Stakes winner has 2.5 lengths in hand, and Milridge Levy. Then comes 3, Clonrusk Sydney, starting to wind up his challenge. It's Trinity Junior, Clonrusk Sydney, the biggest danger off the final turn. Trinity Junior, Clonrusk Sydney. Trinity Junior holds on from Clonrusk Sydney, who really put it up to him. Back in third was Milridge Levy. It wasn't meant to be for Kullavani Hoffa. The winning time, 29.42.
29.42, and it'd be interesting to watch this race back, Dave, because we were thinking like it did look like a long hare.
In terms of how long it took for the traps to open?
Yeah, and
listen, there'll be people out there that have watched far more races at Shelbourne Park than I have, probably more races than I've had hot dinners. It just seemed to take ages from there's the bell, Ian running down, and then the traps opened. I mean, I'm not making excuses for Kullavani Hoffa. Trinity Junior is the Champion Stakes winner, and he's got off the front. A hell of a run from the runner-up. Well, Ian was confident that it was the runner-up.
Very close.
Brilliant run from the front too. And yeah, good racing. He's just stumbled out the boxes there. Kullavani Hoffa, in, despite him taking a drop in class from last week, he still needed to be off the front. Just hope all is well there, because he's not come home too clever either.
No, doesn't look like he has, but absolute credit to the winner there. Now we're going to head back to Shelbourne and catch up with Rob.
Well, big nights here at Shelbourne Park wouldn't be the same without Brenda Powderly from the Irish Retired Greyhound Trust, and of course her 2 pals. We've got Brandy and Socks. Great to see you, Brenda. Big night, and of course you'll be parading before the big one tonight.
Yes, we're looking forward to it. We're parading before the plate, the derby itself, and the consolation. So it's marvellous to get the opportunity to show greyhounds as pets and that they have a life after racing, and it's wonderful to see them, and we got a great response here tonight. And
the crowd here tonight, the reception, getting to see these 2 guys is what all that matters.
Oh, it was so absolutely fantastic out there. The photographs, the children, the talking to the dogs, it was amazing. Some people took them maybe 10 minutes to get in because they were waiting to get photographs with the dogs. It was absolutely wonderful.
And how are things going with the Trust?
The Trust is going very, very well. We're rehoming. A bit slow during the summer because of the heat abroad, but picking up now again. So we'll be back getting rehomed abroad. Ireland, Europe, America, Canada. So we're looking forward to getting down to work again.
Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rob.
Right, well, we're bumping into plenty of familiar faces here tonight at Shelbourne Park, and would you believe we bumped into the king of the ring himself, Johnny Deneen. Johnny, great to see you. It's been a while since you've been on Irish Derby.
Yeah, I'd say it's 25 years. I'd say it's a long time since I was here now. I like watching the dogs at home and that, but I think the last time I was here actually Clark for Ted Hegarty. I'd say it was in my late 20s. You know what I mean? That's all, yeah. But I mean, I used to come here like maybe later on, maybe on the Saturday night the odd time, but no, I was very rarely here at a Derby final since anyway, to be honest. That's the last time I was here was with him.
Yeah, and you mentioned to me you used to go to Wimbledon back in the day as well.
Oh yeah, we used to have some great nights in Wimbledon. I was at a good few Wimbledon finals around the time of I think Lartigue Note 101, and I'm sure Prince Edward had the favour one year. Prince Drude's John Orson, he was around 4 to 6 or 4 to something like that, and he got beat. We were there that night. I'd say it was about 3 or 4 and they were really special nights. The atmosphere was fantastic there, yeah, like as good as any sporting event I was ever at anyway, yeah.
Now you come all the way up from Munster to support Ben Steady because you're good pals with Spike Murphy.
That's correct, yeah. Spike is he's a great friend of my father's, and actually I know Spike and Eric's is God rest him, and Berkey and the Browns, and I don't know the lads that are in partnership with him, but I know of them. Look, Spike's a great character, and he said to me, would you come up? So I said, look, I wasn't doing a lot else, so I said, come up and have a look anyway. So look, his dog is a great chance. So I've been following the Derby at home, and to me, he's the one they all have to beat, to be honest, you know.
Yeah, he's the one. If you're having a few quid, you might have a few quid on him.
Yeah, look, I don't really bet dogs, to be honest. You know what I mean? And I'd be hoping he wins, and I wouldn't even need to back him for myself. You know what I mean? Because what I'd be having on him wouldn't be worth a hit of beans anyway. So look, I hope he wins from, and I think if he gets a run, if he gets a trouble-free run up to about the third last bend and gets around there, like he'd be hammering home anyway. Like he's the dog. I think he's the dog they have to beat anyway myself.
And there'll be some roar because he seems to be the popular punt tonight.
Well, yeah, I think he was. I think originally they put him in 5 to 192. That looked big price. Like he was. I was even looking at a match bet with the trap one where he was the outsider, like early on, which is not going to be the outsider now in the match bet. He's not going to be outsider in the match bet against any dog, I would have thought now, to be honest, because the way he finishes, he's guaranteed to be like second or third, I'd imagine, minimum anyway. Look, I think he's a great chance. You need looking dogs. That's the one reason I don't bet dogs. You need a bit too much looking them, I think, you know what I mean? But I was always a sucker for the strong finisher anyway. I never liked the ones that were fast away, because if they don't break, you're gone anyway, you know? So I'll be rooting for Ben Steady anyway.
Yeah, well listen, great to see you here, and hopefully we see you on the podium later on.
Yeah, hopefully if he wins, yeah, exactly, yeah. Thanks for having me, Rob.
Brilliant to hear from everyone at Shelbourne. Now we've got the 9:18 coming up at Monmore, our third heat of the Lawrence Jones Memorial S1 Kennel Sweepstakes, and got joint favourites in Mustang Vicky and Ravenswell Bob. And I'm going to be with Ravenswell Bob. He did his best time last week over this trip. He was running for Jules Slater and Paul Foster before. He's had the change of kennels and the change of scenery. Finished second in a maiden open for his first race for Richie Taberner. Finished second then in an A1, and then won a 6-bend maiden last time out. He just seems to lack a little bit of middle pace, but he does come again, and I think he's going to come on even further. So I'm quite sweet on this dog's chances, Dave. Do you agree, or you?
Definitely got a chance. I couldn't believe that Ravenswell Bob was a maiden, because it was a maiden last week that he won, and he popped out, made all. Definitely got a chance, but you do not want to see one coming away, because she's got a fair bit of early Mustang Vicky, a daughter of Ballymat Eski. She rails tightly, she's very trappy, and this is a grading race, and as impressive as 2 was last time, this race looked graded for 1 to hold 2 up early on there. So we'll take in the presentation. There's Mikey, we heard a little bit earlier on. There's Peter as well, the man steering the ship, and already been on some journey with Trinity Junior, having won the Champion Stakes and now winning the Consolation. You know, I'm sure it's not the race that they wanted to win tonight, but Peter Cronin has some knack of winning consolations and Derby plates and all sorts. You know, I'm sure if you offered him a swap of all of them for a derby, an Irish derby, he would snap your hand off. But there we go. We are 8 minutes away. The other Kobe. Let's check Betfair then, because I'm convinced we're going to get 3 to 1 the field. He's 11-4 the field at the moment on Betfair. So hell of a race coming up. 125,000 euros up for grabs, and you know we'll reel out all the cliches, Anna, that it's what it's all about when you work the dogs. It's early mornings, late nights, and everything in between to get them there. And when you're trying to buy them and own them, it's all the research and years that go in trying to find the champion, the dog good enough to line up and put in the traps tonight.
This is what it's all about, and what a journey. Everybody involved for this final, they've been on it from day one with these greyhounds, but especially this last week, obviously taking in the Derby lunch, and it's a hard one. As a trainer, you don't want to do anything different with the greyhounds. They're in a routine, but obviously it's the Derby final, and absolute credit to all of them and the dogs for getting to what a spectacular race. And I know we say it pretty much every year, but it is such a wide open final. You normally do get quite a skinny one going off.
Yeah,
that's a clear favourite.
Be the case here. Right, do not adjust your TVs. You're not going to see the Irish Derby run over 630 metres at Monmore. We will, of course, bring you the Irish Derby final. We're still 7 minutes to the off. A couple of notes. YouTube comments. Okay, Courtney Evans. Oh, go on, Anna, from Moz.
Yes.
Care to explain?
Moz, friend of ours, had a squeak on the next best and the nap. So was happy when the next best has gone in, but obviously just been done for the nap, unfortunately, Moz. So we go again on Monday. We're on then, so. Good
stuff. Tim Burge, Bocco's Crystal to win the Derby. Kev Devlin, Bocco's Crystal. Mike O'Dwyer, Bocco's Crystal. Francisco in Gran Canaria, Ben's Teddy to win the Derby. We are global.
Just talking about that, we've had Adrian Mannix on the Twitter saying, watching closely from Austin, Texas. Let's go, Ben's Teddy. And JC on Twitter saying, good morning/evening from Sydney.
Lovely.
Terrific production of our sports guys. Good luck to all involved in the Derby final. I do find it a bit funny that Ireland still work in yards and pounds, and in the UK they go in metres and kilos. And also quick shout out to Mick G saying, evening to Anna and Dave, thoroughly enjoying tonight's great action from Shelbourne, then the boxing afterwards, having a few drambuies, need them after Bobsleigh Dream was collared on the line.
Phil Milner, who puts out some fantastic content on social media, schooling, breeding, rearing, everything to do with getting pups and dogs to the track, has been on Twitter. Glideaway, Music Glideaway has to break a big stat. Irish Derby winners don't throw Irish Derby winners. Kobe to smash the lids and then become a great stud dog. Oh. So there you go. Let us know your views. We are 5 minutes away from the Irish Derby final.
We won't be showing a replay straight away after of this race. We'll be going straight to Shelbourne for that cracking final. But for now, let's enjoy this S1 at Monmore with Keith.
Race 11, the 9:18, the Lawrence Jones Memorial S1 Kennel Sweepstake, Heat 3. Hares well down the back straight. They're off. 6 Brockwell on the outside, but 1's on the fence, and 1 Mustang Vicky cuts out the running into the home straight for the first time. Into second is Milton Bow. Then comes Ravenswell Bob. These are followed by 6, 3 and 4 across the track. Running now to the 4th bend, and it's Mustang Vicky just over a length in front of Milton Bow's looming large. Close up is Ravenswell Bob. These are clear of Salma Alba, who races with Puma Kelly and the back marker Oakfield Magic. Between the last 2 bends, Milton Bow over the top from Ravenswell Bob. Up towards the line, Milton Bow. 3 staying on well. 5 the winner, 3 second, 6 is third. 5, 3, 6.
It is Milton Bow that takes race 11 for Pat Curtin and the Milton Racing Club. But now we have to go to Shelbourne, where we are only 4 minutes away from the Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby Final. Absolute stunning dogs on show here. The other Kobe drifting out slightly. Ben's Teddy standing firm at 3s, but as we've said, it is a wide open final. Bocco's Crystal support for this classy lady 5s into 4s. great story behind 365 and their syndicates. Was great to see Paul Hennessy with the picture of Heaven Help Us wishing 365 all the luck in the world for tonight's final. Well met, obviously been fancied throughout the week as well. Music Glideaway with a great draw on the outside. Music Glideaway looking to take after his dad. Newin Taylor winning a derby from Trap 6. Where are you going, Dave? What are you going to put it down to?
We are 3-1 the field on Betfair. We are 3-1 the field on Betfair.
Right, we're going to quickly go through the semi-finals of Music Glideaway, and this was a stunning performance. He really trapped out nicely, very smart out the boxes. And we know that this dog stays.
Yeah, 29.32, quickest of all 6 last week in the semi-finals. Away and gone. Dons the striped jacket once again here. Well met reopposes in Trap 1. And, of course, we have 365 who's staying on in the blue jacket to get 3rd place. But all about the stripes. Away and gone on this occasion. Same good draw out wide again tonight.
And here we have the other Kobe taking his semi-final from the blue jacket. Dons the same colour again tonight. And when this lad traps out, he's got a serious engine in him.
Yeah, exploded from the boxes, went down in a 3.38. Will need to do the same again here because Well Met is blessed with early speed. Looking to boss matters on the inside. Keep an eye on the black jacket of Ben's Teddy, who stays on powerfully to qualify, along with Bocco's Crystal, who was in Trap 3 there. But Black Jacket motoring home, the dog for the money in this year's Derby Final. 5-1 earlier this week into 3's opening show. Now gone favourite, clear favourite on Betfair. Ben's Teddy in the white jacket. I'm going to go with the other Kobe. I think Jennifer O'Donnell can go back-to-back in the Irish Derby and emulate his little brother, Born Warrior, last year. But he will need to be on his toes out the boxes. He'll need that explosive start that we saw in the semi-final. He put up 29.15 in his quarter-final 2 weeks ago. A replication of that, I think, will be enough. But Ben's Teddy, the dog to look out for from halfway. If it cuts up, if the gaps appear, Pat Buckley's powerful son of Droopy Sydney will be the dog motoring home.
Yeah, it's certainly set up to be an exciting final. Only a minute away as the dogs are poised behind the boxes. The atmosphere really building at the track. What superstars we have had on show tonight. Still plenty.
Who'd you win, Anna? Come on, who's going to win?
I'm with 3. Ben's Teddy for me. But we're going to throw over to Ian Fortune with the call for the 2023 Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby.
Yes, indeed. The Derby roar is earlier than normal. Maybe they went too early. The very best of luck to all involved, to owners, trainers, breeders, anyone that's had a share or a connection with any of these 6 greyhounds. Here it is, the Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby decider for 2023. The hair in motion, the runners in 1, Well Met, 2, the other Kobe, 3, Ben's Teddy, 4, 365, in 5, Bocco's Crystal, and 6, Music Glideaway. Away they go, and a good start by 2. The other Kobe leads to the bend. Bocco's Crystal and Music Glideaway. Well met, Ben's Teddy in 365, but on the bend, and Kobe leads into the back straight. Bocco's Crystal second, then comes 1 Well met, and Ben's Teddy is starting to make his move, but it's the other Kobe. His brother won it 12 months ago. Born Warrior, he leads by 2. Bocco's Crystal closes the gap, but the other Kobe leads to the line, and the other Kobe wins the derby. Little brothers, year after year. Born Warrior last year, the other Kobe this year. Well done to Jennifer O'Donnell. She has once again climbed the mountain. To Brian Clare, David Lestrange and Aidan Walsh. They have won the derby with the other Kobe. He was purchased last year to win it. He fell out in the opening round and crashed out, but he's back 12 months later, and he has won the Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby, the other Kobe, in 29.11. That's how to win a derby.
29.11, a career best for the other Kobe, and what a night to pull that out of the bag. Absolutely flashed out the boxes. You were always kind of looking at Ben's Teddy behind and how close he was, but the other Kobe, we know how strong he is when he's on the front.
In order for the other Kobe to win this derby, he needed to explode from the boxes just as he did last week, and that's exactly what he's done. He's had Bocco's Crystal on his tail. 3 and 5 with the dogs that have been backed all week in opposition to the other Kobe. It was the original favourite. I'm not sure what the starting prices or returning SPs were there. Ben's Teddy was certainly favourite on Betfair come the off, but exploded from the boxes. He got first run and he scrambled home just like Born Warrior, his brother, did last year. Absolutely delighted for Jennifer O'Donnell, who's a lovely lady. She's trained a dog for me as well, and absolutely sensational. That Mount Taylor Queen dam line is her own, so absolutely fantastic for Jennifer and the owners and all the family involved there. You know, brilliant. And what a run, what a start, and what a finish as well, because Boco's Crystal was all over him. Ben's Teddy was motoring home as well, but the line came in time.
It certainly did. Now let's go to the track and get some live reactions. Just waiting to get the communication set up properly, but we will be bringing you the reactions. But absolutely stunning performance from the other Kobe and Jennifer O'Donnell. Very worthy winner, brilliant training performance as well to be winning a derby, just like his brother last year, Born Warrior. And certainly a kennel you'd want to be part of, Dave.
Coy, wow, yeah, I mean, brilliant. And, you know, as Ian said, sort of in the end of his commentary there, that this dog was bought to win the derby last year, and he crashed out, and you know he's 30 odd races into his career, not too over raced. You know, he's an April 20, quite lightly raced but classy, and lands his hat trick. You know, he won his quarter final, he won his semi final. And the dog's come good when it mattered. You know, he's in his quarter, in his semi, in his final. He's not seen another dog as he has exploded from the boxes, away and gone, and sensational. You know, a big coup as well for Sire Ballymat Best with his early pace. That served the other Kobe well. And yes, suggestions from those in the know that this dog could do the business and go on to make waves as a stud dog himself in the future as well.
Brilliant. Now we're going to go back to Rob and get those reactions.
Jennifer O'Donnell, just like your dad, you've won back-to-back derbies. He's done it like his brother last year.
He did. Look, he was out and gone. It was catch me if you can. I did hold my breath coming to the line, so I thought Ben said he was coming very fast in Boco's Crystal. But look, he done enough tonight. We're so proud of him. He's just super dog.
We all wondered would he hit it, and he didn't let you down. Look at the splits.
No, I actually didn't. He did. Look, he had to break like that to win a race like this. Look, he's an absolute superstar in our eyes.
Well, listen, you've done it again. You've created history. Enjoy the next few minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant there to hear from Jennifer, and what a star the other Kobe is. Couldn't get away from him. He's just won a derby. You can see his tail still wagging there. An absolutely beautiful greyhound. Someone's extremely happy.
Listen, you would be. I would be doing exactly that.
You were doing cartwheels down the home straight,
incredible,
wouldn't you?
Yeah, incredible. It's what it's all about. It's what you learn. You scour the internet. You watch unraced stakes. You watch as much racing as you can. You pore over videos to try and find that champion. That dog can make it to the final and do the business on the biggest night. And wow, what a performance! As I say, Jennifer's done some job with him, because for the dog to peak as he has, and get the quicker way 3 times in a row to win a derby, just sensational, brilliant, fabulous scenes.
Cheers going up all around, as you can see. It's a great night at Shelbourne and a brilliant atmosphere to be a part of, and all dogs, absolute credit to them all for getting to that final. But it is the other Kobe that is your 2023 Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby winner, and what a performance it was. Great runs from Boco's Crystal and Ben's Teddy, especially Ben's Teddy after that trouble, but the other Kobe led from start to finish and has done it in fine style, and has taken your trap challenge further clear, Dave. 7 wins now for the Blue Jackets.
Yeah, listen, we're careering away. The nap got turned over. The next best is about to win at Monmore. We're flying.
Certainly is. I'm guessing Shade is going to be your selection.
They're all in the paddock watching the Irish Derby Final, aren't they?
They've got the TVs behind there, haven't they? They'll all be watching what's been going on. Shade, even money favourite for this A1 at Monmore, and I can understand why. She's been a brilliant bit. She's got the most experience, 14 wins, 13 seconds from her 43 career starts. They've all those starts have been pretty much in top grade or open class company, and her last 5 outings have been in 3 opens and 2 A1s, 3 wins, a second and a last. I mean, she's a greyhound you certainly want to be on side of, Dave.
Yeah, she's got massive early. Definitely needs to be off the front here, in my opinion. Has won races from off the speed. Won on the 15th of July, was headed. It got very messy and scored. Across the field, would be all out over the 480. A real versatile sprinting type who got first run last week. And, you know, she closed, but she never really looked like getting there. And I just thought that she's likely to fly into the corner. I think we've probably not seen the best of Vixen's King, who's likely to fly into the corner. Just give me a sort of toe in behind with Pumba Jake even, who was a really, really impressive winner, but 28.38 up on the board last month, coming from off the speed. Kept good company prior to that at Nottingham. Stepped up in trip, certainly stepped up in class, bumped into Whiting's New Era and a certain Lynx Maverick, as well as Ravenswell Bob, who we've just seen. Didn't look as if he really stayed the trip there, so drops back, but has got a nice make-up on the rail here. So, yeah, I'm going to be with Pumba Jake to assert late.
And good luck with your next best here, Dave.
We're having a parade here. We're at the off time, but they're just going to take a turn or two anyway.
They've all been watching it in the paddock as well. Yeah, so even though it is only a 5-dog race, it's a very competitive one still.
The 5-runner format will suit Pumba Jake as well.
Yeah, certainly will.
It's not a dog that's going to lead. He's going to need to come from off the speed.
Yeah, Aero Electric as well in Trap 3 is a greyhound for Richie Taberner, who's not long turn 2. Should have a bit of racing room with that vacant box to his outside, and to shade generally keeping left. She likes to stay pretty close to that inside rail. They're all still on parade, as Tashade has now been backed in from 13-8 to 4-5. Just giving you a better prize for your next bet. Be happy with 11-4.
Yeah, absolutely. The dog's 3-1 on Betfair anyway, so the 11-4 can't last. That's for sure.
Oh, Arrow Roland as well out in wide alongside Anna Down Badger. Both have their boxes. Anna Down Badger is generally always quick away. She was held up against Churchville Sid and Infield Trojan. Sort of been keeping that good company before, but I thought Pumba Jake was an interesting one. You know, if you look at his, do you study the Irish form?
Not once. They've had a few races over here.
Right, it got a hat trick of wins in 84 round Thurles, and I always think Thurles can be a bit of a trickier track for some of them, but handled it well. But 5-2.
I mean, he's had. You are right to look at that, of course you are. But I thought he's had 6 races, and you know he's kept good company. Run well over 4 bends. Had that go over 6 bends, and I don't mind the drop here. Good make-up. Just tuck in. Give us a run late on.
Good luck with your next bet. Let's see what happens.
Race 12, the 932, and A1 top heat with trap 4 vacant. Hares behind the traps. They're off. 5 got out well, soon joined by 3 and 2 though. Then comes at 1 and 6. Round the first bend, and it's Tashade, who bumps with Vixen's King but comes out best. On the far side, the well back Tashade, opening up 2 lengths clear now from Vixen's King. Then comes Railing Pumba Jake, and close up then is Aero Roland, and the back marker Anna Down Badger. At the 3/4 is Tashade, just over a length in front of Pumba Jake, who hasn't given up yet, and 1 sweeps through to take it up. Won the winner, 2 seconds, 6 third, 1, 2 and 6.
Next best landed, Dave. Pumba Jake doing it nicely there for Nathan Hunt, cleverly making the move to go on the outside as well off the last bend. Tashade showing that early pace, but writing was on the wall when Pumba Jake turned into a handy position. Yeah,
it went perfect really, to be fair. Tashade didn't get too far away from us. She's paced up, was able to slot in behind. She's met 3 at the turn. Who is one to look out for, I think, Vixen's King. Has met trouble so far, but this is a dog who will cut loose at some point. He done 28.73 in the Monmore trials, Monmore sales. Was just led here and then I think bumped into a well-treated Pumba with a good make-up and a little bit of a scare off the last, just running over the back of her. But when they straightened up, he looked like a dog that had stepped up to 6 bends last time, didn't he? He was full of running, hit the line hard. I ran out a good winner. Sometimes it goes to plan.
Sometimes, and it has
on this occasion it did.
Couldn't ask for a better performance than that. Pumba is your 9-4 winner there, second to shade at 5 to 6 favourite. Now we're going to head back to Shelbourne to bring you some more of those important reactions.
Well, we're with one of the co-owners, one of the happiest people in Shelbourne right now. Aidan Walsh, you've just won the Irish Derby.
Hard to believe. It's hard to believe. It just is hard to believe. He's just cracking Derby, isn't he? He's just a crack. It's hard to believe.
We knew he was the most likely leader if he hit it. So many were wondering if he hit it, but he hit it tonight.
He hit it on the right night, yes, he did. And the time was phenomenal as well, you know. So look, I'm delighted.
Your thoughts coming off the final bend when it looked as though Ben's Teddy was getting into the mix?
Yeah, I was starting to worry then, but he just got there. He doesn't really get the 550, but he's so quick down the back, he put so much space there.
Well, listen, he got it tonight. Go celebrate.
Thanks.
Oh, and that is what it's all about. You can't help but smile off that reaction. So yeah, what an absolute performance, and you can't even imagine, just as an owner, what's going through his head, to be honest.
I'd be all over the place. Honestly, I would just be a mess. It's the pinnacle, isn't it? It doesn't get any bigger than that, and it's what you know. Every time you go to the track, you know, over these last 6 rounds over 5 weeks, you just hope him just qualify first 3, and then the dog to do the business just as he had. And yeah, just to keep sort of banging the drum, that dog had to explode from the boxes like that. That was a quicker way, was the only way he could possibly win that final, and he's produced it when it mattered. He flew from the boxes once again. He got across. He was out in front, and he just had enough, didn't he, to hold off the strong running Bocco's Crystal and Ben's Teddy, who both flashed home. But you get paid on the line, not after it.
Exactly. 29-11 will more than enough do. Now we're going to head back to Shelbourne and get some more reaction.
Right, well, we're here with the Shark Cannon, who's very much in the Yoder Kobe camp. Shark, he was good.
It's unreal. The way he broke and got away, unreal. Like, will we ever see it again, to have 2 brothers 2 years, one after another, to win? Like, it's some trend performance out of the girl. She's unreal, such is. She's just something special.
Unbelievable. Obviously, Born Warrior last year. Her dad actually won back-to-back derbies. For Jennifer to do it is incredible.
It's great, so it is. She's a topper. She's a very hard worker. And that's what it's all about, so it is. And like Willem was involved in brother was involved in the dog there last year, and thanks be to God, came up and happened again this year.
Well, there's going to be some party tonight, wherever it is.
We won't go home for a while.
See you later.
Thank you.
Slight understatement, I think that'll be. I think there'll be a few sore heads in the morning, but well deserved there. Now, we do have the 9:47 at Monmore, but we are going to be building up to the Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate Final. We will be showing it at some point, but it may be recorded. But we do have to big up the Plate Final. It's another stunning race to follow up with the Derby Final we've just had, and Ballinabola owner is going to be, I think, a bit of a short price one, but she's an exciting bitch, Dave, and only a December 21 whelp. She's quite scary, her style of running, to be honest.
I write fancy 4. Beeper's Lariat. It's a dog that lit up the early rounds of the English Derby. He flashed out a Maidall from Trap 1 in his semi-final last week. I think he's a dog that can handle any sort of draw. He just needs a bit of racing room the first couple of strides, and his pace will take him to the front. And he's a dog that looks like he's getting stronger and stronger. So should he hit the front, I don't think they'll be catching him. So I was really strong on Beeper's Lariat. So I'll raise you, Ballinabola Una, and go with Beeper's Lariat in Trap 4 for me.
Race on. Now we're going to go back to Rob and hear about Beeper's Lariats.
OK, we're going to have a look at the Michael Fortune Memorial Plate Final. We're with Jack Kennelly, the trainer of Beeper's Lariat. Jack, first of all, what a year you've had with him.
Yeah, he's such a dog, really. We started off juvenile Tralee and we went to the Kirby. But look, he's a real tough dog, and we went to the English Derby then and brought him up here, and he seems to really like this track, you know. So look, he's a great dog. It's nice to have, and especially with Linny, the owner, he's a great owner to have as well.
Yeah, did you enjoy going over to Toaster with him?
Yeah, it was a good experience. It was something different, you know, the travelling and everything. But look, it was a good experience, and we really enjoyed it.
And would you do it again?
I would.
Yeah.
I'd go again. Yeah. Look, it's something different, you know. It's a bit of fun as well, so we'd definitely go again.
Okay, let's chat about his chances tonight. You know, he was brilliant last week.
Yeah, he was brilliant last week. He kind of really trapped, and you know, the week before he kind of ran sluggish down the back, so we're kind of getting a bit worried, was he tired? But last week he really showed what he was capable of. So look, hopefully he does the same again tonight. He's tough enough to draw out in 4, but look, if he traps, he's good early to the bin. So look, hopefully he can trap and make the bin.
Yeah, because I suppose the key is clearing 3.
Yeah, clearing 3, and I suppose the one Pat's pitch up the inside is a good stayer, like, so he'll need to lead her down the back, you know. So look, so we're clearing the bin, and hopefully he can pull it off.
Yeah, and it was a lesson a couple of years ago. I think we chatted for the first time down in Limerick. You've come a long way since then.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that night. But look, it's all building, you know. It's nice to get the good dogs in, so hopefully it keeps going.
We'll keep up the good work.
Thanks a million.
Well, good luck to all connections involved tonight, and we can actually take a look at Beeper's Lariat in his semi-final last week. Running from trap 1 though, obviously gets 4 tonight, but like you say, he's a bit of a pro from any box.
Yeah, I don't mind him. It might help him out the boxes. Not that he needs much help. And then his pace can take him to the front. And yeah, where we go? 5-4 and 13-8. This is a proper match, and it's not just a match on the track; it's a match in the studio. But yeah, I really liked this dog when he was running around Toaster. I thought he was showing terrific early pace. And as I said just a moment ago, I think he's a dog that's getting stronger and stronger with age, and I think he's going to be a real handful.
Certainly looks that. And my selection is going to be Ballinabola Una, and this was her semi-final last week. I mean, she's a very exciting young pup. She's really put some performances in already, so she's not too whilst December, but she's amazing to watch. She's already showing brilliant track craft. She runs like a dog far older than what she actually is. I mean, she's got a great draw on the inside today, but she's smart. She can see where there's an opening. She had to work round trap 2 there to find that bit of racing room. She's still progressing, and although I think her future is going to be huge over the further trip, she's still very impressive over the 4 bends. So yeah, it's going to be my selection. Certainly the 2 to watch in the betting. Plenty bigger prices certainly elsewhere to be had.
A precocious talent, isn't she? As you say, she's a December 21, and the way she's eating up the ground coming home as well, she's very exciting, you know. And I don't know, would she be the youngest ever winner of the Derby Plate? I can't imagine that. You tend to get winners that turn up in the Derby Plate, but she's, as I say, very exciting. She's only 11 races into her career. Put it this way, we definitely need to get first run on her. I know that much. There ain't going to be anything coming from behind her.
No, certainly looks a bit of a match race between the pair, but just picking up on a few of the others. Trap 5 Neon Lights, I mean, does have to do it from a very tricky does want the rails, and Blast Off Mac in 6. I mean, he's found time on each round. I mean, he clocked a career best last week in the semis. Obviously, so did Ballinabola Una and Beeper's Lariat. Blast Off Matt, he will be staying on. I quite like the fact that this play has 6 different sires in it. We had obviously the email tonight. There's so many Droopy Sydney offspring that we're seeing, but it's nice to see a real variety, a real mix on show. So it's looks an exciting final to be having. You've got
loads of it, loads to get through. Dean Gibbons, how classy from Emma Buckley. Just had time to collect Ben's Teddy. She's straight over to Jennifer O'Donnell to congratulate.
I think that's Emma in general, isn't she?
Mike Flaherty, night off from the Kingdom Ground Stadium. Saw Ben's Teddy fly around there a couple of months ago in a trial. Should have backed him then. Great coverage from Mike. Nice one, Mike.
Got a tweet from Paul Wing saying, absolutely buzzing tonight. We've just had 2 winners at Romford with Blooming World and Monbeg Bosco. Well done there, Paul. And also Phil Wood, who says, unlucky Benny, good run, great team. There's certainly a brilliant final there. We have got the dogs on parade at Monmore, but there is only a minute between the races. So if needs be, we will be recording the A7 there and bringing you it after the Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate. Even money now for Ballinabola Una. A little bit of a drift for the others elsewhere, but that's just purely down to the money that keeps on coming. Beeper's Lariat just drifting slightly out to 7-4. Would you be more than happy with 7-4?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. Right, Jack Levers regarding Beechgrove Bell. We had the litter in Ireland as Tom's wife was due to have a baby at the same time. So it was going to be hard work to have them here. So we paid to have them done in Ireland. 3 stayed in Ireland. The other 5 came over. Tom asked his mate in Ireland to pick out one a litter. They would go half each because they both had baby boys, a few weeks apart. So that's why he was called Ben's Teddy after both boys. They sold it on one of Pat's owners early on in his career, and both boys now have a little amount in their savings account. Tom is the breeder, and the litter is fantastic. Can't wait to see the 2nd and 3rd litters hit the track. Brilliant. Fancy Chamberlain Mia here at Monmore. Strong running sort, I think, can turn handy.
Okay, I'm with Midfield Duke in Trap 2. We'll quickly be bringing you this before heading over for the Derby play, as the dogs are going in for this A7. Favourite is Chamberlain Mia in Trap 4. They're all loaded. 2's into 7-4. Quite a lot of market movement in this. Starter's going to check them over. Happy gives the all clear, so let's hand you over to Keith.
The 13th and final race, the 9:47 and A7 with trap 6 vacant. Hares behind the traps. They're off, and 2 are just as the edge, but they go past the sectional with 5 just in front of 1 and 3. Then comes 2. 4 seems to have gone wrong. At the second bend, it's Stone Harbour out in front, going 3 lengths clear from Easer Blade. Then comes a Winterfield Gain and Midfield Duke. Past halfway, and it's Stone Harbour just over a length in front of Easer Blade. A length and a half back to Winterfield Kane, and then comes Midfield Duke. Off the final bend, Stone Harbour still out in front and doing enough. 5 the winner, 1 second, 3 third, 5 1 and 3. Trap 4 did complete.
Stone Harbour is your winner there, but they're all in now for the Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate, so let's hand you over.
Well, I can now claim to have done the same. And there is the bell, the final of the Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate. In 1, Ballinabola Una. 2 is Pied Piper. 3, Ballymac Pete. 4, Beeper's Lariat. 5, Neon Lights. And 6 is Blast Off Mac. The hare up behind Traps Racing. Good start by Trap 3, Ballymac Pete. And 6, Blast Off Mac on the outside. On the corner, Blast Off Mac drives around and goes on. And it's Blast Off Mac. He opens up by 4 lengths. 2 in second spot. 5, Neon Lights, the big finisher. Then comes 3, Ballymac Pete. Ballinabola Una struggling, so too Beeper's Lariat, but it's Blast Off Mac. But 5, Neon Lights is closing the gap. Blast Off Mac, Neon Lights to the line. Blast Off Mac is all out, but gets there. Second is Neon Lights, the winning time. Not up as yet, but a tremendous success for Blast Off Mac. A big price on the outside, but away and gone, much like the Derby champion. The Michael Fortune Memorial Derby Plate winner is Blast Off Mac.
Absolute credit to Philip Buckley, Blast Off Mac. What a performance this was. Obviously managed to avoid the trouble around the first bend. I think cars were ruled out at the first, to be honest, Dave. Got into all sorts of bother there. And Blast Off Mac, beautiful run, round on the outside, avoided the trouble and was quite strong coming home. Managed to hold off Neon Lights.
Right, yeah. Massive Boyle over there. Squeeze up on the inside, and Blast Off Mac was away and gone. Certainly lived up to his name here. He's a fallen son of Grangeview 10, who certainly had a little bit of early pace about him himself, and you can see that in Blast Off Mac there. Went on to owner-trainer Phil Buckley there doing the business.
Yeah, certainly was. Has done it nicely. Neon Lights running well in defeat. Blast Off Una getting back up for 3rd, but all credit to Blast Off Mac and the Buckley Kennels. Now, we need a little bit of a breather after all that, so we're going to go for a quick break.
Betfred presents out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses. What are you doing? Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to RPGTV, where we have had some absolutely stunning racing on show tonight. So we're going to go back to Rob, who has been around all some more winning connections.
Obviously, there's a lot of emotions here. We've got the three lucky owners, but there's not too many more emotional than John Mitchell. John, you must be the lucky charm in the O'Donnell household.
Not at all, no. Just lucky the time I came along, I suppose. Kobe ran fabulous tonight, and it's all credit to Jennifer and Francis. They're just top notch at their game. They have plenty of experience and they just know how to do it, and they do it right and do it properly, and all credit to the dog as well. He's just done everything perfect.
We all wondered would he hit it like he did 2 weeks ago. He did, but his split to the third bend was sensational, and Ian Fortune has just said he's clocked the fastest ever Derby final winning time of all time.
She's unbelievable. Didn't know that. Unbelievable. Yeah, look, the track is running well tonight. Good night, but he was picture perfect tonight. He done everything right. And he had to, because the 5 and the 3, I've only seen it once. They ran hell of a races, and the rest of them, and hard luck and everyone else. But Kobe was just out and gone, and that's where you need to be in finals. And
I suppose when you win it once, you don't think it's going to happen again.
No, Genie, never. It's amazing. And two brothers, like litter of 3. It's like I say, Francis and Jennifer. They deserve all the plaudits. The work, effort, love, time. It's unbelievable, really. I had no idea what goes into Greyhounds, but their work paid off tonight, and I'm really, really over the moon for them.
Well, you're part of that team. Go enjoy the night.
I will. Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
All we have to say is, we won the Derby.
Our first dog ever.
Right, we're here with 2 and 3 of the 3 amigos, David Lestrange and Brian Clare. Lads, you've just won the Derby.
Yeah. Unreal feeling, unreal. It's the first dog I've ever owned. Started top and won the Derby.
And Brian, we chatted on Monday. You were hoping for the best. Did you think he'd do that?
Well, I was hoping he'd break. I was afraid of one, but when I saw him coming out tonight, I said once he hits that first bend, we're home and hold.
We were confident if he got ahead, well met on the inside. If he got to the first, he's been winning his race in the first 10-20 yards, and if he got ahead in the first bend, it's over. He hasn't been stopping. We thought he's a 500-yard dog. We wanted to run him in the barrel 400 yards. Jennifer talked us out of it, said no, he'd get home 550. He's running short last year on 500. He'd get home.
And
so we went with her. We 3 of us argued it. She said, trust me. So if he doesn't get home, I'll shoot you. He got home. But he's been getting home recently. But tonight's record time, 29:11.
That's it. No time has ever been better in the Derby final.
No.
And his little brother won it last year. That's history.
So we got two Derby winners. Same size, same dam. I'm a racehorse, but more importantly, same litter. There's only 3 dogs in litter. He's a blue blood. He's a real blue blood. But we thought if he got to the first bend first, if he got halfway up the straight, he'd win it. We didn't see him coming back.
The celebrations have started here. Where are they going to finish?
Next week.
Probably in Listow when I win on the 22nd of December.
Moments like this don't come around, lads. Enjoy it.
I'll never have another dog. I told Brian last night. He looked at me so disappointed. We had a lot of drink last night. And I said, look, Brian, never. I looked at him. Don't worry. He said, we'll do one in Dean Strange. No, we'll use our maiden name. I said, my name is up there. Once only, One dog, won the Derby. I can only go backwards.
Well, if you get another dog, I suggest giving it to Jennifer again.
Of course, there's no doubt about it. When she told us out, we were going for the bar one. Ted Egley says the bar one. He's very fast. He's the fastest time here to the third bend, 18:13 on records for 100 years. He's the fastest. And so sold the dog trial. We knew he's got the speed, but just need a bit of luck getting the first bend, and he got there today. He got there.
Well
he got there every time. 5-1 in the semi-final, 11-2. He just keeps drifting. Nobody wants to back him. We're the only believers, Brian.
That's it.
Well, keep believing.
Of course he will.
50-1 in the beginning.
All his pals in Ashburn backed him at 50-1. And one or two of the pubs across the road, 5 or 6 fellas on in the Ashburn House Hotel. So, fair dues to him.
Enjoy the moment.
Thank you, guys. Much appreciated, okay?
You couldn't get Connections more proud than that, could you? I could watch Brian Clare all day, to be honest.
When will celebrations end next week?
Next week. Brilliant line, and it was great to watch when they were interviewing him for the Derby lunch, and what a pair of proud owners, and so they should. Now Rob has been extremely busy at Shelbourne, and we're going to head back there now to catch up a little bit more from him.
Okay, well, we're looking to the 10th race of the night, and we're with Ethan Maloney from the Matt Hart team. And Ethan, you've got Halo, who might have a squeak.
Yeah, well drawn out tonight. Probably has a task in a sense to clear another holiday, but if he comes back to the form he was in at the start of the Derby, and if he traps and if he clears one going to the wind, I think he's a chance, you know.
Yeah, because we saw him in the Derby. It was a one night he ran really, really well. I think it was against Music Glideway. Like, we know this lad can run.
Yeah, he led Music Glideway for a long way. I think it was the first night. He was a long way clear, and Music Glideway picked him up, and look, the farm has worked out since. And look, tonight now, and even there the second round of the Derby he ran well. He beat Hawkfield Blue and ran well that night too, done a good clock. So look, we're just hopeful tonight that he can get his trap in and order, and if he leads around the bend, they'll take a good one to catch him, you know.
Connections of Halo there, who is in our next at Shelbourne. Halo is an interesting dog because he's got plenty of early pace, but this is such a competitive race overall. They've all got the ability to absolutely smash out the boxers, and I think he's got a good chance in it, even though he's at a big price of 6-1. But Another Holiday, the 4-5 favourites. You with the Jolly, or can you make a case?
I was with one. Yeah, I mean, I think Ballymac Run's probably a little bit overpriced here. Got good all-round speed. Listen, there's plenty of pace inside Ballymac Run here, but I'm being drawn in by the price. I thought would be sort of 11-4, 3-1. There's 4-1 up on the board. I mean, if my life depended on it, which thankfully it doesn't, I would be with Another Holiday. But I'm going to go with Ballymac Run just because I think there's just a little bit of juice in the price.
I agree. I'm with Ballymac Run as well. But one that we can show you is going to be Clongeen Lass. We will show you it though after the parade. She's made numerous Oaks finals. Did win one at Waterford last year. I mean, she more recently went unbeaten in a mini open bitch stake final there too. She's got an ideal draw out wide. Is a very classy sorts. But yeah, Ballymac Run. She stays pretty much straight whenever she's been out of the white jacket before. She's got the most race experience. She's made quite a few finals herself and recently picked a nice one up at Cork. And she's generally there or thereabouts. I mean, you look at a strike rate of 11 wins in 13 seconds from her 46 starts. It's class everywhere in this, and certainly value to be had elsewhere. But Clongeen Lass is the one that we're going to show you back on the 19th of August. This is going back a couple of starts here where she won nicely over
for early speed, but drove a lovely second turn to work back into the race, a little bit aided as well by crowding on the inside, but starts and stays. A few of these have got lines of form in and against each other. I mean, she's chased home Ballymac Run. If you want to go back far enough, there's a line on the race card that goes back to December. But yeah, as they hit the line, full of running around the outside and powered home. Just going to be relying on a little bit of crowding up the inside again here, but as I mentioned, you know, there's a lot of speed up on the inside of Ballymac Run. Inside crowding is not beyond the realms here. There's certainly a possibility of that, and the bitch in 6 will certainly be the one to benefit from that. And you know, she's experienced enough to know that she's not going to drop onto the rail and put herself into trouble. She'll keep wide and out of trouble. Okay, Joseph Kiss, Dave, you said you needed another dog to run in the race, Ballymac Katie Space Jet. You've forgotten about Kinturk Road, who quite recently won 750 races, 750 races on the trot, beating Ballymac Katie 3 times in the process. She likes to lead, so we'll give them both something to aim at. Yeah, certainly an interesting one. Whether or not, I mean, we're looking at a marathon race here, aren't we? The 750 yards is not quite a marathon, so quite how far Kinturk Road would stay, but certainly could be getting off the front. Joe also said he was with 365. He was on at big prices and fancied 6 to run a big race around the outside. Do stay with us. As I say, we're still bringing you races, and we've got some incredible racing still to come, haven't we? Absolutely. So just to list some of the names of the dogs that we've got to come. In our next race, Sober Glory, Clona Duke, Mr. Chelmer, also known as Kildare. And then we've got Gaytime Nemo, the Derby champion, taking on Ballymac Marino, the Juvenile Classic champion, and a certain Ballinabola Ed as well. So we've still got 3 races to come, including this one, but the last 2 are absolute humdingers.
So what a race to finish on as well at 10:30. Well worth sticking with us. Another holiday now, the 4 to 7 favourite. They're all just being loaded up for race number 10. So I'll check them over. So let's go over to Ian Fortune.
And so the runners in traps now for this open 5-2-5. The favourite in 1, Another Holiday. 2 is Halo. 3, Ballymac Run. 4, Carrickfergie. 5 is Papa de Oro. And out in 6, we have Cloheen Last, the hare, coming up behind traps. And off they go, and a good start by trap 5, Papa de Oro. 2 on the inside of Halo. Then comes 1, Another Holiday, and 3, Ballymac Run. Takes a bump, but she's back in 3rd. It's out front Halo with 5, Papa de Oro. Ballymac Run is stalking them back in 3rd, but out front in 2, Halo. Kicks again. He leads by a length to 5, Papa de Oro. Ballymac Run is forced to check her stride. It's Halo from Papa de Oro. Ballymac Run. Halo leads off the final turn, and Halo will hold on to score from 5, Papa de Oro. And 3, Ballymac Run. Again, no winning time available, but a tremendous winner in Halo. Showed great early speed. Made all for Matthew Hart, Basil and Bernadette Holian.
Well, it's what we've come to expect from Halo. Typical burst of early pace from him. It's not very often this lad gets it wrong out the boxes, and once he hits the front, he is a jealous runner. He doesn't like anything overtaking him, and just the same sort of thing again tonight, Dave.
Yeah, I thought one was going to hold to the turn there, so whether or not Another Holiday's put in an extra stride at the bend, I don't know, but Halo was brave, and he's made the bend his own. And I told you, didn't I, that our man on the scene had a canny knack of interviewing people before their dogs win, and Rob did exactly that, so fair play to him, and fair play to the lads behind Halo, because that was a great run. Had to be really brave at the turn. I mean, it didn't look likely that 2 was going to lead going into the bend, but came out the second bend unscathed and won well. And another one for the Trap Challenge.
Another one for the Trap Challenge.
It's all over, surely. Referee's got to wave it off.
Got to be over soon. Well, we're going to go count it up. We're going for a quick break.
Want to build a bet you want? In seconds, you're on. Combine shots, corners, cards, and more. Plus, with our Bet Builder rackers, combine bet builders across games in football, basketball, and NFL. And place popular bet builders in just one tap. Get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. Every month we have over 20,000 boosts. Every day we power up the odds on hundreds of bets with Bet Boost. We give you the option to increase your winnings with our incredible winnings boost. And just when you think you can't get better odds, we unleash a super boost. Check out our boosts and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
Welcome back to RPGTV. Now we're going to head back over to Shelbourne, where Rob has been catching up with the connections of the winner Blastoff Mark.
Right, well, we're here with Philip Buckley. Philip, you've just won the Michael Fortune Memorial Play with Blastoff Mac, and it seemed to be over as soon as it started.
Yeah, it went very well, yeah. He was in great form all week. Was small bit concerned about 6, but look, it was the right box on the night. He ran well and got around him. I was looking at the splits earlier today. They all seem to be the same level going down, so I said he might just be okay out there if they all go to the bin together. He certainly was, yeah.
And on a semi-final run, he didn't have that much to find.
No, look, he'd been improving all the way through the competition. We had a bit of a problem with their diet earlier on in the year. We changed it around. He's been gaining weight all through the competition. Bit worried about it. I didn't know whether I was going right or wrong, but look, he was going in the right direction. He was in great form, and look, I'm delighted to win it. It's lovely to win it. Michael Fortune was a lovely man. He was a great man. I had my first interview with Michael Fortune in 2018. I think it was his last broadcast of the Irish St. Ledger, and it's just very fitting to win this.
Very fitting. Very fitting indeed. He's only had the 12 runs, so the best hopefully is still to come.
Look, he's finding all the time. The Grangeview 10s are finding all the time. He went well in the Kirby. He went in 2 rounds in that, and then he kind of hit a flat spot. But they're really coming to form again in the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, this year's Plate, maybe next year's Derby.
Please God, please God.
Well, enjoy the night.
You never know. Thank you very much.
Great to hear from the connections of Blastoff Mac, a very worthy winner of the Michael Fortune Memorial Plate, and did it in fine style. Now, we still have 2 amazing races to bring you for this Saturday night viewing, and sort of keep saving the best for last. So we've got some more emails.
We have, Nikki J. Evening, guys. Fantastic racing at Shelbourne Park tonight, including a great final. A litter of 3 producing 2 Derby winners. But sisters thought of the owner of the 3rd litter, Scooby the Hulk, running A3 at Romford. I wonder who had picked the pick of the litter. It's a funny old game. Regards, Nikki. I've still got a couple that were sent in a little bit earlier on. This one's from Daniel Nilsson. Really enjoying the fantastic racing at Shelbourne Park. I do love the top class racing. I've been to 5 Irish Derby finals and 8 English. Only at Wimbledon, though, as Toaster will never be the same class as either Shelbourne or Wimbledon. Just look at the difference. There's no comparison. Just watching on home from TV, you can see the atmosphere of the crowd as they turn for home. Not a person to be seen at Toaster. That's a bit strong. Simply far too far away. Daniel in Lanarkshire. Not necessarily agree with that one, but you're entitled to your opinion there. This one's Mark and says, I've watched all the races, English and Irish derbies. Seems to me that Trackcraft defines high quality dogs, which of course in Space Jet has in spades. Top class dogs seem to swerve trouble. Do you, when handicapping races, use a scale in this regard? Shelbourne Park has been very fair throughout for exceptional dogs drawn inner, middle and wide. He fancied Music Glide Away. Hopefully would be away and gone best. Mark, definitely you would take a note of if some dogs can just attract trouble, can't they, and be clumsy, and they're not dogs that if they're led up, I'd be looking to part with my hard-earned cash on. I know that much. So yeah, definitely something that I would take note of.
Yes. Now we have got a bit of footage to bring you where Rob was catching up with Carol Ramsbottom.
Right, well, we're coming up to our penultimate race of the night. Obviously, we finished with 2 crackers, and Carol Ramsbottom, you've got Sober Glory. We had high hopes 6 weeks ago, hasn't really planned out, but maybe tonight is a night for him to show exactly what he's worth.
Yeah, look, he went out the third round, Rob. We're a bit disappointed on the night, and we've left him alone since. He's kind of freshening back up again for tonight. And the owner said stick him in Derby Final. Like, all want runners tonight. Tonight's the night we want runners. So look, he's good. He's in good form, and we've had a good week on him. He galloped well during the week, so we're hopeful. Good race, but we're hopeful for him.
He's in one. The key is if he can come out at least level.
Yeah, look, and one, I'm always saying he loves one. I think he's 5 out of 6, 101. But look, it's a cracking race, but he'll have to break. He's not the best out of the box, as we know. Clone dog, Graham's dog, won the night across the water, very good dog. Mr. Sheldon Kildare, it's a cracking race it is, but he'll have to come out or even level, as you said, and maybe hold his pitch. He's finishes strong and he's good down the back, so if he gets a clear run, he'll go close.
If he was to win tonight, would that be a springboard to later in the year?
Yeah, look, it'd be ideal for him. He's still a young dog, as I said. We're aiming at next year with this fella. He's only gone 2, as we said. We'll probably after tonight we'll look at going probably maybe a Ledger with him. He ran Limerick well in the Kirby, so spoke to Sean, and the plans is the Ledger, and hopefully back then for the Winter Festival here in early December.
Well, win, lose or draw, you'll be buying drink at the bar later on anyway.
Yeah, look, it's a great night. These nights are the nights you want runners, and it's brilliant. We've a couple on tonight, and good crowd in here already, and a smashing car put on by Shelbourne, and lovely fine evening, sun is shining. So these are the nights we all train dogs for.
Carol Ramsbottom there is trainer of the favourite in the next, Sober Glory in track 1. But one that we're actually going to be able to show you is Clona Duke. Now this is going back to the 4th of August when he was running in the second round of the Derby, and obviously got trap 1 there. It's got trap 3 tonight, but this dog's got an engine, Dave.
Yeah, he's obviously one of those that has had the outing, running the Select Stakes, the prestigious Select Stakes at Nottingham, banged out and made all. He broke the track record on his way to reaching the final of the English Derby. Big claims here, big claims. Tricky race. There's a little bit of money around for Sober Glory up on the inside here, trained by Carol Ramsbottom, what we just heard of. I don't know. I just don't like the dog switching from UK, Ireland, UK. Graham Holland is certainly nobody's fault. I know that much. And you wouldn't be surprised to see Clona Duke bang out and make all. But been kept busy. I'm going to take on Clona Duke, perhaps foolishly. I'm just going to take a chance with Mr. Chelm. It's not a mega strong selection from me, but just the dog looks somewhere near back to his best, and he's 100 to 30. That will do for me, and if we can get a set of trapping boots on him, he's got the pace to cut loose. That
Race for me, the third round of the Derby for Mr. Chelm, that he really shone on that. He seemed to have that bit of sparkle, did that 29-21, and then obviously was unfortunately knocked out the week after in the quarterfinals. So he is one of those that if he brings his A game, he's going to be a serious
he finished runner-up in the Derby last year, didn't he, when he was known as Kildare, and he was obviously changed hands, came over here, didn't look the same dog, back to Peter, and I still don't think he looks the same dog, but he certainly looks closer to his old self. Interesting one. Sober Glory's got the draw on the inside, real strong salt. If leading at the turn, it'll be race over. If turning on the shoulder, it'll be race on. He's 2.76 on Betfair. 9 wins from 17 starts. The dog's not really done a lot wrong. Turned over last time out in behind Bobsleigh Dream during the Derby. But I think looks plenty short enough at 13-8. So, for small money, I would take a chance on Mr. Chelm. But there is no margin for error here at all. If something flashes from the boxes, like a Clona Duke and Mr. Chelm, this would be race over.
Yeah, Clona Duke for me. What a dog he's been for everyone involved. He's only just turning 2.5 and obviously made the final of the English Derby. He was last year's juvenile Derby winner. He's a dog for me that can very much do it both ways and just gives everything, still holds that track record at Tosa, but it is a very classy race. Just love to give a bit of a mention to Anag Bailey in trap 5 for Rachel Wheeler. I had a few dogs off Rachel myself when I was training, and they always came in absolute pristine condition, very confident dogs that she'd bred and reared and whelped, and Yeah, a lovely kennel. I mean, he'll be staying on strongly. He was St Ledger finalist. He knows how to win at a price. I'm not sure he'll know how to win at 18s, but like I said, anything can be flashing out in this, but it is Sober Glory that has taken favouritism. Now 7-4s into 11-8 as the last couple are going in. Looks like a very hot race. Best odds guaranteed on the Boylesports app, open over 550 yards. Last one going in, so let's head on over to Shelbourne and join Ian Fortune.
Well, there is the bell, the runners for this 11th and penultimate race. In 1, Sober Glory. 2, He's Made It. 3, Clonagh. 4, Mr. Chelm. 5, Anna Bailey. And 6 is New Import. The hare up behind Traps. And racing, good start by Sober Glory on the inside. 4 goes up well, Mr. Chelm. In between runners we have 2, He's Made It, but Sober Glory leads on the bend from Mr. Chelm. Then comes 3, Clonagh. It's the big guns for 2nd and 3rd. Sober Glory, Mr. Chelm putting in a charge, but Sober Glory has the inside line. Mr. Chelm challenges, but Sober Glory is so strong. Off the final turn, it's Sober Glory from Mr. Chelm to the line. Sober Glory, Mr. Chelm, what a buckle. Sober Glory gets there from Mr. Chelm and Clonagh. The winning time 29:31. Greyhound racing at its best. Sober Glory tremendous for Carl Ramsbottom and Sean Malone.
Rob doing it again. We're getting the interviews from the winning trainers before the off, and Sober Glory really sticking to that inside rail. He loves this draw in the red jacket, and a great run from Mr. Chelm in defeat, but just the ground that Sober Glory always keeps in there with how tightly he runs the track, and what a greyhound he is.
Draws will win you races, and Sober Glory's not left a rail there. On the bends at least, anyway, you can see him taking a middle course down the back and just saving that little bit by being inside Mr. Chelm, who's run a hell of a race. When he was killed there, he was all action early, and he was kind of, if I don't lead, I'm probably going to finish nearer last than first, but he certainly looks a stronger dog. Peter's done a hell of a job to get him back to where he is, because he looked a shadow of himself really when he was over here at times. But fair play to Carol Ramsbottom, Sean Malone the owner there. Brilliant run from Sober Glory's gutsy game, classy, and a hell of a race that was.
It certainly was. Sober Glory doing it in style there for Carol Ramsbottom and All Connections. Now we're going to take a quick break, but make sure you join us in a couple of minutes.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses. What are you doing? Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. Every month we have over 20,000 boosts. Every day we power up the odds on hundreds of bets with Bet Boost. We give you the option to increase your winnings with our incredible winnings boost. And just when you think you can't get better odds, we unleash Super Boost. Check out our boosts and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Want to build a bet you want? In seconds, you're on. Combine shots, corners, cards, and more. Plus, with our Bet Builder rackers, combine bet builders across games. in football, basketball and NFL, and place popular bet builders in just one tap. Get a bet builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on.
Betfred presents. Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
Welcome back to RPGTV, where we have Sober Glory here in all of his glory on that podium, where he deserves to be after that stunning performance from him. A lot of happy faces.
Look at that. Carol, best turned out tonight. Training
Very
winners on
dapper.
Derby Final night, and then a best of 7 on the snooker table after.
He certainly looks that way, doesn't he? But what a run that was, and certainly justified his favouritism there on that.
He's a top man. Wish him well. Brilliant.
Certainly great training performance there. Now, where Rob was catching up earlier with Mikey Cronin, so we've got that to bring you.
Right, well, we're here with Mikey Cronin after Trinity Juniors won the consolation final. Mikey, if only he did that last week.
Yeah, look, he was out well and he led the whole way around and done a great clock, 29.40 tonight. It's a great run. So, look, we were very disappointed last week. Just got a belt when he came out of the boxes. He was in 4, 5 came in the way, 3 went out the way, and that was it. So look, it's great. Like, it's great to be back here the following week and get a nice win Derby final night. Like, consolation. It's a good stake, and fair play to Boylesports. John Boyle putting his hand in his pocket. And look, it's great to see, and it's a great card tonight.
And he's been a great dog, a Champion Stakes winner. He showed how good he is just there. You know, there's plenty of mileage left in this lad's clock.
Yeah, look, he's an absolutely fabulous dog. Like, he was in the final of the Juvenile Derby, final of the Ledger. He was very unlucky in that. He's been in a lot of big finals. He won the Champion Stakes, like final of the Easter Cup. He was third. He won the Shelbourne and won, actually, funnily enough, in that final. Ben's Teddy was also in that final, and Gary Vojo. So that was a great unrace. But look, he's been a great servant for us, and he's so consistent. Like, he's a really, really good dog.
Yeah, well, your dad's fairly happy and he's waiting for you, so go celebrate.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
Great to hear from Mikey there. Now, we've got tomorrow's Racing Post headlines to bring you, and kicking off we have the La-di-da. Obviously, a brilliant performance last night, really setting the tone for the start of the Juvenile. Follows on next Friday. We also have Crafty Chavoos taking on Fabulous Azura in the trial stakes for the Empress at Toaster. That is tomorrow afternoon. Make sure you tune in for that. And also tomorrow night, we've got the Henlow Maiden Derby, and Maxine Locke has Stories Hybrid leading the way there. Plenty to be looking forward to tomorrow.
That's
Super
wide
Sunday
open.
action.
That final is wide open.
It is, isn't it?
Wide open.
Plenty to be doing. So we have our final race coming up from Shelbourne, and it certainly doesn't disappoint. You've got, obviously, the English Derby winner in Track 1 in Gaytime, Nemo. We've
12
got...
to 1 on Betfair.
Did you ever think you'd be that price?
No, well, not really, no. It's not, but this is a hell of a race.
It is. I mean, you can make cases for all of these. Obviously, Scaglietti has been a brilliant dog. He needs no introduction, was making waves in the Derby. Was one that I definitely thought would have been actually lining up in the final. I mean, he's already made a Conanani Kirby and a Champion Stakes final. He's got a lot of class. And 13-8 currently. Ballinabola Ed, going to get a few, bit of support there, 15-8. And we can actually bring you Ballinabowler, Ed. We are going to be going back to the 6th of May here in the Shelbourne RPGTV Open 600.
Yeah, it's important to remember this is a 575 race, not a 550, 575 race, and that just slightly tilts it in the favour of Ballinabowler Ed, I fancy here. The dog's a powerhouse. There's no two ways about that. A little bit disappointed at Nottingham. And yeah, I am going against everything I've said already tonight about dogs that are switching to Nottingham and back. I think the dog is a machine. 21 wins from 32 starts. And he's probably not won as many races as he should have done, dare I say it. 21 out of 32, and he's I'm not going to say he's underachieved, because he obviously won the 600, and he's a brilliant dog. But he's a dog that, had he won a derby, an English or an Irish derby, you'd go, well, yeah, it's the sort of dog he is. He's fast enough, you know. So I think he's suited to the 575. Loads of money, a deluge of support for Scaglietti on the inside. I think, if I remember rightly, the owner's a fan of fast cars, which is Scaglietti is a Ferrari, and he's got pace to burn. I think will probably lead down the inside and going to be a big player. But I think Ballinabowler Ed can make his move down the back, and what a way to bring the curtain down on Irish Derby final night. Hell of a race this is.
Certainly is. Ballinabowler Ed does look the one to beat for us both in the studio. I mean, obviously we just showed you that the final there, and he was unbeaten at Tralee, the Race of Champions. Absolutely stunning dog for that final as well. Obviously Gaytime Nemo, the English Derby champion, he's got his ideal draw on the inside, and although we've never actually seen him out of these boxes before here, we saw a couple of strong performances from him last year over the 600 yards. I mean, he's another one that had a bit of a shock early exit from the Irish Derby, but 8-1 looks a huge price.
The tractor's still going around. On YouTube, we've had LFC Monkey Man in the lucky last at Shelbourne Park. Surely Trap 6 is a value bet. Currently around 10-1 with Scaglietti at 7-4. When they last met, they were 2-1 and 5-4. Obviously closely matched. Trap 6 to win, and a saver on Trap 6 to be in the places at 2.5. So I mentioned there 4. Good Maestro around the outside.
Good luck. Good nice price of 9-1 as well. Ballymac Marino in Trap 3 had drifted out to 11-2, back into 5s. I mean, this is a greyhound that he's kept such good company throughout his career so far, and another class act. I mean, we've been spoilt with tonight's racing at Shelbourne, and
it's phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, what a night it's been, and they've certainly still been keeping the top greyhounds till the end. Scaglietti 5-4 now from 13-8. The greyhounds are making their way behind the boxes. Now, do make sure you join us tomorrow for our Super Sunday action. We've got Meeky and Richard in the morning, with Donny and Harlow on the card, Danny and Richard for the afternoon, with Toaster and Mullinger, and Donny's going to be coming in as well with Barry Drake as well. It's always good to have Barry Drake involved. Now, thanks for joining us tonight. You've been great on the Twitter and with all the emails. Make sure you do tune into our YouTube channel later on. We've got everything on there. We'll
like and subscribe, people. Exactly. Like and subscribe.
The Derby final. You want to be watching that, but the last few are going in for the last race now at Shelbourne Park, so we're going to hand you over to that man in fortune.
3 Boylesports Irish Greyhound Derby champion. We thank our sponsors for the continued support of the world's greatest greyhound race. And there is the bell for the finale here this evening at Shelbourne Park and Derby final night. In 1, Gaytime Nemo. 2, Scaglietti. 3, Ballymac Marino. 4, Boylesports Vic. 5, Ballinabowler Ed. And 6 is Good Maestro. Hair up behind Traps, and away they go, and a good start by Ed. The white flash leads into the turn. In second spot, Scaglietti. Then comes 1, Gaytime Nemo. But it is Ballinabowler Ed. But he's under pressure because Scaglietti is mighty fast too. He's in second. It's Ballinabowler Ed from Scaglietti. Scaglietti a long way back to one. Gate Time Nemo, but Balnabola Ed continues to steer a middle path, but he's on by 2 lengths. 2 in second, Scaglietti. Gate Time Nemo running on to the line. Scaglietti, too strong, gets there from 5, Balnabola Ed, and Gate Time Nemo. A stunning run by Scaglietti to reel in Balnabola Ed. I didn't think I'd see it, but what a result. No time as yet, but I can promise you this, it's fast.
I think we can say that'd be an understatement. What a run from Scaglietti. I mean, when Balnabola Ed trapped out well, was in front around the first couple of bends. I mean, Scaglietti never really let him too far out of his sights, but to reel in the orange jacket, what a performance, Dave.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational, wasn't it, from Pat Guilford's Scaglietti there. I mean, he kind of just stepped out the boxes and then he found a stride and he flew to the corner and you thought, well, Balnabola Red's really going to pour it on down the back, but he just didn't quite really look fluent at the third turn, and he's just left a little bit of room up the inside for Scaglietti, and then he's gone on at the 4th turn. He just thought, well, that's that then, but he's zoomed up the run in, Scaglietti, and brilliant performance. Wow, the money was right. All the money. It was one-way traffic for the Blue Jacket there, and what a way to end Derby Final night. A shock, not in terms of the market, but in terms of how the race unfolded. Some effort to fetch in Balnabola Red. Brilliant run from Scaglietti.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to end the show. It's been a stunning night's racing. Thanks for joining me in the studio, Dave.
Good stuff. Enjoyed it.
It's been a long but exciting night. Now, we're off. It's the end of us tonight, and after the break, we've got the dart, so stay tuned for that. But from us, it's a good night from us.
Racing Post Greyhound Television, brought to you in association with Bet365.com, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet, and William Hill.
Betfred presents Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in store and